Naruto Pav, you're weak. Turns out, you're just a weak kid. Kyuubi must be disappointed to have a weak Jinchuriki like you. And these are your last moments, it's time for you to die. Second life. I started to open my eyes slowly because of the very bright heat. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a bright blue sky and the clouds that accompanied it. Relax. My mind is very calm when I see the sky is so bright. I tried to look to the right, and what I saw were slightly dense trees. Then I tried looking to the left, it turned out there was a clear river with a calm flow. Getting up, I tried to get up and walk towards the river, just to wash my face, but even though my mind said that, somehow my body didn't respond at all. I tried to slowly move my body, and I started by moving my fingers. I turned to my right hand, I tried to move my index finger. And it turns out, it worked. It turned out that my finger was still responding correctly. Then I moved my other fingers again, and it turned out that everything was responding normally. After I have succeeded in moving all my fingers, now I will try to lift both my wrists in the position where I am lying. It turns out that lifting my wrist is not as easy as moving my fingers like before. When I tried to lift my wrist, it felt like lifting a mountain. For some reason it felt very heavy. I again forced myself to lift only my right arm, and after a few minutes I succeeded. Now I tried my left arm, it was more difficult than I expected. The left side is my weakness. In the past when I practiced, I only focused on my right side. I'm stupid. After tens of minutes, I finally managed to raise both my hands. Placing my palms on the grassy ground, I tried to forcefully lift my body again. Sweat dripped profusely from my forehead. Even though I was just trying to lift my body, it felt like I was trying around this world. But all of that had results. I managed to lift my body and sit it in this not too wide grassland. The day started to feel hot, and the sun was right above me. Now I try to move my legs, and it turns out that moving my legs is not as difficult as moving my hands like before. With one try, I managed to move my legs as before. I smiled to myself. I don't know why, even though I only managed to move my whole body, but it seemed like satisfaction to me. After ending my fun, I started walking closer to the river to freshen my face. After being on the river bank, I looked in the mirror and saw myself. Surprisingly, that's what's on my mind right now. My blonde hair has grown back long, even though I cut it a few weeks ago. I took a deep breath, and shook off my thoughts that said it wasn't important. I started to wash my face slowly, and also drank a little of the clear river water. It felt so fresh after washing my face. For some reason I smiled again. "Are you awake, kid?" A voice startled me, but his voice sounded like someone I knew. I remembered again whose voice it was. But when I tried to remember, my head felt like it was exploding. I immediately held my head and winced in pain. What happened? I asked myself. That is the effect of dimensional displacement, Naruto. I remember now. The one who spoke was Kyuubi. What actually happened, Kurama? I asked Kurama. Kurama seemed to sigh in my mind. I will explain it, brat. But not now, because right now your body is still not fully recovered, answered Kurama, who was in my mindscape. After the dizziness in my head disappeared a little, I spoke to Kurama again. Okay, Kurama. If that's the best way. And I want to ask, where are we now? We are now in the dimension where the angels and demons are. Kurama answered. I was surprised by Kurama's answer. What? No way. I saw Kurama sigh once again. That's it completely. That's right, kid, and you need to know. Now you are a devil. Second life. Now I started walking, although a little forcefully, in a direction to who knows where. I just continued walking through the dense trees from where I fainted earlier. A few minutes before I walked, I heard Kurama's explanation about the dimension I live in now. I was also actually very surprised about the information given by Kurama about the world I live in now. 3 creatures, which are called angels, fallen angels, and also devils. And also my actual human status then became a devil. Do you know the reason why I became a devil? Just a trivial reason, because Kurama, or what people call Kyuubi no Yuko, is in my body. It's a strange reason in my opinion. But it also makes sense, because Kyuubi or Kurama originally took the form of a demon. All the information that Kurama gave me makes my head dizzy now. And I was also surprised, where I am. Yukiane's seal still remained on my left arm. It's just that the seal that used to bear the symbol of a wolf's head turned into a magic circle. That's what I heard from Kurama. I even forgot a little why I was in this world. My memory hasn't disappeared, it's just that if I try to remember what happened before I was in this place, I feel like my head is going to explode. I too. Okay, a deep breath to lighten the load on my brain, which was under pressure. I focused again on the road I was on now. For some reason it felt like it was taking a very long time to walk through the thick trees. I still feel physically weak and have no energy at all. My walking is starting to stagger like a disabled person. I felt very tired. My bleary eyes glimpsed an old building amidst the dense trees here. A little more, I'll reach the building, well, a little more. I feel my energy starting to run out, but I'm almost there, almost there. Thud. The body immediately fell, right after making it through the trees. My vision started to fade and become gloomy, but before I passed out, I saw a silhouette from the direction of the door running towards me. I don't know who he is, I just hope I don't get hurt. And, finally, all my energy ran out and my slightly pale eyes immediately closed tightly. Slowly I started to open my eyes again, and the first thing I saw was a girl, with violet eyes looking at me worriedly. I tried to stand as hard as I could, but the girl's hand immediately blocked me. Please, don't force yourself to stand up. Your body is still very weak, he said to me. I just obeyed, and I lay back down on the sofa. The girl was walking away from me, but I saw her getting a glass of water for me. He walked back towards me, then handed me the water. I tried to sit on the back of the sofa, then received the water and drank it until it was finished. Thank you, I said to the girl. The girl put the glass on the table. She looked at me intensely. Actually, why did you faint earlier? Asked the girl. I took a deep breath, then looked around the place. Unexpectedly, right to my right there was a red-haired girl staring at me intensely too. It seems he is the leader here. I can see him sitting in a special chair and table. Hey, he's talking to you, stupid. The red-haired girl snapped at me the moment I saw her. I then turned my gaze back to the violet-eyed girl. Actually, I don't know what happened to me either. I answered a lie. The girl smiled at me, but I could see that it was a fake smile. Era, you've forgotten your memory, right? I looked down. I don't know either. But I still remember my name. I answered. So, what's your name? I turned to the right again, only to see the red-haired girl staring at me intensely. My name is Naruto Namikaze. And you are? Devil. I started to stand up. Sorry, I have to go. And thanks for the drinks. I started walking towards the exit, shaped like a cupboard, but before he reached the door, it opened. CKLEK. Sorry chief, we're late. In front of me, a young man entered and a small girl on his left. The blonde-haired young man who had been cheerful, now turned serious and looked at me with murderous eyes. Who are you? Asked the young man with a serious look aimed at me. I just smiled nervously. Sorry, I'll get out of here. The blonde youth then took out a sword from nothing. I will kill you. The young man then ran to me with a sword in his right hand. Slow, I muttered. The young man then slashed his sword when the distance between the two of us was close. He slashed his sword horizontally. But with the speed of the wind I was immediately behind the young man. Without wasting any chance, I immediately hit the young man on the back of the neck until he fainted. Tap, tap, tap. I turned around again, when I heard the footsteps of someone running. And sure enough, when I turned around, I saw the small girl running towards me and trying to hit me. Deebb. I easily caught the girl's fist. And for some reason the girl's eyes widened. I threw him a friendly smile. Sorry, I wouldn't hurt an innocent girl. Then I let go of the girl's fist and walked towards the exit. Deg. Before I turned the door handle, suddenly my head felt very painful again. And my consciousness disappeared instantly. Still Naruto Pav. It's dark. It's very dark here. What happened? Why can't I see anything? Naruto. That voice. Kurama. Naruto. Go to my place. I concentrated on going to Kurama's place. After feeling like I was at my destination, I opened my eyes slowly. This place. The place where Kurama was not much different from the previous one. What did you call me for, Kurama? The fox monster sighed. I've kept this thing for a long time, Naruto, a gift from my friend when I first came to this dimension. I subconsciously put on a questioning face. A gift? A friend from this dimension? I asked Kurama. If there is a sign, it means the continuation of Kurama's story. Yeah, a gift. In the past, when Rikudo Sanin died, I was very sad. At that time, I was still a teenager and didn't know what to do. When I was sad because I lost my parents, Rikudo Sanin. I remembered that Rikudo Sanin had given us Baiju, a jutsu to move dimensions, which can only be done once every 100 years. At that time, because I was very sad, I immediately tried the jutsu. I listened to Kurama's story very seriously, and in the end I realized that the jutsu from Rikudo Sanin was not an imagination, and was just a lie. After I had finished the hand seal, I felt that my body and soul were being sucked in by Kamui, black hole. That's what Kurama means. After that I fainted, and when I opened my eyes, I was surprised that I was not in the shinobi dimension anymore. It's all starting to make sense to me. At that time, I started studying this dimension. In the past, when I came here, the forms of angels, fallen angels, and devils were not like they are now. The form of all of them is still very abstract, not like it is now. Just when I understood about the war between the three factions, I met a god who was dying while I was on my way. I quickly approached the god. When I was right next to him, I realized that the god could not be saved. The god seemed to have been dying for several hours, and his life was on the line. I looked at him worriedly, and he looked at me. With a completely pale face, he said to me, "Please, quickly take my shoes. Because they are coming, quickly." And after he said that, he immediately died. At that time, I didn't even know the meaning of the god's words. And a few minutes after the god died, several demons came who seemed to be looking for the god. I quickly granted the god's last wish. After successfully taking his shoes, I quickly swallowed them and then I ran away with Shunsen. A year before I was even 1 century old, I met a giant wolf in the northern snow valley, North Pole, Alaska. The form of the wolf is exactly the same as your Kuchiosamu, Aaron A.N. Read again Son of the Oracle Chapter 8 Part 3 if you forgot. At that time he was looking at the sky with a serious face. I approached him and got to know him. After that I received information that a war between the three camps had occurred and a dragon battle had also begun. I looked at it in shock. I thought, is this the end of the world? And he also said that his life would end in a few seconds. I was again confused by the wolf, and at that moment, the wolf's body glowed and then changed shape into an iron claw weapon. I put it back in my body, and after 100 years I returned to the shinobi dimension. And at this moment, I just realized that the two items I swallowed earlier were sacred gears. And I called you here. Because I will give you the sacred gear. Do you understand, Naruto? Yes, Kurama, I really understand. Then I saw Kurama open his mouth and a pair of gold shoes appeared, and also a purple claw. Wait, why only one? This is the sacred gear you will get, Naruto. Thank you, Kurama, now I will wear it. After that, I immediately used these two things, but when I used them, nothing happened. I immediately looked at Kurama with a questioning look. Why isn't this reacting, Kurama? I saw Kurama laugh a little mockingly. KHU, that will only react in the real world, stupid, so now, go. I could see Kurama was getting ready to wag his giant tail at me, and when he did, the last thing I saw was darkness. In real world, I can see now, where I am. This place is the place where I was attacked by a young man and that little girl. It turns out that I fainted again, and I was helped again by the same person. Era, are you awake? That voice, the voice I have ever heard. I tried to look around, and it turned out that the owner of the voice was on the other side of the sofa. I tried to wake up my body, but after I managed to sit down and lean back on the sofa, my head suddenly became dizzy. Deg, erg. I screamed in pain and I immediately held my head. My head hurt so much that I even lowered my head to face the floor. I could feel the sweat pouring down from my forehead. My breathing, which was originally normal, became labored. Are you okay? With great difficulty, I managed to hear the sound. Please, get me some water. I said in a pained voice. I can hear his footsteps walking away from me. But it only lasted a few seconds. The person came back to me, sat beside me with a glass of water handed to me. This, he said. I accepted it with shaking hands, then I immediately drank it very greedily, as if I hadn't drunk for years. After drinking it until it's finished, there was nothing left. I returned the glass I was holding to the girl. The girl sighed when I started to calm down. She put the glass on the table. Actually, what happened to me? I asked the girl. After you managed to handle attacks from Kiba and Koneko, you suddenly fainted. He answered. Then where are those two people? I asked again. They have returned to their respective homes. The answer again. I looked down and sighed. Okay. Now I'll get out of here. I wanted to stand up, but the girl held me back. Wait a minute. I turned to him. What's wrong? The chairman told me to watch over you, so tonic. You will come home with me and stay at my apartment, he said. I just nodded in resignation. It couldn't be helped. I now had no place to live. But before we go, I have a question for you. Those violet eyes looked at me very sharply. How did you manage to beat Kiba and Koneko so easily? And that is the strangest question in my opinion. I frowned. What do you mean? I don't understand. The young man who attacked you with the sword was Kiba. He was the fastest attacker among all of us, and you could easily see his movements. And the other one, that small girl, she was Koneko. Her ability was his invulnerability and attacks that can destroy a building with one blow, and you caught his blow with one hand again. I stared into those violet eyes sharply. Don't beat around the bush. What do you want to ask? Actually, who are you? Deg. My eyes widened in disbelief. A memory immediately flashed into my head. In that memory, I saw a man wearing red armor and long, spiky black hair. Actually, who are you? In my memory, it appears that if I try to stand up and pick up an item, I am the person who will bring peace to this world, and my goal now is to defeat an undead like you, Madara. Again I felt a very strong dizziness tormenting my head. I immediately winced in pain. Are you okay? I glanced at the girl starting to worry about me. Please, quickly take me to your apartment. Okay. The girl helped me stand up and walk to a place where there were no items at all. Then a red magic circle appeared under my feet, and after that I could feel that my body was starting to disappear. Is this what is called magic? I closed my eyes when this happened, and after I opened my eyes again, it turned out that I had moved to a place where there were 3 blue sofas, 1 small sofa and 2. A long sofa, and I assume that this room is the living room. Welcome to my apartment, and please sit down. I'll make you tea. After saying that, the girl walked away. With my head still aching a little, I started walking towards the sofa to sit down. After sitting down, I leaned back and raised my head to look at the ceiling of the room. What actually happened to me? I muttered while looking at the white ceiling of the room. When you receive a memory, your head will hurt. That's the effect of shifting dimensions, even though you weren't the one who did it. Kurama answered in my mind. So, what should I do, Kurama? You have to be patient, and wait until all your memories come back. And also, live a new life. I made an annoyed face at Kurama, because I knew that Kurama was mocking me. Tap, tap, tap. I heard footsteps coming from inside the house. And for sure, I already know that it was the girl who walked here. After waiting a few seconds, he finally came. I turned to the right to see him. My eyes widened. Startled. How not surprising. He just came in to make me tea, and when he came out, he was only wearing a bright yellow towel to cover his body. My face started to heat up, and it was possible that my tan skin had turned red now. I saw him smile at me, and I still realized that it was a fake smile. Sorry for making you wait. Here's the tea, and now I'm going to take a shower. I saw him take a few steps towards the table in front of me, and when he bent down to put the tea down, I bet I had a nosebleed. How could it not be? The girl was waiting right in front of me even though she was still wearing panties. Your nose is bleeding. Are you okay? I immediately realized, and quickly shook my head with all my might. Then I took a tissue provided on the table, to wipe this embarrassing blood. Sorry. This might be the effect of my headache earlier. I dodged it, although that still didn't cover my nervousness. Okay then, I'll take a shower. After that it's your turn. Enjoy the tea. He walked away leaving me alone. I breathed a sigh of relief. I really have to hold back my youthful desires, but can I do it? After that, I fell down myself. I thought, can I maintain my virginity? I hope it's possible. I turned back to face the ceiling of the room, and without realizing it, I smiled. What will happen to me tomorrow? Normal Pav. Hey, wake up. Come on, get up quickly. Enink. Watch out. Okay. Ittaii. Why are you pinching my nose? That's because you don't want to wake up Naruto-san. Hey, it's still 7 in the morning, it's too early for me. It's too early for you, but for me it's already afternoon, come on. I have to hurry to school. School. What is that? Never mind, I'll explain later. So now hurry up and take a shower and come with me. Okay, Akeno-sama. And after a small argument that morning, Naruto lazily walked towards what he believed to be the meditation room. The bathroom. And after Naruto came out, he returned to wearing his old black long-sleeved clothes, a white sleeveless jacket, and black jeans. Then, Naruto walked back towards the exit of the apartment. And you can see that Akeno is waiting for him outside. Sorry if I took too long, Akeno-san. Akeno shook her head. It's okay, Naruto-san, so let's go. Naruto nodded. The two of them walked quietly, but for some reason Naruto felt like many people were watching him. And sure enough, when Naruto looked to his right, many girls dressed like Akeno were looking at him. That's because you're handsome, Naruto-san. Naruto turned his head. Hey, I'm handsome. Akeno nodded. Yes, you are handsome. He smiled at Naruto. Naruto smiled back at Akeno. Thank you. And the two of them walked back to the Kuogakuin building, where most of the students there were girls. Naruto too, ignoring the gazes of the female students again, as he walked into the school building. Damn, their gazes are very scary. Naruto cursed when he became the center of attention. Fufufu. Era. After entering this school, maybe you will be famous, Naruto-san. Akeno also showed a fake smile. But Naruto probably took it as a mockery. What? Naruto Pav. What? Entering this place? Did I hear correctly? Entering here, it's the same as facing Madara. Unlucky. Why am I so unlucky again today? Is this my destiny? Naruto-san. Don't daydream. A voice woke me up. Why yes. Sorry, I was spacing out. I said nervously. Okay. Now come with me to yesterday's building. I saw Akeno walking away from me. Why? We will meet the chairman first, because he is the one who gave permission to enter this school. Answered Akeno, who was in front of me. And one more unlucky thing today. For some reason I feel that I am very unlucky today. I took a deep breath to get rid of my feeling of disappointment. Yesterday's building. After I walked for a few minutes with Akeno, I arrived again at the place where I fainted yesterday afternoon. I was already in front of the door of the room yesterday, and Akeno herself was ready to open the door. Check. Akeno walked into the room, and so did I. But even so, I'm actually very lazy when it comes to getting into trouble. Ohayo, Mina. I deliberately said hello to lighten the atmosphere. But it seems like no one answered my greeting. How rude. I looked ahead, and again all eyes were staring intently at me. I looked at the sofa to my left. There were the two people who attacked me yesterday, and it seemed like they both really hated me. So, Akeno, how is she? The red-haired girl continued to stare intently at me. Fufufufu. Era, he's very polite. I also felt sweet dropped when I heard an answer that seemed like it was made into a joke like that. Before you enter school, I will test you first. You will fight Kiba and Koneko again. No need to bother. I don't want to go into that place called school, that place is too scary. I muttered at the end of my sentence. I insist. I could hear the red-haired girl saying her words in a threatening tone. Okay. And I feel like this bad luck will never end. In the backyard of the building. Okay. Now I'll be serious. Me too. I can hear two people of different genders in front of me want to be serious. The young man with short blonde hair, known as Kiba, took out his sword again from nothing, and the small girl remained empty-handed. Before the test started, I turned to the red-haired girl. Is it okay to use a weapon? I asked the girl. If you have one, go ahead. I then rolled up the shirt on my left arm. After the sleeve was on my shoulder, I could see a circle image with a unique black engraving. I took a bite. My right thumb bled, and then I smeared the blood on the picture. A bluish light appeared from the image, and then a sword emerged with a blue scabbard and a green hilt. I immediately pulled it from my arm, and the blue light disappeared. Yukianessa, who was in my right hand, I moved to my left hand. I lowered my sleeves again, and I was ready. I am done. I glared at my two opponents. Okay, the match is. Only about 10 minutes before the bell rings. Start. Kiba immediately ran to attack me with the sword in his right hand. I know that Kiba is superior in terms of speed, but I could still see his movements very clearly. Moment was near me. Kiba tried to stab me from the front, but with perfect reflexes I managed to duck. But what I didn't expect, the small girl called Koneko appeared behind Kiba and tried to hit me. I could only jump backwards to avoid it. After landing perfectly, I put Yukianessa on my back. Now it's my turn. Hermes active, and then, a pair of gold-colored shoes with wings stretching backwards was placed on my feet. 10 seconds. With the speed of light like a Hiraishin, I dashed towards my opponent to hit them. When I was in front of Koneko, who was shocked, I reluctantly hit her face with a little force. Bwag GHH, and Koneko was immediately thrown backwards. 9 seconds. Kiba, who saw that, didn't remain silent. He attacked me again with his sword in a vertical movement. But before I got hit by the slash, I dodged slightly to the left and jumped behind Kiba. 8 seconds. I could see, Kiba's eyes were wide again in disbelief. I appeared right behind Kiba with a straight face. And I saw Kiba's body petrified on the spot. 7 seconds. Sorry Kiba, I have to do this. Kiba looked at me with a shocked face, and I immediately hit him on the back of the neck. Buck. And Kiba fainted again. His sword automatically disappeared. 6 seconds. I won't give up. I heard Koneko's voice behind me. I turned around, and I could see Koneko trying to stand up again. 5 seconds. With lightning speed, I ran towards Koneko and stopped right in front of her. With the difference in height, I squatted down to look at his face. 4 seconds. With a straight face, I looked into his eyes, which were full of hatred towards me. 3 seconds. Then I smiled sincerely at him, and placed my right hand on the top of his head. 2 seconds. I could see, Koneko was stunned when she saw my face. And his eyes widened a little. 1 second. I won't hurt you anymore, Koneko-chan. So, don't force yourself to fight against me, okay? Time's up. I could feel that Hermes had disappeared from my feet. I stood up, leaving Koneko, who was blushing profusely. I walked towards the red-haired girl and Akeno, who had been there, watching us. I also didn't forget to put the unused Yukianessa back into my left arm. So how? I asked the red-haired girl. The girl didn't answer me, and instead she threw a package at me. I quickly caught the package, then looked back at the girl. Hurry up and change your clothes, because you are going to school. Tick, tick, tick. What? Time skip. Knock, knock, knock. Just a moment. I heard a sound from inside the room I was about to enter. SREKK. The door in front of me opened, and I saw a middle-aged man whose hair was half gone. Sorry, what do you need? The person asked me. Sorry if I disturbed you, I'm a new student here. I answered as politely as possible. Oh, so you are Namikaze-san. That person turned out to be friendly too. Yeah right, I'm Naruto Namikaze. I bowed slightly. Then wait here a moment. Okay. And the man went back into the room, leaving me alone outside. How cruel. Okay children, today we will have a new student. Please come in, Namikaze-san. After hearing that, I walked in, and as I entered, I could hear the whispers of the devil, which disturbed me a little. Wow, handsome, so handsome. His hair is like Kiba-kun. His face is very cool. And that's an example. I was now standing facing all the students there. With a flat face, I was actually a little lazy. Okay Namikaze-san, please introduce yourself. I nodded. Introduce me, my name is Naruto Namikaze. Nice to meet you. And I smiled, but that was a fatal mistake I made. Kya, Kaya, Kaya, his smile is so sweet. Brakkk. All shut up. Well, Namikaze-san, you sit in the corner over there. Okay, sensei. And I walked towards the bench pointed at by my teacher boredly. But I still wore my straight face. What will happen to me in the future? Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Naruto Pav. I can't believe it, I've been living my life in this world for 1 week. All my memories have returned, and I felt sad because I failed to create peace in my home world. But I thank you, who have given a second life for me, and now my goal is to return to creating peace in this world. But why did Akeno tell me to come to that old building? Is there something? And surely there will be an explanation about this later. I looked at my watch and it was already 11 o'clock p.m. and the streets were starting to become quiet, only the street lights were still faithfully in place. I have to focus now, until it's all over. I thought, why don't I just fly to that old building? That's more efficient than walking. Like before, my stupid illness came at the wrong time. With one moment of concentration, I managed to bring out all 6 of my feathered wings. For a moment, I looked at the night sky which seemed bright to my eyes, and with one beat of my wings, I managed to fight the gravity of this earth. And I flew as quickly as possible to my destination. A few moments later, that's it, I finally arrived at the building. I immediately went down and entered the building. I still remember the first time I entered this building, an incident that I can't forget. I opened the door to the room usually used for gatherings, and after opening it, I could see that everyone had gathered. Rias, Akeno, Koneko, Kiba, and Issei have gathered to wait for me, probably. Actually, what do you need? And after I said that, everyone looked at me. No, it's nothing. It's just that I want to invite you to hunt wild demons or what are usually called monsters. Do you want to come along? Rias asked me. I put on a thinking face. Hunting monsters. Seems interesting. Fine, I'll join. But I just want to see. I'm in a bad mood. Okay, let's go now. Rias stood up from her throne and walked to a large area to teleport. I just followed him at a lazy pace. Indeed, today I am in an uncompromising mood. The reason is because this morning I was punished by the teacher when I forgot to bring my homework. Even though I'm relatively smart, sometimes my laziness can recur. Even though I've only been at school for 1 week, I already understand all the subjects. For some reason, it seems like my brain is truly a genius, ha 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 ha. I finished my daydream. When the teleportation process was about to start, a magic circle began to appear beneath me, and I felt like my body was being sucked in by a dimensional hole. I closed my eyes too, waiting for the process, and when I opened my eyes again, I was no longer at the meeting place. I now assume that I am in a factory, more precisely a former factory. I can see large warehouses located in various places. Maybe this factory area is around 3 hectares. But even though it is very large, there is not a single light here. A very suitable place for monsters to hide. Okay, because this area is very wide, we will split up. Just to be safe, you will pair up, me and Issei. Naruto with Akeno, and Kiba with Koneko. Each of us will head north, east, and west. And if you find the presence of the monster, explode an object to signal it. Rias, who was in front of me, gave the order. After that, Akeno immediately grabbed my left hand and pulled it. Hey, no need to pull. It's your own fault you're stunned, Naruto-san. Finally Akeno let go of my hand. Just call me Naruto. After all, I've been living in your apartment for a week. Akeno smiled. Okay, Naruto-kun. Whatever. What does the monster look like? Her shape is similar to me, woman, and she is naked. What? Naked? On a cold night like this? Akeno stopped walking, then turned around and looked at me irritably. Did you forget that we are devils? No matter how cold it is, devils can survive. Yes, I understand, Akeno-sensei. I scoffed. Akeno turned around angrily. Whatever. Hey, wait, so chased Akeno, who was walking away from me. What a very cruel girl. It's been a few minutes since Akeno and I walked along the eastern area, but I didn't feel anyone's presence at all except Akeno, who was behind me. And now I'm right at the last warehouse on the east line. Kriekk. I didn't see anything in this warehouse, only piles of old iron. I tried searching the entire room, and the result, still nothing, nothing the same. Once, I turned to Akeno, who was on my right, then I shook my head. I closed the warehouse door slowly. KlonTang. I heard the sound of iron falling in the warehouse in front of me. I didn't close the door. I opened the door wide again and looked at the whole room again. In the right corner of the room there was iron that had fallen earlier. I tried to sharpen my vision and I could see that in the gap between the stacked iron there was a foot. Yes. There's no mistaking it, it's a foot. I looked back at Akeno and then nodded. I saw Akeno walking away from me and pointing towards the sky. From her finger a yellow lightning appeared that shot towards the sky, and I knew that it was a marker. Normal POV. Tap. 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 Akeno-san, what's wrong? Asked Issei, who was already at Naruto and Akeno's place. The monster is here, Akeno answered. What does it look like? Issei asked. Never mind. Don't ask too many questions. We'll find out in a moment, said Naruto, who felt annoyed. Issei immediately glared in annoyance. Hey blonde, I'm not talking to you. Issei shouted. Hey, I'm blonde too. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and speaking it was Kiba. Shut up, you handsome guy, Issei said while pointing at Kiba. Never mind, now we will face monsters. So, prepare yourself, Issei. Rias said while looking at Issei with a gentle gaze. Okay, Bocho, and as for you Naruto, I hope you can help. I told you that I'm lazy, I just want to see your cooperation skills. Naruto grinned. That reminds me of Kakashi-sensei. Naruto thought. Yeah, fine, it's up to you. And don't regret it if you don't join in the fun. And then Rias opened the warehouse door. Kriek. Tap. 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 All the teenagers entered the dark and dusty warehouse. And the leader stopped walking when he saw a girl with short brown hair, with red irises hiding in the right corner of the room, and what was even more surprising was, he was naked. Hey Issei, can you not scream? Said Naruto, who unfortunately was right next to Issei. Urusei, don't you see, a beautiful work of art is clearly displayed in front of you. Work of art? Naruto asked with a drop glance. Issei's left hand was immediately wrapped around Naruto's neck. Yes, you're right, friend. All the beautiful women in this world are works of art that have been successfully created. And it would be more perfect if they could all have beautiful oppi. And that was the dream that Naruto heard from the mouth of a pervert. Naruto sighed. It's up to you. Please, don't hurt me, said the brown-haired girl. Huaahh, her voice sounds so sweet. Issei shouted again. Thud. Hey, what's wrong with you all? Asked Naruto, who saw Rias, Akeno, and Koneko fall to their knees. That was the sound of a mermaid, a sound that can weaken the power of a demon. But it has no effect on you guys. Have a sacred gear, Rias answered. Be Bocho. Ha. That's right, demons are weak. And you will end up here. And the brown-haired girl had transformed into a monster with two sheep's horns wrapped around her head, and wings in the form of bones on her back. Hyodo-kun, we have to buy time for the others so they recover. And I hope someone can help in this time. Like this. Kiba glanced at Naruto, who still had a flat expression. Come on, Kiba, hump. Kiba nodded. Then the two teenagers too. Running to attack the mermaid, the demon's pseudonym, Kiba immediately took out his sword from nothing. With his incredible speed, Kiba was immediately behind the mermaid. Kiba prepared to slash his sword horizontally. Mariung looked back with a grin on her lips. You die, Trank. What? Ha. Your toy isn't enough to hurt me. These wings are really hard. Feel this. Duck. WUSSHH Klontank. And Kiba flew into a pile of iron after being hit by a kick from a mermaid. Tap. 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 Feel this. Hiya. Issei shouted, who tried to hit the mermaid. Mermaid easily dodged Issei's blow. Then mermaid kicked Issei towards Kiba. Klontank. Ha. You weak devil. And now there's only one left. The mermaid turned to Naruto, who stared at him sharply. Hey, Don't keep looking down on other people. It could be bad luck for you. Naruto said calmly. Tisk. Don't be arrogant. And the mermaid immediately flew towards Naruto. Hey, it's easy to get emotional. Naruto muttered. Hermes active. The mermaid who was near Naruto immediately took out a bone from his hand. The bone extended towards Naruto, trying to impale him. With Hermes attached to Naruto's feet, he managed to avoid the mermaid's attack by running to the left. The mermaid's eyes widened. What? 10 seconds. I told you, don't underestimate someone all the time, said Naruto who was behind the mermaid. The mermaid grinned meaninglessly at Naruto. Hey, looks like I'll have to use this. Then a purple magic circle appeared to Do-young's right. In the magic circle, a long sickle appeared with a purple pattern on the body of the scythe. The weapon is similar to the Grim Reaper in the Lost Saga. Reaper scythe active. So now you use your weapon. So can I. And then Naruto raised his left hand. Venom claws active. And the real battle has just begun. 9 seconds. Let's do this fight, said Naruto who was ready with a giant purple claw weapon in his left hand. You are too arrogant, brat. The mermaid darted towards Naruto with his giant scythe full of killing aura. Once in front of Naruto, the mermaid slashed his scythe in a horizontal motion, trying to cut Naruto's body in half. Meanwhile, Naruto did not remain silent. Naruto blocked the mermaid's attack with his venom. Trankk. 8 seconds. Hey, it turns out your weapon is strong too. Mermaid said dismissively. Naruto just kept quiet and looked at mermaid flatly. Weak. Naruto muttered. The mermaid jumped back to keep her distance. Then the mermaid opened her mouth. A purple ball of light appeared which grew bigger and bigger. 7 seconds. Naruto looked back to see the condition of Rias CS who was still not standing up. Damn. He cursed softly. Then Naruto glared at the mermaid. Double venom claws active, and the mermaid fired a magic ball the size of a volleyball at Naruto. Naruto himself didn't remain silent. He immediately crossed his two venoms to block the mermaid's attack. DUARR. An explosion occurred when the magic ball touched venom. The thick smoke blocked the view of the two teenagers who were fighting, until finally. CRAASS. UEEGGGHHH. The mermaid immediately vomited a lot of blood for some reason. And when the thick smoke disappeared, Naruto was seen stabbing the venom in his left hand into the mermaid's stomach. 6 seconds. Why you? You have injured my friends, and now the punishment is for you, you savage monster. And then Naruto gathered a magic ball in his right hand which no longer had venom on it. The green magic ball grew bigger until it was the size of a baseball. This is the end of your story. Oh monster, feel the Rasengan. Naruto smashed his magic ball right into the mermaid's face, causing the mermaid's head to explode. Hermes deactivated. Naruto then walked towards Kiba and Issei who had been silent and didn't move from the pile of iron that fell on them. Hey, you guys didn't actually faint, did you? Asked Naruto. Issei immediately stood up from the pile of iron. Wow. That was really cool Naruto. I almost can't believe that you could beat him. Issei said with amazed eyes. Is it true what you said about, you've hurt my friends, Naruto-san? Asked Kiba who also stood up. Just take care of it, just take care of your leader. I want to go home now. Naruto left Kiba and Issei, but when he was far away, Naruto smiled sincerely. Friend, huh? Thought Naruto. Naruto walked over to Akeno who was still sitting. Once beside her, he crouched down to see Akeno's condition. How are you? Asked Naruto who was holding Akeno's right shoulder. Akeno turned her head and smiled fakely. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Naruto smacked Akeno's head. Itai, why did you smack my head? Well, now you're injured, right? So it's best if I carry you home, said Naruto who smiled with satisfaction. You selfish bastard, Akeno muttered while pursing her lips. What are you talking about? Eeeeedo, it's nothing. Akeno answered confusedly. Naruto, who heard Akeno's answer, just nodded. Then Naruto immediately took Akeno into a bridal-style position, and it turned out that Akeno was just silent. Naruto walked towards the exit of the warehouse. And after being outside, Naruto looked back at Rias CS. Well everyone, I'll say goodbye first. John A. Naruto then turned his position towards the front again. With one moment of concentration, he took out all 6 of his wings. Harry, that's right. W wings, fallen angels. Rias CS was shocked to see the difference in Naruto's wings. With Naruto himself, he had gone to Akeno's apartment by flying freely. And without Naruto realizing, someone was watching him as he flew. He's an interesting kid. A kid who has the long-lost sword of God, Yukianessa, said the figure. To the next day, 2 teenagers were seen walking in a certain direction. Wearing the same uniform, the 2 of them walked hand in hand. It was them, Naruto and Akeno. My body is really sore, because of the fight last night. Naruto complained with a flat face. Sorry, Naruto-kun. We all didn't know that yesterday was a Class A monster, let alone that it had the power to paralyze demons. Akeno looked down guiltily. Plukk. A hand patted the top of Akeno's head. Akeno lifted her face and turned to Naruto, who was smiling at her. Never mind. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. Besides, he's quite a monster. Naruto then pulled his hand back from Akeno's head. Thank you, Naruto-kun. What for? Akeno shook her head. It's nothing. And the 2 of them walked towards their school. And when they got close to school, many students stared at the 2 of them in awe. Akeno Oni-sama is so amazing. Please be my girlfriend. Just be my girlfriend. Just me. No, just me. And that's an example of several students who tried to apply to Akeno. Meanwhile, Naruto, who saw that, felt a little irritated, and it could be seen from the angle of his view. Naruto immediately left Akeno alone. While walking to his class, Naruto saw a girl being surrounded by 3 students. Naruto immediately approached him. Hey, what's going on? The 3 students looked back, and when they found out who was interrupting their event, they were shocked. Naruto. Senpai. Yes, it's me, Naruto. And what are you doing? Why are you surrounding an innocent girl? Asked Naruto with a flat face. And nothing. Okay, we'll go. We'll leave. And the 3 students immediately left the girl student alone. What about those kids? Naruto muttered. Thank you, muttered the girl. But Naruto could still hear his muttering. Oh yes, you're welcome. So, and before Naruto could continue his words, the girl immediately ran away from Naruto. Hey, wait. What's wrong with kids nowadays? Naruto took a deep breath. But that girl has a strange aura, especially since she has a scary doll. Naruto's mind investigated. Then, Naruto started walking back to his class when the bell rang. And everything goes as usual. Home from school. Finally, I am now free to do anything. Maybe I have to look for part-time work to earn income. Fine, I will look for a job. Naruto said to himself. But when Naruto walked towards the cafe 500 meters in front of him, he saw Issei helping a blonde girl who had fallen. And for some reason Naruto's feelings changed when he saw the girl's cross necklace. And after that, Naruto ignored this. He walked back to the cafe, the place he was targeting to get a job. After arriving, Naruto immediately entered the cafe. Excuse me. A female servant turned towards the door. Welcome. Naruto-senpai. The servant girl shouted when she saw Naruto coming. Senpai, do you go to school at Kuo Gakuen? The dark blue-haired girl nodded. Nay, senpai, is there anything you want to order? Asked the girl. No. It's just that. I want to apply for a job here, is that okay? The girl nodded enthusiastically. Of course I'll let you. And Naruto started to get confused. So you own this cafe? The girl shook her head. No, this is a cafe owned by my parents. Now it was given to me, because people are currently working abroad. So, I was told to look after this cafe. Alone. The girl nodded. So, when will senpai work here? Regarding payment, don't worry, I'll give you enough for a month's allowance. The girl's eyes sparkled. Okay, I'll work here starting tomorrow. And I want to know what your name is. My name is Mai Riku. In the evening knock. Naruto-kun, are you in there? Yeah. Wait a moment. Naruto immediately walked unsteadily towards the apartment entrance. CKLEK. What's wrong? Looks like something happened. asked Naruto, who was right in front of Akeno. Akeno shook her head. No, it's just. I want to go home quickly. Why? It doesn't matter. Akeno answered carelessly. It's just, I want to be alone with you. He added. Oh, okay. Let's have dinner. I've made miso ramen for us. Naruto walked towards the kitchen to get the ramen. Okay, I'll take a shower first. After that, I'll eat. Akeno said with a little shout. I'll wait in the dining room. And Naruto's voice echoed. And that night, it went as usual. The next day after school, at the unseen science building. It seemed like everyone in the room was arguing. But there was only one person sitting quietly, reading a history book. Issei, you still shouldn't approach that church girl. But Bocho, I can't let her be with that bastard Freed. Still, you shouldn't approach him. If you do that, you'll be giving a challenge to the church. Ha! If that's what you all want, I'll excuse myself. And Issei left the room with mounting annoyance. Rias immediately crossed her arms. He's very stubborn. But I like his determination. Rias smiled. He'll come back here, right? All the teenagers there turned to Naruto, who got up from his seat. Rias smiled again. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Naruto. And if he comes back here, I order you to help him. Hey, Bocho, everyone said in unison, except Naruto. I can't do that, I'm going to work today. Naruto started walking towards the exit. Didn't I take care of all your needs? Why are you still working? Rias asked when Naruto was right in front of the door. You know, I'd rather spend my hard-earned money than spend other people's money. John A. And Naruto left the room. Rias turned to Akeno with a smile. Apparently, you have a mature lover, huh, Akeno? Akeno was a little surprised, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Era. The chairman can do it. And without realizing it, Koneko looked at Akeno with annoyance. With Naruto at my cafe. Should I wear this? Of course, senpai. You have to wear this, and also, you have to look handsome. Isn't this too flashy for me? This has become standard for working in a cafe, senpai. Huh? Okay, I'll wear this maid outfit. And Mai won the argument about wearing maid clothes. Mai Riku is a teenage girl with long, half-back dark blue hair, golden yellow irises, and flawless white skin. And her hair is tied like a ponytail. In front of her, she had bangs to cover her forehead. With the maid uniform she was wearing, she looked very, very cute. And after a few minutes, Naruto finally came out. He also put on a nervous face when he was in front of Mai. Ito, how do I look? Mai's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, you really look good in that maid outfit, senpai. Okay then, what is my task today? Your task is to attract girls to come here. What? To be continued. ... No, just kidding. Hi. Naruto immediately released his fiery determination. Okay then, I will do the job you asked, Boss Mai. With enthusiastic steps and a straight face, Naruto headed straight for the front door. And when he was in front of the cafe, Naruto sighed. Okay, time to get to work. And right after saying that, two women were seen walking on the road. Naruto didn't waste the opportunity. Hey ladies, would you two like to drink tea at this cafe? Said Naruto, wearing a cool playboy look. Kyyaa. So handling, shouted the two women. Quickly, the two women went straight into the cafe. Naruto took a deep breath, then he entered the cafe to serve the two girls. And unexpectedly, it turned out that afternoon it was immediately visited by many customers. And the average customer there is women. In the afternoon. I didn't expect that after I was promoted, it would immediately become like that. I thought the impact would be gradual. This is all thanks to senpai, and also senpai's good looks of course. Mai's sly eyes were visible. Naruto stood up from his chair. Okay, I'll go home now. John A. And Naruto left the cafe. Naruto walked calmly towards Akeno's apartment. Then, Issei was seen running towards her. Issei stopped running after being right in front of Naruto. Hosh. Naruto, please help me. What for? Asked Naruto with a flat face. Please help me save Asia. Issei answered. Sorry, I can't help you. I'm very tired after work, and I want to sleep quickly. Please, Just this once. Issei bent 90 degrees. I told you, I can't help you. It's better if you go to the meeting hall to ask for help. But, never mind, just follow my wishes. And Naruto walked away, leaving Issei stunned. And finally, Issei ran back. At apartment. Tadaima. Click. Akeno. Akeno. Naruto took off his shoes. It's cool that Akeno isn't home yet. Naruto then checked the living room. Apparently, there was a letter placed on the table. Naruto immediately took it, then read it. For Naruto-kun, after you read this letter, go to the forest next to the church as soon as possible tonight. Signed Akeno. Naruto sighed. What's the matter? I thought my life would be peaceful in this world, but it turned out to be the opposite. An endless misfortune. And Naruto went to the bathroom to carry out the ritual. Time skip at 11 p.m. Too bad, it turns out I fell asleep earlier. Naruto said to himself. But, what actually happened? Did they intend to attack the church? Thought Naruto. Naruto immediately took out his 6 feathered wings. However, there are changes to Naruto's wings. The wings, which were previously black, are now slowly turning orange, with a slight aura of fire around them. Naruto, who realized this, was shocked. What happened to my wings? That's my effect, kid. Has the effect of the fallen angel you eaten worn off? And now, this fire aura is coming from you, Kurama. That's absolutely right, kid, and that aura will have an effect on your flying speed. And also, that aura can protect you from any attacks. Except attacks at level A and above. I now understand what your next goal is. You can be my armor, right, Kurama? Yeah, I would be happy to do that. Only, if you want to do it. One day, I will definitely use it, Kurama. And now, I will go first, Kurama. And Naruto too, waved his 6 wings at the same time. For a moment, he looked at the city below him evenly. Naruto then refocused on his goal, looking at the direction of the church. He immediately shot off at the speed of the wind. And, wait for the continuation in the next chapter. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. What do you think about this chapter? Are there still typos, or is it lacking? That's up to you to decide. And this chapter, I've made it a little longer than that before. So, if you still want more time, are you willing to wait? Sometimes perhaps, some readers can wait, some can't. And that's your decision, so, what? I would like to thank readers who review or not. For me, reviewing is not an obligation for readers who read. And I myself will be happy if all readers could be satisfied with my bad work. And to reply to reviews, sorry, I still can't reply. The problem is, there is still work piled up on my work desk. So sorry again. Okay, that's it for now. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 6. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto X. Warning. OC. New dimension. Typo. SKS system. Speed a day. Naruto character from fanfic. Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 6. Revenge is back. A reddish light was visible in the middle of the vast night sky. A light created a tail behind it. The fiery aura could still be seen even from afar. Naruto Pav. It turns out that Kurama's words are never lies. I glanced at my 6 wings a little. I think they're pretty good too. Kurama's aura is amazing. Maybe with this kind of speed I can win against a jet. I can see, the distance to the church is close. But my goal was not the church, but the forest beside the church. But where are Rias and Akeno? I sharpened my vision again, and apparently, I saw it. Without thinking any more, I immediately dived down. Tap. I landed perfectly, and it turned out that apart from Rias and Akeno, there was also another girl. She's a strange girl in my opinion. From her posture I can judge that she's still a child. Moreover, clothes that are like cosplay don't add a cute impression at all. Yeah, there's someone else. Maybe this will be a very lively party. But before that, Let me introduce myself, my name is Angel Matelt, he said. Era, you're so polite foo. I was. A little sweet dropped when I saw Akeno's response. So, only the three of you came here? Asked the girl with a cheerful face. I also lost my wings. Taking a step forward, I also wanted to talk. So, what are you going to do after this? Boy, I grinned slightly. Hey, who are you calling a kid huh? You need to know that I'm actually 18 years old. Matelt shouted irritably. Hearing the answer from that little mouth, I felt like laughing. But I won't do that under circumstances like this, and your face is not older than mine, brat. The blonde girl jumped up and down in annoyance. Come out, Kalawana, Donasiege. After the strange girl spoke. Then a dimensional hole appeared made of aurora. From the dimensional hole 2 fallen angels came out. One of the Daidenshi that came out of that dimension, I've seen it. The man with the detective hat was one of the fallen angels who had stabbed Issei. But, luckily I didn't come out of hiding when the man stabbed Issei. And maybe, he didn't realize it. Who? We meet again. Princess of the Grimoire clan. The man spoke, while releasing his intense killing. I didn't remain silent, I also released half of my intense killing. And when I took it out, the leaves around me crystallized a little. The hat-wearing man in front of me stepped back once. This aura, the aura of a top-level demon. Era, you're exaggerating Naruto-kun. I just glanced at Akeno with my flat face. I turned back to the 3 Daidenshi in front of me. Okay, now I will punish you. Venom claws active, normal POV. Naruto then ran to attack the 3 Daidenshi. Sensing that they were in danger, the 3 Daidenshi immediately made spears. Different colored light. Quickly, the 3 Daidenshi threw their spears at Naruto. Naruto just stared flatly at the 3 spears aiming at him. When the spear was within a distance of approximately 1 meter, Naruto easily destroyed the spear. With one blow from his venom, the spear that was aiming at him immediately disappeared. The 3 Daidenshi were surprised by Naruto's strength. How could it not be, if just one spear of light could destroy a house, let alone 3? That was the question that was created in each Daidenshi's mind. Naruto, who continued running, ignored the shock of the 3 Daidenshi. He immediately looked at the hat-wearing man, and decided that the man was his target. The distance between Naruto and the man was getting thinner, until finally Naruto thrust his venom very deeply into Donasiga's stomach. Uueeggh. In a split second, the male Daidenshi's mouth spat out a lot of blood. Until a little blood splattered onto Naruto's face. It turns out a Daidenshi also has blood. Donasiege looked at Naruto with a sharp gaze, wanting to kill, angry, annoyed, and in pain. Then, don't worry, my weapon can suck any amount of blood, so you don't need to worry if you run out of your dirty blood. Blarr. Naruto turned his gaze to the left, and the first thing he saw was scattered black feathers. The man's Daidenshi's eyes suddenly widened. He knew that his 2 colleagues had been killed. Now, it's your turn to die. Donasiege looked back at Naruto in disbelief. And a green magic ball slowly formed in Naruto's right hand. The magic ball grew to the size of a soccer ball. Naruto raised his hand which already contained the magic ball. Looking levelly at his enemy he said, "Any last words?" Donasiege looked down. "No. Good, and goodbye, Odama Rasengan." And Naruto slammed his magic into Donasiga's head until it shattered. Blood spurted everywhere, and the one who was more affected was Naruto. Naruto threw Donasiga's corpse carelessly, and could only stare flatly at the angel's corpse. Era, you are very sadistic Naruto-kun. You two look at Issei, I'll check on Kiba and Koneko's condition. Akeno and Rias nodded, then they both moved by teleport. And Naruto himself ran towards the back of the church to look for another way, blaming himself for still not being perfect at mastering magic. Naruto had arrived at the back door of the church, and it turned out that there were several priests guarding the door. Not wanting to waste time, Naruto beat the priest straight away. With bare hands. Brack. With one stomp of his foot, Naruto broke open the door very hard. He entered slowly into the dark room, and Naruto realized that it was a warehouse. Stand in the middle, room. Naruto tried to sharpen his senses deeper. Trank. Naruto faintly heard the sound of swords clashing. Naruto squatted down and placed his right palm on the floor of the room, where he felt a vibration. Quite a lot of vibration. Raised the hand that was made to feel the vibration. Making a fairly large fist, it quickly hit the wooden floor. Goobrak. All the priests in the room looked back. Kiba and Koneko also fell silent when they saw debris coming from above them. A thin layer of smoke enveloped the rubble, and a shadowy figure could be seen rising from it. When the smoke started to clear, Naruto's figure was seen there. Naruto-san, Kiba and Koneko said together. But Naruto just remained silent and didn't say anything. His gaze, which was usually flat but warm, now turned cold. You two, get out of here immediately. I'll deal with them all. His tone became flat or not. As usual, Kiba and Koneko looked at each other for a moment, and then they nodded. The two of T.H.M. ran away, leaving Naruto, who was surrounded by dozens of priests, but Naruto's gaze remained unchanged, cold and flat. Tearing off the left sleeve of his shirt. And you can see a blue magic circle on his upper arm. Naruto bit his thumb slightly. His right hand until it bled, smearing the blood right on the magic circle on his arm. The magic circle expanded, and from the blue magic circle a blue sword appeared. Naruto pulled the hilt of the sword out. All the priests were petrified. They are priests, and priest is a term for people who have mastered a religion. And religion is a belief in learning everything from God. And that's what made the priests stony silent, seeing a sword that was said to have been used by God. A sword that could freeze anything, even if it was the heat of hellfire. The gazes of all the priests began to change. Gazes of disbelief, amazement and fear. Fear of their imminent death. You guys, the tone of voice was like a trumpet that sounded to the ears. You have exceeded your limits. As believers, and it's time for you to be punished. Naruto slowly removed the sword from the sheath, and a very bright light came out of the sword sheath. No, second life, sadness, that is the right word to describe the current situation. Successfully eliminated a fallen angel who had acted out of bounds and harmed the demons in his area. Managed to kill all the pagan priests. Conspired with heretical Daidenshi, but only one escaped. But that success does not result in happiness. But what results is only sadness. I failed. I failed. I failed. Those words repeatedly came out of the mouth of a brown-haired teenager who was kneeling and crying for a girl. I failed, because I was too weak. Too weak to protect the people I love, damn it. Issei continued to curse himself. And occasionally cursed. Everyone there showed expressions of extreme sadness. Except for a young man with spiky yellow hair who was crossing his chest and leaning against a wall behind all the members of the magical club. Seeing the incident in front of him, reminded him of his past. The past when he lost someone who was gone forever, made him feel guilty all his life for not being able to protect him. Someone who had been his reason for living in the before world. A place to express feelings of happiness, sadness, and others. The place is to feel a very happy emotion, which is called love. He is Haku. Remembering for a moment about his past made Naruto a little dark. With that cold gaze, Naruto walked past everyone in front of him. Akeno, who saw Naruto walking away, asked, Naruto-kun, where are you going? Without turning around, and continuing to walk towards the door, Naruto answered. I want to go home and sleep. His tone was still the same, flat and cold. Akeno looked worriedly. Naruto-kun, she muttered with her face lowered. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, I really love you. Sayonara, arigato. Haku, Haku, Haku. Damn, that memory haunts me. Previously, Naruto had arrived at Akeno's apartment. After entering, Naruto went to freshen up. Then Naruto got dressed and went straight to bed. After several hours of sleep, Naruto woke up again from his dream. His nightmare. After remembering the incident once again, Naruto began to look down with his right hand holding his head, more precisely holding his forehead. That memory was one of the worst things Naruto could remember. The death of someone you love, care for is what can make you depressed, and if you can't fight it, you can go crazy. Naruto took a deep breath to relieve the tiredness in his head. Naruto looked around the living room, and what he wanted to see first was the clock. At 3 a.m., there were still 4 hours left of school. Naruto then got up from the sofa he had made for sleeping. walked towards the window which was covered by blue curtains, opened the curtain and saw his slightly transparent reflection in the glass. He saw a pair of eyes. The same eyes as last night, flat and cold. And that gaze has now been replaced with a gaze of hatred, hatred towards himself. It's just that if he were still alive, it might be a look of hatred. This could disappear. But that is no longer possible, and an impossible thing. He closed his eyes again to try to calm his frantic mind. Naruto-kun. And what came to mind was the figure of a girl with a smile dripping with blood. His eyes opened again, and his hatred was increasing. Without realizing it, his right hand made a fist, and he smashed that fist towards the innocent window. Prankk. What's wrong? HMPP. The apartment owner's words stopped when he saw a gaze full of hatred. And the owner of the eyes is not aware of his actions. If he is too mired in hatred, he will awaken the eyes again. Second life. So that's the story, Bocho. For some reason, his gaze was so scary and also looked sad. Akeno looked down and put on a sad face. So this morning you experienced something bad, Akeno. Maybe Naruto has a problem that we can't solve. Interfere. Rias. Gaze turned serious. Moreover, at exactly midnight last night, I was visited by Griffia. She told me about the matchmaking. And a white magic circle appeared in front of the two of them. From the magic circle, a beautiful silver-haired woman dressed in a blue maid came out. The timing was perfect when you came here, Griffia, said Rias, who walked to sit in her usual seat. I want to give you the news that soon Riser Phoenix-sama will be here. Griffia said. CKLEK. Good afternoon everyone. From the open door, entered Issei, Hiba, Koneko, and Naruto. They walked towards the chairs provided, and it turned out that after Naruto entered, Akeno secretly looked at him worriedly. Naruto sat right to the left of Griffia, who was standing. He took out a small book from his pocket and read it with a cold, flat face. A few minutes later, an orange AGIC circle appeared on the floor where Rias CS teleported. A large flame came out of the magic circle, and after the fire disappeared, a man with yellow, chicken head hair and a red tuxedo without a tie appeared. It's been a long time since I came to the human world. Wow, the tea made by Queen Rias is always delicious. Akeno bowed. Thank you. Naruto, who heard the man's praise and teasing, felt like he wanted to get angry. Remembering that this morning he had remembered forbidden things, and now he met someone who he thought was too arrogant, making Naruto want to finish him off immediately. The gaze from the man in front of him reminded him of a figure who might already be alive. Happy. In his home world. Madara. That gaze that showed extremely high arrogance, and boundless arrogance, made Naruto have to hold back his anger even longer. If only this was a fighting area, maybe Naruto would have finished him off earlier. Hiding his true emotions from the outside world, Naruto continued to read his history book with a straight face. So this is the only slave you have, Rias? If I say yes, why? And Razor snapped his fingers. CTIKK. A magic circle that was larger in size appeared again. The incident when Razor appeared was repeated. These are all my slaves. There are 15 in total, so they are complete. Ha ha ha. Whoa. They are all beautiful girls. You really are a real man. Who? Shouted Issei and cried anime style afterwards. Hey Rias, why is your slave crying? Rias looked at Issei. His dream is to become a harem king. Rias answered. Oh. So that's how it is. Ubeluna. Oh. A woman with long purple hair and a face made up in a mess came forward when her master called her name. And when they were about to kiss, a sword with a blue sheath was put around the front of Riser's neck. If you continue your depraved actions here, then I will be forced to unseal this sword. That intimidating remark felt like a trumpet of death. And for some reason, for the first time a sweat slid down Riser's right cheek. With that, Razor told his slaves to return to their original places. Naruto removed his sword from Riser's neck, and his cold gaze turned even colder. Naruto, muttered Rias. Naruto heard Rias's muttering. He slowly glanced at Rias, who was behind him. From the left, Rias jumped a little when she saw Naruto's gaze. There was no more warmth and nothing more. Everything looked cold and empty. So dear Rias, when exactly will we start our engagement? Rias turned her gaze to Riser. Don't talk nonsense, I will never agree to be your fiancé. Rias answered irritably. Who, and what did you cancel it with? I will challenge you and beat you in the rating game. And a decision has been made. To be continued. A.N. Yash, what's the story? Interesting. Or what? Well, once again the author will ask, whether. Is there a difference between this chapter and the previous chapters? And if there is a difference, which one is better? This chapter or the previous one? Well, the author is waiting for answers from all readers. Because in this chapter, the author slightly changed his language. And maybe, starting this chapter, Naruto will be a little darker than usual. And if you look carefully, you will find a fact that will appear in the next chapter. And if you find it, think for yourself, ha 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 ha. Sorry if there are any errors in words, character names or anything else. Because basically this author is still a beginner and still needs to learn a lot more. Okay, that's it for now. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 7. A.N. Yash. In this chapter I want to suggest downloading the song as BGM in the battle that will occur in the following chapters. So you don't panic, download it. Start now. The options. Avenged Sevenfold. Danger Line. Peter Pan. And Gone. Nano. Silence. That's all, please read. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto and Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto X. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS System. Speed a day Naruto character from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Mo. Ved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 7. The Eye Curse has returned. Sunlig. HT began to appear on the eastern horizon. Come to illuminate the intricacies of the earth that has been eroded by the darkness of night, a beginning of the day that will be lived. Everyone woke up, didn't they? Wasting their time just enjoying the fresh morning air. Hurriedly walked towards the place they were working for. Earn a living, to support their needs in the days to come. If everyone was busy working, it was different from the young man with yellow hair who was lying on a sofa. His eyes had opened a few minutes ago, but the young man had not moved his body an inch from where he had remained silent. His cold and flat sapphire eyes stared at the ceiling of the room, contemplating every mistake he made in the past. For a split second he didn't blink. The air slowly dried his eyes until they turned red, a second later. He started to close his eyes. And when the eyes closed, a pool of water appeared out of nothing. The young man cried. Yes. He cries. Tears came out of his closed eyes. After a few minutes, the tears stopped flowing. His left eye, which was closed, was no longer emitting the clear liquid, but his right eye was still producing tears. For some reason, the tears in his right eye couldn't stop flowing. Several minutes had passed, and the tears in his right eye still wouldn't stop flowing. In the young man's mind, he was imagining the face of a girl with raven black hair, onyx eyes, and a warm smile. But, in that warm smile, a red liquid flowed down the corner of his lips. Not only his lips, his right nostril also secreted the same liquid. The girl was still smiling, even though her body had a thorn that was completely embedded in her chest and stomach. The girl smiled for a long time, even though she knew that her life was on the line. He smiled at someone with wide eyes in front of him. His still smiling lips said, I really love you Naruto-kun, sayonara. Arigato. And slowly the girl's body began to go limp, her face began to turn pale. However, even though her life was no longer in her body, the girl still smiled. Smile happily. The young man with his eyes closed put on a stern face. The tears in his right eye wouldn't stop flowing, and the next second the tears turned red. The tears that were still flowing have now been replaced with blood. The young man immediately got up from his lying position, his right hand holding his right eye which was still bleeding. The only thing open now is his left eye. With that, He immediately got up from the blue sofa and walked towards the bathroom. After entering it, the young man was now in Fr. onto the mirror that captured all of his images upside down. Slowly the young man released his grip on his right eye, and when he released his grip, for some reason it seemed like the young man was in pain. My eyes feel hot. What happened? He thought. Naruto, try opening your right eye, even though it will hurt. Kurama, who heard Naruto's thoughts, also answered. Naruto nodded slightly at Kurama's answer. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Pain attacked his eyes when he was forced to open them. But his determination far outweighed the pain. With that capital, Naruto still forced his eyes open. The young man's left eye widened. You just realized it, you idiot. Kurama said with an annoyed snort afterward. What do you mean, Kurama? Don't you remember when you trained with Jiraiya when you were little? Don't beat around the bush, just get straight to the point. You idiot, do you still remember the name Yuri? Naruto's eyes widened. Could it be? You just remembered, you idiot. If you get that eye, then that eye will be a curse on yourself, said Kurama, who had been holding back his irritation. Damn, how could I forget that? But now, I can't erase this hatred anymore. Because the one who can erase it has disappeared from the world. You idiot, you can still find a replacement. Naruto's expression hardened. Watch your words, you damn fox. Naruto shouted. Kurama closed his eyes. Up to you. You idiot. And Kurama also cut off his connection with Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath to lower his emotional level. Sorry, I'm sorry, Kurama. I got too carried away. You can see. Kurama is smiling with his eyes closed. Naruto looked back at his face in the mirror. Just for looking back at his eyes, which had turned purple with vertical pupils, the next second. He turned his gaze to the tap handle in front of him. Turn the stem, and water comes out flowing rapidly. Collect water in both palms which are joined. Then washed the water on his handsome face. N wiped it with a white towel hanging on a rope to his right side. I didn't expect it, even though I no longer have chakra flow. This curse still sticks to me, damn it. Naruto cursed to himself. No, Naruto-senpai. Why are you bandaging your right eye? If I open it, you'll be scared when you see it. I like mysterious things. Can I see it? Can I see it? Can I? No, you can't see it. Please. No. Naruto-senpai is stingy. Up to you. And the small argument between Mai and Naruto finally ended. Apart from the members of the occult club, Naruto couldn't show his hateful gaze. Why? Because if he shows it, everyone will stay away from him. And he will feel for the second time what is called loneliness. It didn't feel like Naruto's working hours had finally finished. As Naruto left the cafe, Mai looked at Naruto leaving with worry. In these 2 weeks, Naruto remained as usual. But today, he became cold. That's what Mai thought. Naruto walked me with his head looking at the orange asphalt. Sensing that there was no one walking at this time of night, he was sure that he would not bump into anyone. But, it turns out that Naruto's guess was wrong. He looked at the figure he had bumped into. His sapphire left eye caught the figure of a girl with long black hair, ruby irises, and flawless white skin. The girl groaned in pain while her left hand was holding her back. And in her right hand she was holding a small teddy bear. Naruto gasped a little when he saw the girl in front of him, the girl he had helped from 3 students who were bothering him. Like Yuri, Naruto thought. Naruto immediately stretched out his hand to help the girl who had fallen. Sorry, are you okay? The girl took Naruto's hand, still moaning in pain, and it's okay, The girl was shocked when. Look at the person who helped him. Naruto-senpai. He stammered. Naruto had to force himself to hold back all the emotional symptoms that were within him. Yes, I'm Naruto. What's wrong? The girl threw back the back skirt she was wearing, then looked back at Naruto shyly. Anyo, thank you, he said. What for? For when you helped from the students who bullied me before. Oh, at that time. Yes, you're welcome. Oh, may I ask what your name is? Oh, sorry, my name is Yuri, Yuri Akuru. Yuri answered with a smile that could charm any man. Even his name is the same. Is he reincarnated? Naruto thought in shock. So, senpai. Naruto woke up from his thoughts. Sorry senpai. I have to rush right now. So I have to go now. The girl bowed and then ran away from Naruto. Okay. See you later. Naruto smiled when he saw Yuri leaving. She is like reincarnation, only she is older. Imouto, we finally meet again. Naruto walked again to immediately return to Akeno's apartment. With a faint smile on his lips. Second Life. Time skip 1 week later. Summer vacation is just 1 month away. Today is the day when Rias CS will do their first rating game. All the training and preparations for more than a week have been completed. And now it's time for proof. Naruto walked calmly into a room at his school. I don't know what room he will enter. What is clear is that it might be an important room. Standing in front of the door, looking at the principal sign attached to the door. Naruto turned the doorknob, and what he found were 2 girls he knew very well at Kuo Academy, Sona and Tsubaki. Sona, who heard the door to her room open, turned around. Ah, Naruto-san. Please sit down, Sona said and pointed to a chair to her right. Naruto, without being told twice, immediately obeyed Sona's wishes. So, how is he? Naruto asked coldly. Sona looked back at the screen in front of her, Issei and Koneko. Man, aged to overcome 3 pawns and 1 rook. And now they are heading to the next stage. Who do you think will win, Naruto-san? Sona turned back to Naruto, who showed his hateful gaze. This suddenly made Sona flinch a little. They will still lose, Naruto replied, whose gaze turned cold again. Sona looked back at the screen in front of her, not forgetting to adjust her glasses once. That's obvious, because this is experience per. Not because of that, cut Naruto quickly. His gaze returned to hate mode, because I know, Riser will do something cunning. Well, Rias, you know, if a member of your peerage is killed, it could be considered an accident. With his right hand gripping Issei's collar, who was no longer able to move due to exhaustion, Riser spoke arrogantly. Rias immediately and hugged Riser forcefully to prevent what Riser would do next. Riser just let go of Issei, rolled for a moment and stopped. Issei's body was already badly injured. In the monitoring room, Naruto, who saw what happened, looked at Riser with murderous lust, gritting his teeth so hard, it could be heard by the ears, to suppress his murderous desire for Riser. That arrogant look in his eyes, his arrogant nature, reminded me of the person who killed him. I've wanted revenge on you for a long time, Madara. Naruto's mind emphasized the last name he said. Naruto immediately stood up from his seat. With his head lowered to suppress the turmoil within him, he left the room. Walked away from school, and headed to the occult building to meet Issei, who was probably still unconscious. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto finally arrived. CKLEK. Everyone in the room looked to see who had come. Shocked. That's what they felt. Currently, seeing his blue sapphire irises which seemed to have lost their light. His expression which had lost its expression added to the impression of death for anyone who got in his way. Naruto walked over to the brown-haired teenager he was looking for. His eyes were closed due to exhaustion. Burns all over his body, especially on his face. It can be seen that Asia is still trying to heal him, but her twilight healing efforts are still very slow. Asia turned to Naruto, who was standing right next to her. Naruto-san. I'll take care of the internal organs, and after I'm finished you take care of the external wounds, understand? Asia nodded. Hi. Venom claws active. Crass HH. Ha. The eyes of everyone in the room widened. How could it not be, after Naruto took out Venom in his left hand? Then without Baby Boo, Naruto immediately thrust it into Issei's stomach. Issei's eyes were still closed as if he was holding back pain. But Naruto still kept his cold face. Naruto, what are you doing? Rias, who was still stricken with sadness, did not accept Naruto's actions. Naruto didn't take his eyes off Issei's body. I'm trying to absorb all the dirty blood that doesn't come out of Issei's body, and after all the dirty blood disappears, his blood circulation will be smooth, and that will make the healing process go a little faster. Naruto explained, and everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. They thought Naruto thrust his sacred gear to hasten Issei's death, and it turned out they were wrong. Naruto started to raise his right hand, which he hadn't moved until now. A bluish aura appeared around Naruto's right hand, then placing his right hand on Issei's stomach. Ice appeared around the venom that Naruto had stabbed. Naruto turned to Asia. The process of absorbing the dirty blood is almost complete, and I will freeze the stab wounds I made. After that, you cover the stab wound with your sacred gear. Understand? Asia nodded again. Hi. Naruto did exactly as he had just instructed. Pulled out the venom that was embedded in Issei's body. It didn't penetrate. Then froze it to slow down the blood flow so it wouldn't explode out. And then, the final task was given to Asia. Naruto turned around and looked at all members of Rias peerage except Asia, who was focused on treating. After this, I will take care. Issei at his house, and maybe later there will be a small incident waiting for me. Naruto said coldly. And extraordinary events will occur in the next chapter. To be continued. Yosh. As usual, I want to ask how this chapter is going. Is there a secret? And who is this girl named Yuri? Ha ha ha, if you ask in such a way, I will give the answer in the next chapter. One more question, how is the plot going? What is speed? Yep, that's all this handsome author wanted to ask. Beaten by the crowd, now it's time to reply to the review. Tama. Thanks for rating Tama-san. Ajusumimura. Okay, thanks for reviewing. Naruto Dragon. Don't worry, Naruto won't turn dark. Anthony Yamada. Okay, thanks for reviewing. GDJ. Yeah, thank you. Even though your review is a flame. I appreciate that. Namikaze. No, this is a FIC with a different plot from Son of Oracle. It's just that I took the Naruto character from there. It's clear that Naruto is remembering his forbidden memory. DK1799. Yep. Just like on canon. Raidagecko. Yeah, I won't make it dark. Orion no Sun. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Blood D. Cherry. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Uzumaki Love Hyuga. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Aizen L. Sosuke. Wait, Aizen-san, what do you mean about exaggerating something religious? I really don't understand. After reading your review, I went back to reading the previous chapter. And I just realized that I only explained what a priest is and what religion is, that's all. And if my assumption is wrong, you can explain it back to me through a review. Thank you. Genesis of Aquarion. Do you still not realize who Naruto's partner is here? You need to read again. Jims001. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Ahmad Bima 27. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Zukito. Ha ha ha. Makes you shiver, doesn't it? Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Kurisaki Shin. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Fran Kun. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Akasaka Ryunosuke. You can see the pairing. 0.58. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. A Hataki. I can see the pairing. V and Naruto. Okay. Thanks for reviewing. Okay. That's it for now. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. End OVA 1. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto X. Warning. OC. New dimension. Typo. SKS system. Speed a day character Naruto from fanfic. Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 8. Loss of vanity, little darkness disappears. Naruto Pav. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. But now I only use the Namikaze surname, because maybe the Uzumaki surname sounds strange now. But I'm still proud to be one. Uzumaki. It's just that it's all a memory of my past. I am now 18 years old. I went to Kuo Academy, where the school mostly consisted of female students. My place of birth is called Konohagakure, where it is a hidden ninja village that has a lot of potential. Great potential. But now I will no longer be able to see that exact place, the place of my birth. Because I failed to protect my home world. Now here I am, living in a small town called Kuo, being a mutant. And living among demons. Not only that, the worst thing is, I still have Kazugami's cursed eye in my right eye which I bandaged. How unlucky I am. I just wanted to start a new life of peace and quiet. But why is there still such a thing as conflict in this world? It makes me remember again. It's called war. Speaking of war, that's the word I hate the most. Why? Because I have failed to save my world from what is called war. And here I am now, sitting by the bed and looking at the brown-haired young man who is sleeping due to physical and mental exhaustion. I looked at the young man with a sad look in my left eye. He reminded me of the first time I went to train with my perverted sensei, Jiraiya. The determination that this young man has reminds me of my weak times. And at that time I was very weak. Even when I was attacked by a monster called Dracula, I had to be protected by the person I loved, my Emotu. I remember that incident again. And when my Emotu's life was no longer in her body, I lost control, and didn't realize that I first awakened the cursed eyes in her eyes. This is my closed right. Eyes that can only be activated by something called hatred. Just that one word is what caused me to get these eyes. These damned eyes. I took a deep breath to lighten the load on my mind. Remembering the first time I lost someone I loved, made me feel a little sad. But I finally met my Emotu again, more precisely the reincarnation of my Emotu. Do you know who? He is Yuri Akuru. The girl I bumped into yesterday afternoon. I felt happy to be able to meet her again. This is what you destined, Kami-sama. CKLEK. I turned my gaze to the only open door. And I saw there, Asia was standing in light blue pajamas. His eyes looked at me with a worried look. The look on his face also indicated the same thing. Naruto-san, don't force yourself. It's okay if you go home, I'll take your place looking after Issei-san. He said to me. I sighed. Go to sleep, Asia. Tonight I will look after her. I said it in a flat, not cold tone. But Naruto-san, it's okay, Asia. I immediately cut off Asia's protest. Finally he nodded. He closed the door to Issei's room slowly, so as not to make a thudding sound. At the same time as the door closed tightly, a white magic circle appeared behind the door. After the light disappeared, there was a Wong, and dressed in blue maid clothes who was closing her eyes, me. Know who he is? Graphia. I looked at her with my cold gaze. What are you doing here, Graphia? He opened his eyes slowly. I just wanted to convey a message from Surzek-sama. That Issei was invited to Rias and Razor-sama's engagement party tomorrow night. To enliven the engagement. He walked closer to me, then handed me a gold piece of paper with a black magic circle in the middle. I just accepted it quickly and turned my gaze back to Issei. Then, please excuse me. I glanced at Graphia who disappeared with her white magic circle. Then I looked at the paper in my right hand, and decided I would come tomorrow. Normal POV. The next day Naruto carried out his activities as usual. It's just that Naruto didn't go back to Akeno's house, just to get away. That afternoon Naruto went to a park to fill his work break, and here he was, sitting on a black park bench alone. His flat face now looked upwards looking at a group of clouds that were moving slowly. And Naruto didn't realize that there was someone sitting to his right. Nay, senpai. Naruto, who was happily daydreaming while looking at the clouds, woke up and blinked several times with his left eye which was not covered by anything. Feeling that the voice he heard earlier was on the right, Naruto turned his head with a bored face. "Uhhhh." With a shocked face, Naruto shouted. Yuri, why are you looking at me that closely? Naruto asked, because what surprised him earlier was Yuri's face which was too close. Yuri pulled his face back and sat up straight. Sorry, senpai, I didn't mean to. I'm just curious, why is your right eye bandaged? Even though it was fine before, right? Yuri asked while remembering the first time she met Naruto. Naruto reluctantly sighed, and looked away from his cold gaze in front of his reincarnated Emotu. It's like this, Yuri. If I take off the bandage on my right eye, you might pee your pants. And Naruto smiled sincerely. Yuri puffed out her cheeks. Just tell me if senpai doesn't want to. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Sorry Yuri-chan. Hearing the words, Chan, from Naruto. Yuri's cheeks immediately turned red. With a lowered face and a red blush on his cheeks, Yuri said, "Thank you." Naruto looked at Yuri with a questioning look. "For what?" Yuri raised her head again and looked at Naruto with a sweet smile on her lips. "It's okay." "Oh, Yuri, can I go to where you live?" Yuri looked down again, but his face turned sad. "I don't have a place to live, I've been living in an orphanage." "What? Where are your parents, Yuri?" asked Naruto, a little surprised. A tear came out of the ruby irises. "My parents died a long time ago." Sob, and finally the tear fell. Grab. Yuri widened her eyes while still crying. The warm embrace he now felt around his body made him immediately stop crying. "Shish, don't cry anymore, and I'm sorry if it makes you remember bad things," Naruto said quietly. Yuri returned Naruto's hug tightly, then immediately cried again even louder. "Huaahh. Naruto-senpai. Tomorrow. Call me Oni-san, okay?" Yuri let go of his hug and looked up to see Naruto's smiling face. "Why? Tomorrow I will adopt you as my little brother, how about it? Do you want to?" Naruto asked with a smile still plastered on his face. Yuri smiled broadly and hugged Naruto tightly again. "Arigato, Oni-chan." And finally a sincere smile appeared on Naruto's lips. In the evening at 10 p.m. After Naruto finished working, Naruto returned home, Issei to see his condition. After asking permission from Issei's parents, of course. And here Naruto is now, standing right next to Issei, who is conscious, but still in a very weak condition. "Naruto-san," Issei called, turning towards the person he called. "Issei, I will go to cancel Ria's engagement. You stay here to rest, and I will call Asia to look after you if anything happens." Issei tried to get up, but Naruto-san. Naruto quickly held Issei's body. "Leave all this to me, Issei. I will bring back the Bocho you love. And also, I really want to break Riser's neck when I get there," Naruto said flatly. Then Naruto walked behind the door, placed the paper that Graphia had given him on the floor, and a white magic circle appeared from the paper. Before Naruto left, he first looked at Issei, and Issei nodded confidently. And finally Naruto walked into the middle of the magic circle. His body began to be sucked in and slowly disappeared from Issei's sight. At Underworld 10:30 p.m. A white IC circle appeared in the middle of the dense forest. After the light from the magic circle disappeared, Naruto was seen wearing a long-sleeved black t-shirt, black pants, and a ukianessa in his left hand. Looked around for a moment to find the location he was looking for. It turned out that all around him were only thousands of towering trees. Feeling like he was wasting time, Naruto immediately spread out his wings. With one stomp, Naruto headed straight for the vast sky, turning his body back to look for the location he was aiming for, and finally, found it. In a large building located AC. Ross from the forest where he came out earlier, many demons gathered, most of whom wore tuxedos and party dresses. And around him there were many guardian demons, and that was what Naruto was looking for. Welcome all demon nobles. Today I am Razor Phoenix announcing that I will be officially engaged to the daughter of one of the heirs of the Grimoire clan. We welcome you, this is Rias Grimoire. And after Riser finished his speech, a red magic circle appeared to his right. The magic circle showed Rias dressed as a bride, and her face indicated that she was calm, forced. After Rias' appearance, which was greeted with admiration from the guests, the air in the room suddenly became cold. AARRGGHHH. PYARR. Thud. Everyone, demons, in the room looked at an object that had fallen. And how shocked they would be if it was the guard who was assigned to protect the room that caused the sound of falling objects. Everyone in the room focused again on looking at the broken glass roof. And what they saw was a figure with 6 wings with an aura of fire that shone under the moon, blonde hair, with a left eye that stared flatly at everyone in the room. Slowly the figure came down and entered the room through the broken roof. And as you can see, the eyes of several who knew the figure were wide in disbelief. "Naruto-san, Kun," they muttered. "What are you doing here, bastard?" Razor shouted at the uninvited guest. The blue sapphire left eye immediately turned cold, and the cold in the room became colder. "I will take Rias away from here, because someone is waiting for her." "Who the fuck are you?" Calm down, Riser-kun. It was these words that interrupted Riser's words. Riser turned to the source of the voice, and was shocked when he found out who was speaking. Surzek Lucifer-sama. Calm down, Riser-kun. Graphia and I were the ones who invited Naruto-kun here. To liven up this engagement party, said Surzek, who was too calm. What do you mean, Surzek-sama? Riser asked. You know, in the rating game you can already guess who the winner is. And that's the reason why I invited Naruto-kun here. So, you don't accept the results of the rating game. No, it's just that I want a fair fight. Do you understand? Razor's arrogant gaze returned. Oh, so that's how it is, you want me to fight that lowly demon, right? Hearing the reproach, Naruto kept a straight face. That's right, and I want to know the power of that sword, Surzek said while glancing at Yukianessa, who had been in Naruto's left hand. If that is your wish, your majesty. And Naruto grinned. Second life. And this is where Naruto is now. Standing on the empty ground, face to face with the grinning Riser, and Yukianessa in his left hand. So start from here, play the song. Naruto started to lift Yukianessa. Directed horizontally in front of his body, his right hand holds the handle. A bluish aura appeared around Naruto, it swirled like a typhoon. The ground Naruto was standing on began to slowly freeze, and slowly spread to the surroundings. Sapphire, who was now emitting a murderous aura, looked at Razor with a look as if he was her prey. With my demon power, with the soul of an angel possessing me, and with God's hand on my body, I will punish you for your arrogance, Razor. And the seal of Yukianessa opened, releasing cold air from both sides. The aura that was dancing earlier had disappeared after Naruto took out the Yukianessa from its sheath. And a thin blue sword appeared behind the sheath, and the air from the sword was as cold as the ice of the North Pole. If you're confused about how to open Yukianessa, just look at the anime BlazBlue, Alter Memory episode 9 minutes to 14:20. Everything is clearly depicted there. Hermes active, with his gaze only focused on Riser. Naruto immediately ran, carrying Yukianessa, who was free. His right hand, with a speed that cannot be comprehended by reason, in the blink of an eye Naruto was directly in front of Riser. Aware of the danger that threatens his life, Razor, having good reflexes, immediately jumped to the right to avoid Naruto's horizontal slash. 10 seconds. Maybe Naruto's slash missed, but the high ground where Naruto slashed Yukianessa became ice thorns that can pierce and penetrate body cavities. Naruto's left eye glanced at Riser, who was in shock, and with that Naruto didn't waste the opportunity, he returned. Ran at Riser to slash him again. After regaining consciousness from the shock, Riser immediately coated his hands with fire magic. Naruto, who was already in front of Razor, now tried to slash him vertically. But unfortunately, Razor could read Naruto's movements. Razor, with his hands filled with fire, caught Naruto's sword confidently. And after managing to hold it tightly, Razor increased the intensity of his fire many times over. 9 seconds. Riser grinned in front of Naruto, I will burn this useless sword. Naruto still looked at him coldly, just try if you can, yo. You still don't know what you're holding right now is possible. Kill you. After hearing Naruto's words, Riser widened his eyes. The large flame in his hand began to get smaller and smaller, taking advantage of Razor's surprise again. Naruto immediately hit Razor in the stomach with the sword sheath in his left hand. Buakk. Razor immediately fell backwards while holding his stomach. In pain, Riser tried to glance at Naruto, who was no longer in front of him. Crass HH. 8 seconds. Riser felt pain in his left stomach area, and a cut was created there. A little blood came out from the cut on Riser's stomach. But slowly the incision turned into ice. Razor ignored the pain in his stomach, glanced for a moment at Naruto, who had lost his guard a little, making Razor immediately create fire again in his hand. Naruto turned to look at the enemy behind him. But when he turned his head, all he saw was a large fire burning. Buakk. Naruto's left cheek was now swollen after being hit by Razor's punch. His balance disappeared when he was hit with such full force. And with an opportunity like that, Razor repeatedly hit Naruto's face, to the point that the skin on the part where Razor hit peeled off little by little. 7 seconds. After repeatedly hitting Naruto's face, which was already covered in blood, Razor wanted to make the final blow, but unfortunately, Naruto quickly read Razor's movements and caught a raw punch that almost landed in his face. Even though his face was now peeling from the heat, Naruto still looked at Razor with a cold gaze. Like nothing happened. The bandage on Naruto's right eye had fallen from its position, but his right eye was still tightly closed, as if Naruto didn't want it to be opened. His left hand, which had been holding the sword scabbard, was now used to hold Razor's hand. You know, Razor, a body that has been destroyed like this is not true, pawn. And the true meaning of pain is loss, Naruto said flatly. JLEBB. Without the slightest warning, Naruto quickly thrust Yukianessa into Razor's stomach until it penetrated. Razor vomited a lot of blood from his mouth. Naruto again pulled Yukianessa from Razor's stomach, then stuck it into Razor's left leg. Now, Razor looked at Naruto's face in pain. I will show you what darkness really is. After saying that, Naruto immediately opened his right eye completely. 6 seconds. A second later, Razor just stared blankly at Naruto. Naruto just stared at him flatly, closed his right eye again and tore part of his clothes to use as a cover for his right eye. Taking back Yukianessa, which penetrated Razor's frozen left leg, then saw the hole in Razor's stomach which was slowly closing. And why didn't the stab in Razor's stomach freeze him? That's because Naruto deliberately used Yukianessa as an ordinary sword when stabbing Razor. And because of that, his stomach and internal organs in his body did not freeze. After sheathing Yukianessa again, Naruto walked away, leaving Razor, who remained where he was standing. Naruto. He took out his 6 wings and wanted to leave the arena as soon as possible. But before that, he looked back at Razor and snapped his fingers. Arg! Hermes deactivated. With one flap of its 6 wings, Naruto flew towards the place where Razor and Rias' engagement ceremony was being held. After landing properly on the ground of the room, Naruto now stood in Fr. Aunt of Mao by the name of Lucifer and looked at him flatly. As per my request, Your Majesty, I will bring Rias back to her normal life, and she will never have any relationship with that Razor, Naruto said while bowing like a knight. Stand up, Naruto-kun. I don't like seeing fighters who have won their battles bow before me. And I will gladly grant your request. And again, what have you done to Razor-kun? And also I am very curious about the right eye that you are covering, Naruto-kun. Surzek said with a wise smile. You can see what I did to Razor later, and about my right eye, sorry I can't show it to you, Your Majesty. Naruto's face still remained flat, even though he was speaking in front of a Mao. Yeah. It's okay, Naruto-kun. And now, go bring your gift, Naruto-kun. Surzek smiled kindly. Naruto bowed, then looked at Rias, who was on the Mao's right. Naruto then stretched out his right hand towards Rias. His flat face had now been replaced by a thin and sincere smile. Rias was the only one who saw Naruto's treatment. Looking at him with wide open eyes, a second later Rias accepted Naruto's outstretched hand and also smiled back at Naruto. Let's go home, Rias. One will be waiting for you when you get there. And the person who is waiting for you is still lying in his room with a nurse looking after him. The smile on Naruto's face didn't move from its place. And finally Rias nodded. They walked side by side like a bride and groom. It's just that the groom was wearing clothes that had been burnt here and there. The two of them walked down the stairs slowly. And when the steps they had descended were finished, they were brought back to the faces of their friends. Let's go home, everyone, Naruto said to all the magical club members and also the student council president and vice president who came. Oh, they answered in unison with smiles on their lips. OVA 1. To the next day, this morning went as usual. The only thing that was different was Naruto's nature. If initially Naruto was cold, this time his cold nature melted a little. He still often uses a flat gaze, but even so, he can still smile faintly. And this is where Naruto is now. Sitting, face to face with a girl with long black hair in a ponytail, they looked at each other with serious eyes as if discussing war strategy. So, Namikaze-san, are you serious about doing this? Said Akeno in a heavy voice. I've thought this through carefully, Himahima-san, so you don't need to doubt any more about my decision to make this square. Usually it's round, why is it square? Strange. Naruto's voice was also heavy. Akeno leaned back in the chair she was sitting in, then took a deep breath. If this is your decision, Naruto-kun, I can't refuse anymore. Moreover, having a younger sister, it seems fine too. Okay then, I'll take it this afternoon. And we will celebrate Yuri's arrival at the cafe where I work. How? Wow, really? That's cool. Are you the one treating me? Yep, that's it. And the conversation ended with Akeno's agreement. Adopted Yuri as Naruto's little sister. And maybe also, Akeno can't wait to have a younger sibling, a younger sister to be precise. Time skip in the afternoon. Scene in a fairly large cafe. There were 4 teenagers who were sitting and talking to each other and laughing, then 2 more figures came into the cafe. Yo, Naruto-san, greeted Issei who had just entered the cafe. Naruto looked at the door Issei entered. Oh, Issei. Issei and Asia walked towards Naruto, Yuri, Mei, and Akeno. Wow, you're hanging out, huh? Who is Naruto-san? He's so cute. Issei shouted after seeing Yuri's innocent face looking at him. After hearing Issei's words, now Naruto's gaze turned into death glare. If you dare touch my cute little sister, you will feel the cold of death. Naruto threatened. Issei shuddered, and no. I was just joking, Naruto-san. Issei just waved his right hand in front of his face. Issei, may I talk to you for a moment? If Naruto's tone had sounded friendly earlier, now it had turned serious. Issei, who heard the serious tone of Naruto's words, immediately put on a serious face. What's wrong, Naruto-san? Naruto stood up, then approached Issei and pulled his right hand slowly. Walking away from Akeno et al. Who were looking at him, we talked at the corner table. And after that the 2 of them sat at the table in the corner, sitting facing each other with serious expressions on their faces. So, what do you want to talk about, Naruto-san? Issei opened the conversation. Before Naruto answered, he took a deep breath. Look, Issei, seeing your battle in the rating game, I feel that you are still weak and lack respect. In other words, your physical strength is still below standard. And your awareness of the enemies you face is still very poor. In real combat, you should not ignore the enemy in front of you. That is one of the keys to death if you are on a real battlefield. Naruto looked into those brown eyes seriously. Issei's eyes turned sad. I know that, Naruto-san, I know. And now, Issei's eyes looked back at Naruto. Do you want to be trained by me this week, Hyodo Issei? And Issei's eyes widened when he heard those words. A second later, a glint of determination shone from Issei's eyes. I will. To be co-continued. Yosh. How is this chapter, which may be boring and easy to guess, but even though it looks mainstream, I try to make it a little different. A little, and I'm sorry if the update was late, and I also apologize if the writing of this chapter was chaotic. Because while working on this chapter, this handsome author was hit by a disaster called illness. And maybe you know that the author is also human so far, and that's why I get sick. And sorry for this chapter, I can't reply to reviews from my beloved readers. And for those wondering, who is Yuri in Naruto's past? That will be answered in my 3rd fanfic entitled, Son of Oracle, Before Story. And of course after Namton this fic in SOO. And for those wondering, when will the SU update be? Sorry once again, because it is still 50% in progress. It's very difficult to see a battle process where the main character almost dies. Maybe this handsome author is cruel, right? Okay, that's all for now. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. OVA 2. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day. Character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. OVA 2. Date and secret. Come on Issei, you can still do more than that, right? 97, 98, 99, 100 finally finished. even though this is just push-ups Issei. And I let the movements be fast. So you don't get tired easily. But Naruto-san, doing this really drains my energy. Hey, aren't you embarrassed to talk like that? Now your club members are watching you practice, you know. Issei was shocked, really? Where are they? Where? Issei's head wandered around looking for something. Naruto then glanced at the trees behind him. Hey you guys, come out quickly. And then all the magical club members and Yuri came out of hiding. Era, it seems like we really can't fool someone who has a god hand. Fu, Akeno said with a fake smile as usual. Yuri, who was confused, looked at Akeno. What does Oni-chan mean by god hand? Yuri asked. Fu, just ask your handsome brother. Akeno answered casually. Meanwhile, Naruto, who heard that, immediately broke out in cold sweat. Akeno-chan, why did you tell me? There's no harm in it, right, Naruto-kun? Naruto sighed. It's up to you, I'll explain it to Yuri later. And I'll show you both a secret. Naruto said flatly. So, Naruto-san, what do you say? I'm still wondering about the story I heard when you beat Razor, Bocho said, before Ryusur screamed hysterically you made him not move. And after that what did you do? Naruto sighed again, but his face showed anxiety. Do you all want to know about that? Everyone nodded, and Naruto sighed again. You know that I whispered something to Ryusur about Rias panties. Everyone who heard that just made a stupid face. Yeah, I whispered Razor about that. Woohahahaha. And only Naruto laughed, while the others are just sweet drop. Yuri is also included. Okay, now that it's noon, are you all ready? Eat. Naruto asked everyone there. Everyone there nodded, except for one person, Koneko. Koneko, haven't you had lunch yet? Still not, Naruto-senpai. Koneko said flatly. Naruto turned to Issei, who was sitting while propped up with both hands. Issei, we'll continue training later. Issei just nodded in response. Naruto then walked towards Koneko. And after being beside him, Koneko immediately grabbed Naruto's left hand. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was aware of Kaneko's behavior, just looked at her, and all he saw was a light blush on her cheeks. Naruto sighed for the umpteenth time. Ignoring the murderous gazes from Akeno and Yuri who were nearby, he walked back calmly, heading to the place he usually uses for lunch, my cafe. So, what would you like to order, Koneko? Whatever, the important thing is that it's delicious. And also, the same with you. Okay then, order 2 orange chocolate cakes. Okay, Goshujin-sama. Naruto looked back at Koneko. So, Koneko, What's wrong? Naruto asked as Koneko continued to look at him. Can I see your eyes, senpai? Asked Koneko, who had been looking at Naruto's bandaged right eye. Naruto's face, which had previously been cheerful, now turned serious. Koneko, I warn you, don't force yourself to look into these eyes. It's not that I don't allow it. It's just that you will see every fear, darkness, sadness, anger, hatred in these eyes. But, I would love to see it. Koneko whined with a flat face. If you still insist on seeing these eyes, I'll show them to you after we finish lunch. But, this will be a secret for both of us, because I believe that you can keep other people's secrets. And after finishing saying that, Naruto and Kaneko's order came. This is your order, Naruto-senpai, said someone whose voice was familiar to Naruto's ears. Suddenly Naruto turned around. Mai-sama, why don't you come to the field? Asked Naruto. You know that I only have 2 workers, and one of them I told him to take a temporary leave to achieve his happiness. Mai said. Thank you for the gift, Mai-sama. Naruto teased. HMMP, isn't it true that senpai is dating Koneko-chan? Has Akeno-senpai been pushed aside? Now Mai is the one teasing Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto also became nervous. Nay, you can't lie to a girl's instincts, you know, senpai. And now Mai's tone became a little arrogant. Yes, it's up to you, I always lose when arguing with women. Naruto complained. Okay, please enjoy your date. And Mai blinked one eye at Naruto. After that she walked away. Let's quickly finish this cake, senpai, so I can see your eyes. And just this time, Koneko Tuju was active. Naruto sighed for now. For some reason, The world and the destiny he lived in felt like he was playing with him. Who knows what will happen tomorrow, maybe it's still a mystery. Naruto immediately ate his orange cake very slowly, just to buy time. Hoping Koneko forgets her plan. After they both finished eating the orange cake, Naruto and Koneko planned to choose a quiet place where people never pass by. What will the two of them do? Will they teat? Oh, get those bad thoughts out of your head, they're just looking for a quiet place to show off. Naruto's right eye, and that quiet place was Naruto's requirement. And here they were now, in a quiet garden in the afternoon and accompanied by the splendor of the red sun. Previously, Naruto had notified Issei to finish training via SMS, and Issei seemed very happy. Naruto sighed again for who knows how many times. Sitting alone with a girl who he thought was cute made his feelings chaotic. Moreover, the girl sitting next to him was now staring at Naruto non-stop, feeling that no one would ever pass by in this park. Naruto stood up, looking left and right to make sure no one was passing by in this park. Naruto then stood in front of Koneko, matching his height with Koneko even while sitting. Looking at her face, which, according to Naruto, was cute, and what he got was a light blush on her cheeks and a slightly hitched breath. Naruto continued to look into Kaneko's eyes sharply. Are you sure about this, Koneko? Naruto looked for reassurance, and all he got was a small nod, a sign that he was ready. Naruto slightly lifted and combed his bangs back. Removing the bandage that was around half of his head, you could see that his outer eyes were still closed. Slowly the closed eyes began to open, and after they opened completely, you could see eyes with purple irises and vertical black pupils. Time seemed to stop, the world felt like it had lost its color. That's what Koneko was feeling right now, seeing the boundless darkness of those purple irises, made her eyes widen and cold sweat started to come out of her forehead. His body had now stopped moving, and all it felt was a tremor of fear. Slowly those golden irises began to shed tears, and they kept coming out. Naruto quickly closed his right eye again, and immediately hugged Koneko, trying to calm her down. I told you, you don't have to force yourself to see these eyes. These eyes are just the worst thing that has ever existed in this world, Naruto said as gently as possible. However, Kaneko's body remained petrified and motionless. The only thing that was moving were the tears that continued to fall, and dusk was over. The darkness of night began to appear all around him. For minutes, Naruto continued to hug Koneko. Silence, that was the right word to fill the atmosphere at Naruto's place. And Naruto, he himself had ignored this, he still faithfully held Kaneko's tiny body in his arms. A little curious to see Koneko, who was leaning against his chest, and when he looked at her, her expression remained the same. But the tears were no longer coming out. Naruto knew that Koneko was suffering from a high level of shock, and perhaps her mental decline. Naruto actually couldn't bear to see Koneko like this. And he was forced to poke a point on Kaneko's neck to make her pass out. Naruto carried Koneko bridal style. And then brought out his 6 wings, which were always ready in place. With one beat of the 6 wings, Naruto flew freely in the night sky. Knock, knock, knock. Just a moment. Check. Naruto ni-san. What happened? I'll discuss that later, Yuri. Now I want to put Koneko first. Naruto walked into his apartment unsteadily. Okay. Naruto immediately headed to Akeno's room. Even though he met Akeno, who was reading a book in the living room, Naruto ignored her. Meanwhile, Akeno herself, who saw Naruto just passing by, only looked at him worriedly. Several minutes passed, but Naruto still didn't come out. Then Yuri came towards Akeno, who was in the living room. For a moment they looked at each other, then Naruto came out looking listless. Yuri and Akeno looked at Naruto with questioning eyes. Naruto-kun, what happened to Koneko-chan? Akeno asked. Naruto sat down, then looked at Yuri, who was standing in front of him. Yuri, sit down first. Yuri immediately sat down. Long story short. After I had lunch, I stopped by the park with Koneko. Then she begged me to show her this right eye, and after seeing it, she didn't seem to be breathing. Really? What's in your eyes, Naruto-kun? Asked Akeno once again. Hatred. Akeno and Yuri widened their eyes. I should have said this from the first time we met, Akeno. I'm not actually from this world. Naruto said. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Naruto's gaze was now turned to the floor. Long story short. In my world there is actually a big war going on involving all shinobi countries. Shinobi. That shinobi is gone, Naruto-kun. Don't be kidding me. No, the shinobi world still exists. All the countries in the shinobi world were challenged by someone and declared war, and a big war was inevitable. For days the shinobi world was at war, and in the end we all lost when we fought against the creator god of the shinobi world who came back to life. In that world, I was a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki is a nickname for someone who is the host of tailed beasts or called Biju. These Biju have levels of strength based on how many tails they have, and the power of one tail can level a mountain with just one flick. These Biju have a maximum of only 10 tails. Quote, all the shinobi who took part in the war eventually died. And when I was dying, the god who created the shinobi world, let's call him Kagaya, showed how much power he had to finish me off. And that's when the Biju inside my body sent my soul to another world, and as a result, when I went through that dimension, my soul slowly began to form a new body, like now. Right now there is still one Biju inside my body. And if I look at him, he is fast asleep. And finally the Naruto story is finished. Akeno and Yuri just stared at Naruto. Akeno stared at Naruto's sad left eye, looking for a loophole in a lie. But all she got was a look of sadness. And how I became a demon is, the Biju that remained in my body came to this world thousands of years ago. He said that when he walked through a desert sand, he felt hungry. And at that time, my Biju witnessed the battle between angels and demons, and after the battle was over, my Biju was very forced to eat the remaining flesh from the dead bodies left over from the battle. And that's why I have the power of a devil, but even so, my body also has no effect on the cross or spear of light, because I also have the soul of an angel in my body. Naruto explained. After all the explanations that Naruto told, everything now became clearer. About why he has the wings of a tenshi, and also has the power of a demon. And finally the secret has been revealed. What will happen next? Wait in the next chapter. To be continued. A.N. Wow. Naruto is dating Koneko. Can you include the pairing? Ha ha ha. What do you all think? The history of Yuri is still not revealed. And what happened when Koneko saw Naruto's right eye? It's still a mystery. Here I made Kazegami not Kagaya's eyes like in Sue, and when we enter season 2, Kazegami will be exposed by Daidenshi, who is a war maniac. Yosh, that's it for now. Sorry if there are any mistakes in words or character names. And if this chapter disappoints you, sorry again. Because this is the RST time I've made a story that is purely so sorry if it's bad. Okay, sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 10. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Tour. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. Ate the monster, sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 10. Revenge of the Past. Finally summer vacation has ended. All students have returned to their usual activities, school. And here Naruto was now, in a quiet classroom because the other students were enjoying their lunch hour. Looking at the blue sky that left a few clouds. He thought so peacefully. After what he went through, he finally realized that he would no longer show his right eye, after what happened with Koneko. Did you know? After Koneko saw Naruto's right eye, he was unconscious for 4 days. Naruto thought that it was his fault, and he was very sorry for doing that. And the day before school activities started, Koneko finally woke up from her long sleep. Naruto, who looked after Koneko completely by his side, immediately apologized to Koneko many times, even prostrating himself in front of her. And what was Kaneko's response? Seeing Naruto apologize and kowtow like that, he immediately lifted Naruto's body and hugged him very tightly. In his arms, Koneko cried again and said that it was her fault. And now Naruto realized that his right eye was not something to be shown off, but things that he should throw away. If Koneko, who only saw a little of Naruto's right eye, could faint for up to 4 days, what about Razor who saw it in full? Thinking about that, Naruto felt guilty again. Maybe Razor still hadn't woken up from his sleep. A few hours later, school was finally over. Now Naruto is invited to go to Issei's house by Akeno. And automatically Naruto also invites Yuri with him. Now here he was, in the room of a brown-haired young man who was famous for his perverted nature, but his perverted Nadu. Ri was now a little less so thanks to Naruto's training for a week. Check. The door opened, and the figure of Issei's mother was standing there carrying 4 books, which seemed to be a photo album. He entered Issei's room, then showed the 4 photo albums to him. All of us. A few minutes later, the women in the room started laughing when they saw the photo of Issei who was still a baby. Naruto sighed seeing the women's behavior. He then turned to Kiba and Issei who were also looking at a photo. The difference in their expressions was very different. Issei with his laugh and smile, and Kiba with his hard and serious expression. Feeling curious, Naruto approached and tried to see what Kiba was looking at, who was showing such a hard expression. And in the photo that Naruto saw there were 2 children playing. Naruto looked back at Kiba who was still staring at the photo. Was there something wrong with 2 children playing? That was what Naruto was thinking right now. Naruto. He looked back at the photo that Kiba was looking at, trying to examine every item in the photo. And what Kiba actually saw was a sword behind the 2 children. Naruto who saw the shape thought it was like the Excalibur sword belonging to his old friend Sasuke. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Excalibur. He muttered. Kiba, who could still hear Naruto's muttering well, immediately turned quickly to Naruto who was on his left. You know about this sword? Kiba asked in a sharp tone. Naruto turned to Kiba with a straight face. Yeah, I know about that sword. What's wrong with it? Kiba quickly threw away the photo album in his hand, then grabbed Naruto by the collar. Quickly tell me where the sword is. Kiba said with a vengeful expression that no one had ever seen before, perhaps. Naruto quickly let go of Kiba's grip, and stared sharply back at Kiba's vengeful gaze. I don't know about. Where is that sword now, and most importantly, what is your problem with that sword? Kiba just remained silent and didn't answer. Then he stood up and left Issei's room with curses in his heart. Everyone in the room looked at Kiba with a confused look, except for one person who looked at Kiba with a worried look. What do? We hunt monsters again. That's how it is, Naruto-kun. Ha! Why did I have to be invited too? You guys can handle it yourself. This is a request from Bocho. Whatever. And final. Naruto and Akeno arrived at a used warehouse in a corner of the city. There were already gathered members of the magical club. Naruto and Akeno walked towards them. It turns out they've gathered. All members of the magical club looked at Naruto who had just arrived. But a pair of eyes stared at Naruto sharply. Naruto looked at the large warehouse evenly, then looked at Issei who was on Ria's right side. Issei, show me the results of your training. Naruto said from behind. Issei looked at Naruto with a confident look. Of course Naruto-san, I will immediately use my trump card. Naruto's gaze turned bored. Don't be too rude. Issei. Ha 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 ha. Issei just laughed nervously. Okay. The ones who will fight at the front are Issei, Koneko, and Kiba. Meanwhile, I, Naruto, and Akeno will take care of the final part. Rias ordered. They all nodded in understanding and started to enter the warehouse. Naruto took out his Yukianessa and placed it in his left hand. Rias and Akeno looked at Yukianessa with slightly amazed and frightened looks. Awe at the incredible power, and fear of the effects that could kill any creature very easily. D.E.G. Naruto's hunch felt something bad in the warehouse. Naruto immediately ran at full speed into the warehouse. In the warehouse, Issei was seen being crushed by iron barrels in the corner of the warehouse wall. Kiba was unconscious with a sword in his right hand. And Koneko was standing still in front of the giant monster with an irregular body shape that was their target. Koneko-chan, watch out! Issei shouted from a distance, when he saw the monster wanting to stab its hooves at Koneko. Crass HH. On time, right. Naruto smiled faintly at Koneko. AAARRRGGGHHH. roared the monster when his finger was cut by Naruto's Yukianessa. Naruto High. MSELF was now standing in front of Koneko, who was sitting behind him. Naruto glared at the monster that was roaring happily in front of him. You want to hurt my friend? The monster looked at Naruto with its red eyes. And it's time for me to give you punishment. The tone sounded very cold. Naruto's eyes only looked coldly at the disgusting creature in front of him. And Yukianessa also released her cold air with high intensity, creating ice crystals around it. The monster stepped back one step and its red eyes had already widened to the limit. Naruto started running towards the monster at his full speed. When he was about 10 meters in front of the monster showed movements that seemed to want to crush Naruto, who was running towards him. And what a surprise the monster was. When Naruto only left an afterimage when his attack only seemed to penetrate a projected image. It turned out that Naruto had activated Hermes on both legs when the monster's attack was almost a few meters before it hit him. And Naruto quickly cut off both of the monster's legs. The monster fell down, struggling in pain. His leg, which had been cut off, did not bleed in the slightest, but a peak of ice gradually crept up to his upper body. Naruto didn't stop there. Quickly, again he cut off both of the monster's hands. And another scream of pain came from the monster's mouth. Naruto just grew. NNED as a sign that he was satisfied with the torture he had caused. The monster's body had frozen completely, leaving only a head with a deformed expression and two red eyes. Naruto sheathed his Yukianessa again, and walked over to the monster that was lying on the ground. Are there any last words before I disappear from the world? Asked Naruto, smiling sweetly at the frightened monster. Naruto also casually placed his right foot covered in gold shoes on the body of the monster who had resigned himself to his fate, and what happened there was just silence. Not a single word came from the monster's mouth. So you just keep quiet as your answer. And I took it as if you were saying, just kill me. Naruto's face returned to cool mode. Naruto then lifted the legs that were on the monster's body. The Hermes on both legs began to glow. And Naruto said, Hermes. Ha Dumnizu. Naruto then stomped the right leg he had lifted earlier towards the frozen monster's body. And the frozen body broke into pieces. The still unfrozen head rolled away from Naruto. But before Naruto could finish it, a black flame immediately hit the monster's head and disappeared. Naruto turned around and saw Ria and Akeno, who was helping Kiba, smiling at him. Meanwhile, Naruto just responded with a lazy look, then walked towards. Issei is still pinned to the pile of iron barrels. Why are you stuck here, huh? Asked Naruto in a tone like a teacher who was angry at his student. I was just a little careless when I saw Kiba get hit by Naruto-sensei's attack, and that monster took advantage of my carelessness. He. And Issei just laughed nervously after answering Naruto's question. You know, if you are careless, you can die. Even though it's only for a split second, Naruto said with a straight face. Issei was finally free from the barrels that had pinned him. I'm sorry Naruto-sensei. He said with a sorry face. Never mind, let's meet them. And the two of them walked towards Rias. Plakk. Rias managed to land a slap on Kiba's left cheek, who had regained consciousness. Actually, what are you thinking right now, Yuto? Your carelessness could kill your friends, you know that, right? I'm sorry Bocho, excuse me. And that was the only word Kiba said. His face turned worried after asking Naruto about the sword called Excalibur. Naruto himself saw that, just frowned in thought. What really happened between Kiba and Excalibur? Maybe later he would ask Rias. And after that, they went back to their respective homes, with Issei chattering, who was happy because he had succeeded in making a contract with someone. The next day went as usual, the school routine was as usual, and everything else was as usual. In the afternoon Naruto was ordered by representatives of the Saint Udent Council members to immediately go to the magical club meeting place. Who knows what happened, but again Naruto. I had a bad feeling about this again. Naruto arrived in front of the door to the room usually used for gatherings. And Naruto opened the door in front of him normally. It turned out that all he saw was an empty room with no one in it. DEG. A bad feeling came over Naruto again, and for some reason Naruto felt that something bad was going to happen. Naruto immediately closed the door and ran to the only exit in the building. After leaving, Naruto looked left and right, without considering any more. Naruto immediately ran to the left. Finally, after running for several minutes, he found the worry he was looking for. In an empty lot behind this old building, there is a transparent kekai that cannot be seen by ordinary human eyes. Soon Naruto entered the kekai without any obstacles, and what he saw was a fight between two girls in black with swords in their hands, and the ONES they were fighting were Kiba and Issei. But Issei could be seen falling prostrate with his hands as support. A small incision was created on Issei's left thigh, and the incision released a strange black smoke. Issei's face was covered in his own sweat, and his breathing sounded labored. "Nay, Issei-kun, do you want another punishment?" The girl who was fighting Issei spoke in her cute voice. Issei raised his lowered face and looked at the girl with a determined look. I still haven't given up." Issei slowly got up from his slump, but a hand held his left shoulder. Issei turned his head, "Naruto-san." And all Issei saw was a cold look in Naruto's left eye. "Just let me deal with it, you go to Asia," Naruto said. And Issei just nodded. He walked away from Naruto with limping steps towards Asia. "Wow, there's a new enemy. Huh, do you want punishment too, Devil-san?" asked the girl still in her cute tone. "Up to you," he said flatly. The girl ran towards Naruto, about 2 meters away. Why the girl jumped and raised her sword up, intending to slash Naruto vertically. Naruto just remained in place and looked at the girl's attack with his cold gaze. Deebb. The girl who was his enemy now widened her eyes, not only him. Rias CS also showed the same reaction. The sword that was made to attack Naruto was easily caught by Naruto, and strangely there was not a single drop of blood coming out of his right hand. If you look closely, a blue glow is shining around Naruto's right hand which he made to catch the girl's weapon. Taking advantage of the girl's surprise, Naruto immediately kicked the girl in the stomach with little force. The girl flew away, and the handle on her sword also came loose. Naruto looked flatly at the sword he was holding. This sword has a strong aura, the aura of Excalibur. But the power of this sword is only a small part of the power I once felt from Excalibur in my world. This is not the real thing. Right? Naruto asked the girl who was grimacing in pain while holding her stomach. Yes, that's right, it's just a sword made from Excalibur fragments, answered the girl who was already standing. I can destroy it very easily. Naruto tightened his grip on the sword, and ice slowly formed around his grip. But her attention was diverted to Kiba who was on her left. Seeing Kiba being cornered by his enemy's attack made Naruto have to do something. Naruto threw away the girl's sword and disappeared in a white flash afterwards. And now, the eyes of the girl who was Kiba's enemy were completely round. Seeing his sword slash being stopped perfectly by a hand glowing blue around him. Naruto himself had activated his Hermes after seeing Kiba's condition earlier. The size of the sword that he stopped was bigger than the sword of the girl with 2 buns. Making Naruto use a little extra magic power in his right hand to stop the sword's slash. "Who are you?" asked the blue-haired girl who was now glaring at Naruto. Naruto looked at the girl carrying the sword he stopped. "Should I answer your question?" Naruto's face remained flat. "That's enough, Naruto," Rias said from a distance. Naruto released his grip on the blue-haired girl's sword. The 2 girls then took a white robe and walked away. But before going far, the blue-haired girl stopped and looked at Rias. "Don't forget our offer, Rias Grimori." And the 2 of them walked away. That evening, Naruto, Rias, and Akeno gathered in the room they usually used to gather. Naruto looked at Rias seriously. "Rias, I want to know about Kiba's past." Just by looking at his gaze you can tell that he holds a grudge. Even though that grudge is still too small compared to mine. Yuto is a person who was once used as a lab rat. Experiment in what? An experiment of a research about making him a holy sword user. You mean, the training forces them to become holy sword users. So true. And one more thing I want to ask, Rias looked at Naruto. What agreement did you make with the 2 church messenger girls? That, the 2 of them are envoys from the central church in England. They were sent to destroy 3 of the 6 Excalibur swords that stolen from their base. And from the explanation you gave, I can assume that the two girls wanted you to help them, right? Rias just nodded. Naruto sighed. My peaceful life is again at stake here. To the next day. Ni-san. Ni-san. Let's get up quickly. A beautiful and cute girl with black hair was seen rocking a young man who was asleep on a blue sofa. Then came a girl with ponytail hair and a pink apron on her body. The girl, wearing the apron, approached the young man who was sleeping peacefully. And a pull was made on the young man's sharp nose, ITTAAAIIII, and finally the young man woke up from his death. Can you not wake me up like that, Akeno-chan? Said the young man irritably while rubbing his red nose. You can't be lazy, Naruto-kun. Hey, it's Sunday. School is closed, and Mai's cafe is also closed. So I can relax for a while, actually. Yuri, why are you here? Yuri made a sullen face which Naruto thought was very. I moot tilde once hump. I've been trying to wake Ni-chan, but Oni-chan won't wake up. Naruto pinched Yuri's cheeks in exasperation. Oh. My Emotu is kawaii tilde, and Yuri's face turned red. Koneko, who saw this, became annoyed. Okay, Naruto-kun, I'll give you the task of cleaning this entire apartment. Akeno's voice sounded a little annoyed. Naruto stopped his pinching action, and then stood up. While forming the letter plus, with the index and middle fingers of both hands. Yash. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Silence, silence, and silence. Bunshin. Akeno raised an eyebrow. Naruto just realized the embarrassing act he had made a few seconds ago, making him embarrassed in front of Akeno and Yuri. Etta. Naruto stammered. Ha 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 ha. Akeno and Yuri finally just laughed. And one of Naruto's traits that can never be seen in public is ridiculous. The holiday became a little colorful. To be continued. Yeah, the update is a few days late. Too busy with the virtual world that recently hypnotized me, playing the game Dragon Nest. Ha ha ha. Yash. How is this chapter? Is it still boring as usual? Are there still typos? Please let me know. Just a little more. The secret of Naruto's right eye will be completely revealed. And later Naruto will show everyone about those eyes. Well, this is a little sneak peek, of course. For those who have a Dragon Nest account, just add mine with the nickname, Amemon. My level is still amateur, level 28. Sorry, in this chapter I can't reply to reviews from all of you. And I will try to reply in the next chapter. All that remains is Yuri's secret that hasn't been revealed at all. I'm actually a little confused about the path. My own thoughts. Making history from an OC character is very difficult, you know, but I will try to do it. That's it for now, sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 11. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day. Character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 11. Changing the story. Monday has arrived. All teenagers and children are returning to their main activity, school. Not to be missed, a young man with hair as yellow as the sun and his left sapphire eye, which was like the vastness of the ocean, was walking with two girls on his left and right. The girl on the left is a little shorter than the young man. She was around the young man's chest height, had long black hair that almost reached her waist, ruby-like eyes, and snow-white skin that could make men fall for her. She is Yuri, Naruto's adopted sister, physical, like Seira Amatsuka, from the anime GJBU. And the one on the right is an idol from Kuo Academy, one of the two girls with the nickname, Oni-sama, at her school. She is Akeno, a girl with dark blue hair with a ponytail, hypnotic violet eyes, and flawless skin that is the idol of any man. The three of them walked hand in hand. Yuri held Naruto's left hand, while Akeno hugged Naruto's right hand. Hey Akeno, aren't you embarrassed about hugging my arm like that? Yuri's still better, because she's my little sister. Naruto glanced at Akeno with a flat gaze. Why am I embarrassed, Naruto-kun? I only do this to people who sue. Akeno's words were cut off when someone greeted them from behind. Ohayu tilde. Naruto, Yuri, and Akeno turned around, and what they saw was the figure of Kiba and Koneko walking together. But what Naruto saw from Kiba was the same expression as yesterday. A gaze full of revenge and hatred. A second later Kiba changed his expression to its original expression, becoming friendly. Naruto then continued his journey to school, leaving Yuri and Akeno chatting with Koneko. Arriving at class, Naruto put his bag roughly on his desk and then slumped on his desk. Issei, who saw that, was surprised, with a pen in his hand. To his right, Issei tapped the pen on the top of Naruto's head, making Naruto annoyed. What's wrong, Issei? They've been bothering me early in the morning. It's nothing, Naruto-san, just act like you're bored today. Yeah, I'm really bored of living now. Do you want to kill me? Said Naruto in a very lazy tone. No, Naruto-san, he. And talking about Kiba. Issei's face turned serious. Naruto got up and crossed his chest. I saw him at school this morning, but I still saw his hateful gaze. It's Samet. That is very normal if someone doesn't easily forget their grudges. The same thing happened to me. Naruto's gaze turned serious. Indeed, what happened to Issei's words were cut off by the sound of the school bell. We'll continue later, Naruto-san. Naruto just nodded in response. And everything goes as usual. Issei is busy with his perverted thoughts, and Naruto is falling asleep in the middle of the lesson. This was the author's behavior at school. #plaque, don't copy it. In the afternoon in the meeting room. Where's everyone? After opening the usually used meeting room, Naruto saw that only Rias was sitting at her table. Rias, who had been lowering her head in thought, turned her gaze towards the voice that broke her silence. Oh, Naruto, I don't know where everyone is. They haven't been here since when they got home from school. Then Akeno came out of the kitchen. Oh, there's Naruto-kun, what's going on here? Then Akeno sat in a chair facing the window. Naruto walked over and sat next to Akeno. So, where are they all? Even Yuri didn't know where they were when I asked earlier. Naruto looked at Akeno and Rias at the same time. Rias held her chin, thinking, maybe they all intend to look for Yudo. What are they thinking? If they do that, they are now in danger. Makeup stood up from his original position. Akeno, we have to quickly find them. Rias ordered. Hi, Bocho. Akeno nodded and walked next to Rias. Then they left with their teleportation magic. Meanwhile, Naruto leaned his back, facing the ceiling of the room, and sighed. It looks like this is starting to get bad. Revenge is not something that can produce profits, and instead will only cause huge losses. Like lose. Naruto turned towards the door. Finding Asia's figure Ho was holding the doorknob with her right hand. Her body was slightly bent and her breathing was shallow as if she had been running. What's wrong, Asia? Asked Naruto. Anyo. Naruto-san, I was given news by Koneko that now they are facing someone who stole the Excalibur sword. Naruto stood up from his chair. What? Naruto put on a hard face, turning towards the wall behind Rias's desk. 7 o'clock p.m. I'm sure there are no more pedestrians now. Naruto looked at Asia again. Now where are they, Asia? They are in the warehouse where the monster you killed was once the nest, Naruto-san. Asia answered. Naruto walked closer to Asia, then whispered to her. I will save Issei, and also the others. Then a golden aura appeared right under Naruto's feet. Hermes active. The Aperon CE of Hermes further strengthened the golden aura. Hermes evolution. Void lightning speed active. Hermes, which originally only reached below his knees, now began to creep up until it filled half of Naruto's thighs. The small wings on Hermes' left and right sides are now slightly enlarged. 60 seconds. Naruto turned to Asia, who was still stunned by the incident. You wait here, Asia, I'll be back soon, with Issei, of course. Naruto only gave a faint smile as a sign of farewell. Then Naruto looked forward again, and a mechanic's voice was heard. Flights. With a matter of 0.1 seconds, Naruto was immediately at the only exit of the building. Open it first, then close it again. Then looking forward, he found that the sky was starting to get dark. Naruto took a deep breath first. This is his first time. Wears a balance breaker from Hermes, and even during training he has to crash into things many times. But this time he had to be sure, because now his life was at stake if he arrived late. Kurama, call inside his mindscape. I understand, kid, Kurama answered. 59 seconds. Then an orange aura came out around Naruto, preparing his position to run, until the ground he stepped on cracked and made a slight crater. Naruto stared forward sharply. The black pupil in his left eye became vertical due to the aura that Kurama gave off. And with one jolt of void steps, Naruto ran at the speed of light. Wait for me, Issei, everyone, Naruto thought. A few seconds later, after about 30 seconds of Naruto running, he finally arrived at the place Asia told him about. With a worried face, Naruto looked left and right to find where Issei was. And after meeting them, Naruto's previously worried gaze now dropped. Seeing that the person he had been worried about earlier was now happy to receive torture from his master. Akeno, who realized Naruto's presence, immediately waved her hand towards Naruto, who was visible from a distance. Naruto-kun, he called. Naruto, who was using void only did 3 steps from the distance to Akeno, which was around 20 meters. Akeno was surprised that Naruto was now right in front of her face. Akeno realized that Naruto had arrived in front of her right before she blinked. It really shocked him. Naruto, who realized that Akeno just stared when he saw him, tried to wake him up. Wow, Akeno. Naruto waved his right hand in front of Akeno. Akeno gasped and realized, why yes. Naruto took a deep breath. Actually, what's wrong with you? Naruto looked around the place, and because he didn't realize it at all, there were not only members of the magical club there, but there were 3 other figures. But Naruto ignored the 3 people, and looked back at Akeno. Void lightning speed deactivated. Let's go home, Akeno, and now it's time for you to make dinner, Naruto said. Akeno patted her forehead lightly. Ah, that's right, I forgot about that. Bocho, I'm going home first. Rias looked at Akeno cheerfully. All right, be careful on the road. Then he resumed his activities of torturing Issei. More precisely, Issei's butt. Upon arrival at the apartment. Tadaima. Okari Oni-chan. Naruto then closed the door to Akeno's apartment. His sense of smell sensed that there was something fragrant too. It was nice in there. Naruto turned to Yuri, who had been waiting for him. Yuri, are you cooking? Of course, Oni-chan, I cooked. Oni-chan's favorite miso ramen . Yuri answered happily. Wow, really? Naruto was very happy to hear that. Yuri nodded enthusiastically and showed this carrot-like smile. Naruto, who had taken off his shoes, walked over to Yuri. And, cups. Yuri opened his eyes when he felt a soft, warm object pressed against his left cheek. And when his eyes glanced over, how surprised he was that the person he called Oni-chan was now kissing his left cheek. Arigato , whispered Naruto and stroked the top of Yuri's head, and then left, leaving Yuri frozen. 3, 2, 1, Kaya, and the evening went on as usual. The next morning, Yuri, Akeno, and Naruto were seen walking together towards their school. But the atmosphere was different. Yuri was now walking while lowering her face, which was slightly flushed. Akeno was giving a murderous glance at Naruto, and Naruto himself became nervous because of Akeno's murderous glance. Hentai basics. Akeno hissed with emphasis on the word, hentai. Naruto looked at Akeno in disbelief. Who's a hentai? I just, kissing. And you don't think kissing is something perverted, huh? Akeno's voice rose. That's natural, isn't it, for an older brother to kiss his own younger sibling? Naruto's voice also rose a little. Not your knock. Didn't you see what happened to Yuri, huh? Starting from last night until now, Yuri's face has continued to turn red. You idiot. Where's the intelligence you've had all this time? Akeno emphasized the word, stupid, to Naruto, who was starting to get annoyed. Hey, I just kissed his cheek as a sign of my love. Am I doing that wrong? Big mistake, stupid. If you kissed Yuri when she was small, it could still be considered a sign of affection from an older sibling. And don't you realize how old Yuri is, huh? She's grown up now. You idiot. She already understands everything, and she can also differentiate between what is affection and what is a kiss. Yuri, who saw the two people arguing in front of her, made her hold back her laughter a little. Yuri had never seen these two people who were considered family fighting in public. Akeno Ne-chan, who usually wore a fake smile, and Naruto Ne-chan, who wore a wall face. Imagining her sister's face in public and comparing it to now, made Yuri unable to hold back her laughter any longer. Ha 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 ha. Yuri laughed in her sweet voice. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. Minna, how are you? How are your knees? Sorry for the delay in updating, because I have my own busy life in the world even though I'm just playing games. Sorry if I was disappointed with this chapter. I made this chapter short. Why? Because this chapter is just for refreshing for the next chapter, which is Full Fight. And I would like to thank those who are willing to spend their time reading this FIC. Yes. I realize that my FIC is not of good quality in any way. I will give a little hint for the next chapter. Naruto's eyes are completely covered by a white cloth. Well, that's all I can give to all readers. I apologize if all readers are not satisfied with this chapter, and I really apologize for the delay in updating. Alright, that's it for now. If there are typing errors, please forgive me. Because humans are in the wrong place and forget. Okay, sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 12. A.N. Yosh. Before you read the story, I recommend downloading the song from Konomi Suzuki, this game, to accompany the all-out battle in the story in this chapter. Okay, while reading. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Cr. Eater. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Sumar. Y. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 12. Eye which loses its light. In the afternoon, two figures were seen staring at each other in an almost empty classroom. They were Naruto and Issei. Their faces showed a high level of seriousness that they rarely showed. Is there any news from Kiba, Issei? Issei looked down slightly. No, not yet, Naruto-san. I'm worried that Kiba will act carelessly in this matter, and again. Issei's face turned uneasy. What's wrong, Issei? You see, Naruto-san. Before I went to the former warehouse, one of the church messengers told me something. Something. Yeah. It's about Hakuryuko. Issei's face became more anxious. Summit. Im's fate can have different plans than our wishes, Issei. Just carry on as usual, you know what I mean, right? Naruto smiled. I understand, Naruto-san, but what should I do if I meet him? I still don't know when it comes to that. You just need to believe in your own strength. Naruto's expression turned sad. Can I do that myself? Naruto thought to himself. Issei changed his expression to a mischievous one. Nay, Naruto-san. How far is your relationship with Akeno-san? A sly grin etched on Issei's lips. Naruto was a little surprised to hear Issei's question. He immediately turned his gaze to another direction to hide the small blush on his cheeks. What do you mean? Oh, come on, Naruto-san, you're a sensitive person, aren't you? From the look on your face now, I know that you like ache. Issei's words were cut off by someone's call. Ni-chan, finally we meet you. And cutting in is Naruto's younger sister, Yuri. Wah, there is Yuri-chan, I miss you. Issei already ready to jump and hug Yuri, but buakh. A loud smack landed on the top of Issei's head, creating a lump the size of an apple and also emitting smoke. If you dare touch my sweet Emotu, you have to face me first. Said Naruto with a face of horror and an aura of darkness behind him, and this is Naruto's Sisuke nature. Yuri, who was praised by Naruto like that, only let out a blush. But that didn't last long. Yuri walked over to Naruto and held out a blue box. Ni-chan, I made a bento for Ni-chan. Yuri said embarrassedly, and the dark aura immediately disappeared from Naruto, replaced by radiant aura like the shining sun. Wow, this is definitely delicious, I'll eat it. Arigato, Yuri-chan. Yuri just nodded happily. Naruto turned his gaze towards Issei, who was lying on the floor in a pathetic condition. Hey Issei. Do you want to? In the blink of an eye, Issei immediately rose from his slump. If you insist, Naruto-san. The tone of his voice seemed enthusiastic. Okay Yuri, you can go back to your class. And thank you again. Naruto showed a warm smile towards Yuri, and involuntarily made the female student who happened to be in the class that Naruto was in blushed so badly, that until someone got a nosebleed. I'll go first Ni-chan. Yuri walked out of Naruto's class. Right after Yuri left Naruto's class, the students who had caught a glimpse of Naruto's smile earlier immediately. Kaya, quote, Kyyaa. Kaya, Naruto-kun, smile again. No, and that was Naruto's only response. Apparently Naruto returned to his cold mode. Naruto's answer meant to pierce the hearts of the female students, making them immediately heartbroken. But maybe seeing Naruto smile like that just now is an experience they won't miss, and maybe they will remember it for the rest of their lives. After school, Issei, haven't you heard any news about Yuto yet? Asked Rias, who was sitting at the stop next to her. Hiba didn't tell me at all, Bocho, not even Irina. Issei looked down. The members of the magical club and Naruto were silent for a moment. Until something seemed to startle Rias, suddenly all eyes immediately turned to her. What's wrong Rias? Asked Naruto. Looks like my pet found one of the church messengers. Naruto stood up from his position. Quick. Don't waste any more time. Everyone immediately nodded. Then everyone in the room immediately stood up towards the place where teleportation was usually made. Akeno quickly activated her teleport magic to where Rias' pets were, and the next second they were swallowed by Akeno's magic. The next second they arrived where Rias's pet was. Rias's pet was seen turning into her vampire figure. Issei, who saw Irina lying down, immediately ran towards her. Issei immediately snatched Irina's figure from Rias's pet, and rested Irina's head on his lap. Irina, what happened? Issei asked in a panicked tone. Irina opened her eyes slowly and looked at Issei sadly. I can't face them, they are too strong. Those were the only words from Irina before she was seized by a great feeling of fatigue, fainting. Issei looked back. Asia. Call Issei. Asia quickly ran towards Issei, and activated her twilight healing to heal Irina. Then a magic circle appeared in front of Issei, and found 3 figures from the student council. Issei looked at her with a questioning look. Kaichu. A girl who is. Sei called Kaichu immediately ran towards him, looked at Irina with a careful look and then looked at Asia. Twilight healing can't cure mental fatigue? Sona asked. Yes. Mental fatigue is different from physical injuries. So mental fatigue can only be cured by rest. Asia answered. Tsubaki, take him to our place. Sona ordered. Then Tsubaki walked Irina, and carried her bridal style a few steps away, and disappeared in the teleportation magic. Issei, Asia, and Sona stood up and walked towards the magical club members and Naruto, who was already holding Yukiinessa in his left hand. Deg. A tight feeling suddenly appeared in Issei. This feeling, Naruto, who already knew about his enemy's whereabouts, slashed Yukiinessa at the tree behind him. Medium-sized ice spikes crept towards the tree, and upon touching them the tree immediately froze. Wow, you've found out, haven't you? Said the figure who had been hiding. Freed, said Issei, surprised. Wow, is this a reunion of my prey? This is getting very interesting. It makes me want to cry just looking at it. Freed said in his psycho style. It turns out there is Asia-chan. Are you enjoying your time as a devil, Asia-chan? Freed continued. Shut up you bastard. I'll beat you right now. Issei shouted in disapproval. Then the figure called Kaichu jumped forward, creating a magic circle with Rias which was directed at the figure named Freed. Wait ladies, I'm not here to fight. Freed said. What do you mean? Asked Rias, who removed her magic circle, as did Sona. About that, all of you ask my boss. Freed looked towards the sky. You can see the figure of Daidenshi sitting on his throne which is flying because of magic. How are you, little brother of Lucifer and Leviathan? He said in an arrogant tone, making Naruto harden his gaze at the figure. What exactly do you want? Steal 3 holy swords from the center of the church, terrorize the city by killing the priests, and again. Naruto's words stopped when the figure answered. I just want to declare war once again on demons and angels. The answer is short. Are you crazy? War will only increase misery for all factions, including yours, Daidenshi. Naruto's gaze grew sharper. Hey, your words are the same as Azazel Kid. Peace. What is that? Those words were just a joke to me, and who are you actually? I feel the aura of all kinds of creatures from your body. Are you a mutation? The tone of the conversation sounded insulting. I am no one. I am the person who will stop a war wherever it is, even at the risk of my own life. Ho, very interesting, I'll take your word for it. But before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Kokabiel, the leader of the Daidenshi. After saying that, Kokabiel then created a magic circle which released dozens of light spears aimed at Naruto and the others. Naruto just stared flatly at the attack, stretched his right hand towards the spear that was attacking him, then a blue magic circle with a diameter of 3 meters appeared as his protection. Naruto looked back to check on the others. Are you all okay? Everyone just nodded. Then Rias turned to Koneko who was on a tree branch. Where did they go, Koneko? Koneko pointed towards their school. To Kuo Academy. All of the teenagers' eyes now turned towards their school. With his strength like that, he could easily destroy this city in a matter of seconds. Sona said. Issei's eyes widened. Destroyed. This city. His hands began to clench into fists, and his eyes had a hint of hatred. Everyone, all eyes turned to Naruto. Please, don't look me in the eye. Naruto began to remove the white bandage covering his right eye, and after Naruto opened his eyes quickly, the clouds in the city of Kuo became dark as night. I created a high-level illusion in this city, making all human time stop. Only creatures from the 3 factions can move in this area of my illusion. Naruto explained. Everyone looked amazed at Naruto's strength, but ONL. Why one person was afraid and hid behind Issei? Why are you hiding behind me, Koneko-chan? Those eyes, scary. His gaze conveyed great fear. Okay, let's go, Rias said. Oh, answer everyone in unison. And the battle begins. ... To be continued. ... Ha ha ha, just kidding. So it's not tense. At Academy Kuo, everything is ready, right? Rias asked her entire peerage. Rias, let me take the lead this time. Because this involves life and death. Naruto said in a wise tone. Let me help you, Naruto-san. Issei stepped to Naruto's left side. Naruto glanced slightly at Issei. Thank you, Issei. Naruto gave a faint smile. Let's beat them up, Naruto-san. And finally Naruto's team walked into war. After walking for several minutes, Naruto CS finally arrived at the edge of the school field. And the first thing we saw was a magic circle for combining the 4 Excalibur swords. You're finally here. Everyone turned to the origin of the voice, and saw Kokabiel supporting his right cheek with his hand. Let's start, Kokabiel, Naruto said in a sharp and piercing tone. Before that, I will show you what strength is. Kokabiel then created a spear of light in his right hand, throwing it towards the school warehouse which was near Naruto CS. BLARR. All the magical club members except Rias, Akeno, and Kiba, who weren't there, widened their eyes. The energy blast from the spear of GHT that Kokabiel created destroyed the warehouse and created a large crater around it. You think I will be afraid of your bluff? Don't hope, Naruto said flatly. You have high self-confidence, but before I finish you off. Play with my pet. Kokabiel snapped his fingers, then a magic circle appeared which produced a giant 3-headed dog. Cerberus. Now all the teenagers' eyes widened in shock. A few seconds later, Naruto ended his daydreaming and took out the Ukianessa from its sheath. Issei. Use that. We will attack together, and you block the 3 Cerberus. Others. Everyone nodded in understanding. All right. Boosted gear. Boost. Boosted gear transform. Dragon claws. Explosion. The gauntlet in Issei's left hand has now changed shape. The previously short fingers are now slightly elongated, and a white piece of steel that functions as a nail is at the tip. These fingers. I'm ready, Naruto-san. We kill the dog within 30 seconds. Issei nodded in understanding. The Two of them ran towards the Cerberus, which was roaring with joy. Once in front of the Cerberus, Issei then jumped and prepared his claws. Crash! Issei managed to create 5 large scratches on the middle of the Cerberus' head, making it thrash wildly. Cerberus himself, he didn't stay still. He lifted his front right leg up to shake off Issei. But luckily Issei was able to see him. He, who was still floating in the air, immediately put out his 2 demon wings. The Cerberus's blow finally failed to hit Issei, but the Cerberus' mouth in the middle seemed to want to spit out something. "Naruto-san, hurry up!" shouted Issei, a little panicked. Naruto himself was now right under Cerberus' body, and without waiting any longer, he stuck his Yukianessa into the ground. Yukianessa. Ice Lance. JLEBB. After Naruto stabbed Yukianessa into the ground, an ice thorn appeared shaped like a spear which immediately penetrated the Cerberus' body. The blast that was about to be launched at Issei failed to be carried out, replaced by a sound of pain from the Cerberus' mouth. Issei. Now, boost. Okay, feel this. Dragon Roar. Issei creates a magic ball the size of an Odama Rasengan in his left hand. And when the magic ball hits the Cerberus, there will be a BLARRR explosion. Finally, Cerberus died and became ashes. Issei quickly removed his wings and walked towards Naruto. "Well done, Naruto-san," Issei said. "Not yet, Issei. Asia is trapped." "What?" Issei's gaze quickly turned towards Asia, who was being pinned down by the Cerberus. "Issei, use Dragon Shot at as close a distance as possible." "I will immediately block it," Naruto ordered. Issei immediately ran and gathered his strength again, while Naruto lifted Yukianessa high again. Akari Yukian ESA. JLEBB. Giant thorns immediately spread towards the 3 remaining Cerberuses. His speed exceeded Issei, who was running towards Asia. JLEBB. ROAARRRGGHHH. And sounds of pain from the mouths of the 3 Cerberuses echoed. And Finn. Ally, the 3 remaining Cerberus died at the hands of Rias and Akeno, Koneko and Xenovia, and finally Issei and Kiba. It can be seen that Naruto is now leaning on. His sword was still stuck, sweat was pouring down from his forehead. His breathing was starting to become labored, and he had little magical energy left. With great difficulty, Naruto tried to stand up. Interesting, very interesting. His strength that has been lost for a long time has finally returned, Kokabiel said in a tone of joy after seeing Naruto's strength. Naruto began to stand up from his slump, seeing Kokabiel, who had disappeared from his rest and was now standing in the sky with his 6 wings. But his gaze was distracted by the huge aura behind him. "Kiba," called Issei. Kiba was seen walking towards a fat old priest, Bulba Galil. "You were the one who killed my friends. And now it's time for revenge." The old priest, who was called Bulba Galil, took out a blue crystal from his pocket. No, when you escaped, I didn't immediately kill them. I realized at that time that the holy aura from your bodies was too weak, and I realized, instead of killing you all, I'd better absorb your holy aura and gather it into one. And this crystal was created. Bulba looked at the crystal in his hand with a disdainful smile, then he threw it towards Kiba. "That's for you, a reward because you were able to pass the trial." Kiba took the crystal that Bulba had thrown right under him. "Friends, sorry I couldn't help you." I'm sorry. The crystal was absorbed into Kiba's body. A bright blue aura began to appear around Kiba's body, and slowly the aura began to be absorbed into the sword that Kiba held in his right hand. Kiba started to open his eyes after feeling such deep regret, pointed his new sword at Bulba and said, "Time for your punishment." Bulba took a step back, freed. The mad priest jumped up and protected Bulba. "Yosh. Let me be fresh again after killing you. And you definitely know this fight, just skip it." Because according to the author, Kiba's fight was a bit too much. Interesting, very interesting. So that's the Holy Sword Demon, very interesting. Kokabiel got off and landed on the ground. And without being given any orders, Kiba and Xenovia advanced to attack Kokabiel, who had just stepped on the ground. Kokabiel himself only, grinning happily, seeing Kiba and Xenovia attacking from left and right. Kokabiel easily blocked the cuts, the 2 of them with a light sword he created. With one blow from Kokabiel, Kiba and Xenovia were immediately thrown towards Rias, who was far behind. Not remaining silent, Akeno immediately created lightning magic from her right index finger, but Akeno's attack was easily blocked by Kokabiel with his magic shield. How interesting, Barakiel's son is here. This is really interesting. Kokabiel's words made all the teenagers there widen their eyes except Naruto. Finally, Akeno stopped releasing her lightning, and Kokabiel immediately took advantage of that opportunity. Slashing the light sword in his right hand, a horizontal shockwave shot towards Akeno. And Akeno himself could only withstand the attack with his magic shield. But Kokabiel's attack was too strong, as evidenced by the destruction of Akeno's shield. Kyyaaa. Greebb. Akeno was thrown, but a strong hand caught her gently. Akeno just looked at who caught her, Naruto-kun. Looked at Naruto's face, whose right eye was closed tightly. Naruto placed Akeno gently on the ground, standing up. Came back and looked at Kokabiel with both eyes. Time for me, he said briefly. Void lightning speed active. 60 seconds. Naruto pulled back Yukianessa, who was on his back. A flash was seen before Naruto disappeared from his original place, and a sound of metal clashing was heard. That's when Naruto was seen again clashing swords with Kokabiel. Oh, you have above average speed. But unfortunately, I can still see it. Kokabiel looked at Naruto's eyes, which were looking at him intently. A really nice gaze, and those eyes. You're right. How interesting. A kid like you has Azriel's eyes. Kokabiel's psycho smile grew even more. 59 seconds. Kokabiel jerked his sword slightly as it clashed, causing Naruto to fall slightly backwards and lose his balance. Kokabiel again did not waste the opportunity, removed the sword from his hand and hit Naruto in the face several times. Then a punch in the stomach and finally a kick from his right foot aimed at Naruto's head, sending Naruto flying quickly towards the school building. WUSSHH Blair. The walls that Naruto hit immediately shattered, leaving Naruto himself buried inside. Kokabiel no. Stopped there, created a magic ball measuring 1 meter and shot it towards Naruto, but attack. Kokabiel was successfully cleaved in two by Xenovia's Durandal, making Xenovia gasp and lean on her sword. Kokabiel grinned. I didn't think you could still fight like that without your master. Xenovia widened her eyes. What do you mean, Kokabiel? Oops, I slipped, but it's okay, I wanted to. Declared war. Kokabiel paused. Not only the 4 demon kings died, but God too. All eyes shocked, except for Issei and Naruto. A strong aura was felt by everyone on the battlefield, and the one who caused that great aura to radiate was Issei. You, hissed Issei. You have hurt my friend. Explosion. A green ish aura radiated violently from Issei's gauntlet, and Issei's boosted gear changed shape. Extreme dragon shot. After Issei said that, Issei started walking towards Kokabiel and shot his volleyball-sized magic ball towards Kokabiel in a row. Kokabiel could only block it with his magic shield and his mind was in shock at the moment. When he was right in front of Kokabiel, Issei stopped shooting high S magic and hit Kokabiel hard in the face. Ha! 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 Issei has now reached his limit. Kokabiel himself was wiping the blood from the corner of his right lip, and looked at Issei full of anger. Fuck you. Creates a magic ball as big as 1 meter and shoots it towards Issei, who just remains silent. Issei just widened his eyes in resignation, and with his last effort was just to hold back with his gauntlet. With great difficulty, Issei tried to ward off the magic ball, causing his body to continue to be pushed backwards because of its strength. Blast HH. Finally, Issei's efforts were not in vain. He managed to push the magic ball towards Kiri, making the magic ball collide with the ground and explode. Broke. Ha! 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 Issei could only fall with his knees as support, his breathing was like he had run a marathon for 3 full days. Issei. Rias ran towards Issei with a worried face. Are you okay? He asked after being on Issei's left side. Issei just glanced at his Bocho with a calming look. I'm okay, Bocho. Issei tried to stand up again. Interesting, very interesting. You still have the energy, make me feel Securute's pleasure. A psycho smile appeared on Kokabiel's rotten face. Inside the pile of bricks shaped like a mountain, Naruto could be seen, who was silent and didn't move an inch. His eyes were closed peacefully, his right hand holding Yukianessa showed a slight movement. Suddenly the two purple beads opened. BLARR. All eyes were focused on the sound of the explosion that occurred. The pile of bricks that buried Naruto was thrown everywhere, and Naruto's figure was seen standing with purple eyes that implied the darkness of hatred. Naruto walked past Xenovia, who fell to her knees, standing right in front of her with her sword pointed at Kokabiel. "It's time for me to punish you." The two violet irises seemed to glow, a dark aura began to appear around Naruto's body. "Play the song." The black aura around Naruto's body began to creep towards Yukianessa, covering the entire surface of Yukianessa with darkness. Dark Yukianessa. Blood scythe active. The dark aura disappeared from Yukianessa's side, and now what Naruto was holding as a large sword with a black hilt as a handle. Naruto stretched the sword to the right, and said, "Dark scythe active." The sharp edge of the sword was drawn upwards and curved towards the back, The front side was replaced with a reddish aura that was shaped into a large sickle. 39 seconds. With the void still active, Naruto disappeared again in a flash. Kokabiel looked back only to see a giant scythe aiming at him. With automatic reflexes, Kokabiel immediately jumped and flew. BLARR. A red aura suddenly exploded like an erupting mountain. And there Naruto was, in a crater 5 meters in diameter and about 2 meters deep. Naruto looked at Kokabiel, who was in the sky with a flat gaze. With void still active, Naruto immediately jumped towards Kokabiel. And miraculously, without wings, Naruto can tread in the sky without interference. 38 seconds. Continuously, Naruto continued to slash the scythe full of aura of death towards Kokabiel, but Kokabiel was able to avoid it. With caution, Naruto started to feel annoyed with Kokabiel's behavior, who had been avoiding his attacks. "Coward." Naruto hissed. With a distance calculated to be around 10 meters, Naruto stopped chasing Kokabiel and readied a high-speed shockwave towards Kokabiel. Sensing danger was threatening his life, Kokabiel quickly created a magic shield from both hands. A slight grin formed on Naruto's lips, but no one knew. Kokabiel, who was currently only focused on Naruto's shockwave attack, didn't realize the presence of Naruto, who was right behind him. Crass HH. AARRRGGHHH. 37 seconds. A heartbreaking scream came out of Kokabiel's mouth. And then a thud was heard from Kokabiel's body, who fell because he lost his 6 wings. Naruto descended slowly towards Kokabiel, who still couldn't believe that his wings had now been lost. Tap. Naruto stepped elegantly towards the ground. Looking at Kokabiel, who was scared with a cold gaze from his 2 violet beads, he raised his dark scythe like a butcher ready to carry out his duties. Naruto immediately jumped back when his gut feeling again felt a sign of danger. And sure enough, someone in white clothes and a white mechanic wing was standing there. The person stepped on Kokabiel's helpless body. "It turns out you have completed my task. I will not thank you for this." The person then picked up. Kokabiel had been knocked unconscious first, and then turned towards Freed, who had fainted in his place. "I will also take this person in for interrogation." "What do you actually mean, Hakuryuko?" asked Naruto. Ryuko. Issei could be heard in shock after hearing that name. "I was only sent by Azazel to bring these 2 creatures, because they had deviated from expectations." Hakuryuko answered in a flat tone. And then he left Naruto and everyone there. 30 seconds. Everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief because it was all over. All eyes turned towards Naruto, who fell on his knees as support. You can see that all the sacred GEAR that Naruto was wearing has disappeared, leaving only Naruto in his place. Naruto Pav. Finally this battle was over. I felt my body was like a statue, very difficult to move. Why do my eyes feel hot and sore? I'm going to touch them. Warm. Are these tears? I tried to look at the palm of my hand, which already felt a warm sensation from whatever I was holding earlier, and after I tried to look at it, my vision started to blur and get darker. What is it? What's wrong with my eyes? Now I feel my eyes are more sore than before, they feel hot and painful. AARRRGGGHHH. Naruto Pav end. Second life. To the next day. Nay, Yuri. Are you okay with skipping school just for your brother's sake? What is Oni-chan talking about? It's okay to skip school once in a while, especially NCE. I'm skipping class to take care of Ni-chan. Hehe, it's up to you, my sweet little brother Tilda. Huh, how could Oni-chan tease me when Oni-chan's condition is like now? Well, after the fight between Naruto and Kokabiel was over, Naruto was quickly taken to the hospital in Kuo City, and this is Naruto's condition now, with his body covered in patient clothes and his eyes covered with cotton, tied with bandages around his entire head. Nay, Yuri, can I ask something? Asking about what Oni-chan? When the time comes, this bandage is removed, and my eyes no longer show light. Would you like to be my second eye, Yuri? Greebb. Oni-chan no baka, what is Oni-chan talking about? I won't let that happen. And if that happens, then I will be happy to be your second set of eyes. Because I love you. Yuri's voice sounded soft when he said the last sentence. Puk. A hand held the top of Yuri's head. You are my sweet little brother. Naruto smiled at Yuri, who was hugging him, and if the bandage on his eyes was removed, you might be able to see a calming look from Naruto. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. This is the longest chapter I could make in the story, Second Life. Just want to ask, how do readers rate it? I also want to say Minal Aidsen Wal Faidsen. I apologize physically and mentally if there are any mistakes I made in creating this story and others. And also wishes for a happy Eid al-Fitr, which actually happens tomorrow. He. Well, once again I apologize profusely to all of you. And if there were no readers, I don't know what to do. Crying Gehe. Okay, that's all for now. See you again after Eid is over. Sayonara. _. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 13. A.N. Yosh. First of all, I want to say Tadaima to all readers. Our long holiday is over, and we are back to our normal activities. Okay, what I mean by making an author's note at the beginning is that I will try to make an opening for Season 2. And I took the opening song from the anime, Mashiro Iroh Symphony Ost, Authentic Symphony. Okay, listen now. Sono koa wa itsuka watashi wo yobu yakusoku no hibiki. You can see the image of Naruto sitting on the hospital bed with his head down, and suddenly looking towards the window to his right. Mezamade asa ni adarashi kase wo te surate sato kaoru no. Image shifts to a quiet garden. There is Issei sitting on the edge of a fountain, then looks up at the bright blue sky. Mitsumatera shiinjutsu ni nat shimao. Image shifts again to a bridge in the middle of a lake at night. Valley is seen, with both hands in his trouser pockets, starting to walk away from the bridge. Kokura made Tadoit Shimao. Image shifts again to Azazel's grinning face, showing a bit of his white teeth. Hajimaru tame ni Yumareta to Wakara yo. Image shifts back to one morning, where Naruto is being carried by Yuri because his eyes are still covered with bandages, and behind him you can see all the members of the magical club smiling at the two of them. Mabushi omoi wa seisho no authentic. When Naruto was right at school, suddenly the sky turned red and was filled with floating hooded people. The bandage on Naruto's eyes fell off, revealing his two violet irises which were shining sharply. Fureta Junpaku no Symphony. Image shows Naruto and Issei brutally attacking enemy troops, like psychos. Kasanaru Mirai ha Dana Iro ni Sumaru no. Image shifts not far from where Naruto is. There the members of the magical club and the student council are fighting not far away like Naruto and Issei. Hikari Odoru Sakai no Nakada. The image shifts again not far from the teenagers who are fighting. It shows Lucifer, Leviathan, Azazel, and Michael creating an invisible Kekai, to protect them, as well as Asia and Gasper. Kajayaki wo Motada, Senritsu ni Naratai. Image returns to Naruto, who slashes his Yukianessa at the enemy, and suddenly he looks behind him. Yuri is seen standing near Azazel's group with her eyes closed and her hands held together as if praying. Tada hitotsu dake wo anata to Igako. On Yuri's back, two black feathered wings flutter. The image shifts to his eyes, which begin to open slowly, and shows his two ruby irises turning gold. And the image is sucked into those eyes. Then becomes dark. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami, pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, new dimension. Typo. SKS, system. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 13. A mysterious girl. In a white room with a peaceful atmosphere. There was a young man lying on a plain white bed with a blanket covering all his legs. His eyes, which were covered with white bandages, looked far away towards the window on his right. For a long time the young man saw the view of a garden being decorated by the reddish rays of dawn. But that was only a view that other people could see at the moment, not him. Only black could be seen in his eyes now, dark and empty. The young man's gaze shifted to his left. He saw long black hair that slightly covered the beautiful face of a sleeping girl. The young man's lips curved upwards, a sign that he was smiling. Raising his left hand up and stroking the girl's black hair slowly. Trying to remember back to the events after the battle that caused him to lose his eye. Flashback on. Right after that distracting scream, the yellow-haired G-man is now prostrating himself with tears flowing because he cannot accept the fact that now he has lost the light of his eyes, perhaps forever. Naruto. That was the only sound that first came to his senses. And then the young man's body was enveloped in a comforting warm feeling, a hug. The blonde young man immediately cried uncontrollably in the girl's arms. His tears could even fill every emptiness that existed. After a few minutes, the young man's cries began to subside. And the girl who was hugging him slightly moved her hug away, too. Saw the condition of the young man. How? Are you done? The girl opened her voice. Responded by a small nod from the young man in his arms. Why? An ambiguous question that seemed selfish came out of the young man's mouth. His gaze was now directed towards the dusty ground, and he could only see an empty look in the young man's eyes. I don't know. The answer from the girl's mouth was soft. Akeno, as if her name was called. The girl who was hugging the young man with yellow hair immediately looked away. We have to quickly take Naruto to the hospital, Rias said. Meanwhile, the girl who was called Akeno just nodded in resignation and began to release her hug from the young man who was called Naruto. Flashback off. And after that here he was. It's been 3 days since the incident happened. I can only lie and sit on a bed that can only be occupied by one person and can't do anything. Tomorrow is Sunday. Naruto started to remember what day tomorrow was. He really wanted to get out of this place, even if only for a day. Breathing in the air that was filled with the taste of drugs made him want to burn down where he was. But what can I do? That can only be done by wishful thinking. He felt an object moving in his left hand. Naruto quickly released the grip that had been unconsciously attached to his head for a long time, and nervously he began to start talking. Sorry, did I wake you up, Yuri? And the next answer Naruto received was a loud groan. Eeenngghh. Yuri stretched his body from the soreness. Oni-chan is awake, he asked innocently. Should I lend you my eyes, so you can see Yuri? Naruto joked. You could be Oni-chan. Anyo, Oni-chan. There's a shop in front of the hospital that sells ramen. Do you want to buy it? Is this true? Wow. You really are my best little brother. Naruto smiled and stroked the top of Yuri's head. Yuri immediately got up from her chair, but after walking a few steps she stopped and turned towards the empty curtain that covered He patient's bed right in front of Naruto. His gaze sharpened, as if there was something there that he hated. But not long after, he walked out of the room again. If only Naruto could see Yuri's behavior like that, Naruto would definitely feel something strange. Even so, now Naruto could feel the aura of someone in front of him. Who are you? An ambiguous question came out of Naruto's mouth. The previously empty curtain was now filled with a black silhouette behind it. The curtain slowly opened, and the figure of a girl with long black hair, almost like Yuri, with dark black eyes was seen standing in front of Naruto. The girl just smiled sweetly at Naruto, a smile that could charm all men if they saw it. Naruto's brow furrowed. Who are you? His tone turned cold. The girl walked closer to Naruto. The smile on her lips never left and remained stuck. Who am I? I'm not anyone. The answer is easy. He, who was now standing on Naruto's left side, immediately sat on the edge of the bed Naruto was on. And unexpectedly, the girl immediately hugged Naruto, who was sitting helplessly. I'm attracted to you, everything inside you. The girl raised her head to look at Naruto's face, which was slightly dripping with cold sweat. My body seemed to stop moving, and again this girl's aura felt like it was pressing on me. Unlucky. And at times Naruto cursed loudly. I repeat once again, who are you? Naruto's voice now sounded a little shaky. The girl, who was still faithfully looking at Naruto's face, widened her smile. Then he let go of his hug and stood up. Returned to the left side of Naruto's bed, introducing Watashi wa name Ophis Yoroshi-kun. The girl lowered her head to introduce herself. And his voice is made up like a child's. Naruto, even though his eyes were covered with bandages, turned to the girl named Ophis. What's your purpose here? A most logical question if a stranger comes to your place, even though the place is clearly a hospital. You're sick. Of course I came here to visit you. He answered with a smile. That's just an excuse, not an answer. I repeat it once again. Why are you here? Naruto tried to calm down. I told you that I came here to visit you. And Ophis' answer remained the same. It's up to you. I also don't feel your evil intentions towards me. So maybe I will believe it if you really visit me. And I've never known you before. Are you the Kohai at my school? Naruto said as calmly as possible, but it was different in his heart, which said, I don't feel her evil intentions towards me, but I can feel that this girl's strength is very different from mine. Even if I use Kurama's balance breaker, I might still lose. That's what his heart said. Ophis sat back down on the edge of Naruto's bed, and swayed her legs like a swing. The girl's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, and the sweet smile on her lips never left its place. I'm not a Kohai at your school, and besides, I'm already big, just trapped in this lowly's body. He said happily. Actually, I've been confused since earlier. You entered this VIP room with a magic portal. Why didn't you use the entrance? Naruto's tone sounded as if he was interested. That's because the security outside is very tight. You even have to have another ID card to enter this VIP room. So, I just used teleport magic. At the end of her sentence, this black-haired girl looked very happy. After hearing that, actually in his heart Naruto had an acute sweetdrop expression, but on the outside Naruto's expression remained calm. He realized that this girl is not an ordinary girl, even without looking. Naruto knows that the girl he is talking to is a. Do you want to be my lover? Ophis asked with a cute blush on her face. Naruto was immediately affected by a great shock. This was the first time they met. The girl in front of him immediately confessed her feelings. It was really strange and suspicious. Even though Naruto's brain was currently spinning violently, Naruto had to immediately answer the question of the girl in front of him. How is it? Etta. Naruto scratched the back of his head as if nervous, even though inside he was thinking hard to find a very, very logical reason. Okay, I'll give you time to think. Oh yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. How about we go on a date? Ophis asked. Dating? That might be difficult, technically. I'm blind, so it might be a bit difficult to date a woman. Naruto spoke his most logical reason for avoiding getting close to the black-haired girl in front of him. It doesn't matter to me, I'll be your second set of eyes for tomorrow. So, how about it? The tone of voice changed to become a little anxious, as if waiting for an answer to his declaration of love. I better not waste this opportunity. I have to reveal everything about this girl. Everyone. And in Naruto's mind were printed a few perverted images that Jiraiya had taught him in his old life, making him shake his head hard to get rid of those perverted thoughts. Ophis saw Naruto shake his head, making her expression immediately turn sad. So you don't want to, huh? His voice sounded sad and soft. Even though Naruto couldn't see the expression on Ophis' face, Naruto knew that Ophis was sad because of him. Technically Ophis' sad voice made Naruto aware. Etta, I want to. What time? Asked Naruto. Ophis's face, which was previously sad, now turned bright. Really? Yee. I'll pick you up here at 10, how about it? He asked excitedly. Okay, 10 o'clock, Naruto said nervously. I have to be able to reveal this girl's identity. Especially since she seems to be targeting me. I have to be careful. Naruto's mind reminded him. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Ophis immediately walked towards the only exit of the room. And Naruto just looked at him flatly. Second life. Ophis was right in front of the door to the room where Naruto was being treated. He then turned to the left to see a girl. With black hair, it seemed. Was leaning his back against the wall of the quiet hallway. The girl who was leaning was Yuri. Yuri turned to Ophis with a sharp gaze that no one had ever seen. What do you really want? His tone, get cold. Ophis, who was in front of the door, started walking towards Yuri. Do you know, I'm interested in your adopted brother. And maybe, I'm starting to like him. Ophis answered after being right in front of Yuri. Yuri's gaze hardened even more, and his ruby eyes began to turn a still faint gold color. You, Yuri hissed. His hands began to clench into fists, until his knuckles turned white. Ophis snorted softly. Hey, if you let your guard down just a little, I will take your sweet sister. Remember this, my rival. After emphasizing her last word, Ophis walked away from Yuri and disappeared with her teleport magic. Yuri just looked at Ophis' departure with a sharp glance. He took a deep breath, then walked towards Naruto's room. Hi, Oni-chan. Been waiting a long time, huh? Naruto turned to the source of the sound Yuri made. Oh, no Yuri, just a few minutes, right? Smiled Naruto. He. I'm sorry Oni-chan, it turns out the ramen shop in front is full of customers. So I have to queue. He. Yuri started to spoon the ramen soup into his hand, and blew it slowly. Say, quadruple A tilde. Quadruple A tilde EMM. Yuwu. Ramen is the food of angels, no wonder so many people eat ramen. A satisfied expression appeared on Naruto's face. It's not good if you eat ramen beyond Oni-chan's limits. It could worsen your health, you know. Yuri scolded like a mother-in-law. You're nagging like Akeno-chan. Yuri. Talking about Akeno-chan, what is she doing now? Naruto turned towards the window on his right and tried to see what Akeno was doing. At the same time, Hakim. Oh, Naruto-kun, I'm lonely here. Hurry up and get out of the hospital. Yes, Akeno was now mumbling in her sleep. Time skipped to the next day. Naruto was seen sleeping soundly on his bed. His body was completely covered by the blanket, with his mouth still slightly open, a sign that he was fast asleep. Sunlight began to penetrate Naruto's room, making Naruto frown because he was hit by the bright sunlight. He wanted to immediately get up from his position, but something heavy prevented him from getting up. I tried several times to get up, but I couldn't. Just as Naruto was starting to get frustrated, he opened the blanket that covered his entire body, and he felt a smooth black rope in the palm of his hand. And there was also a soft snoring sound like a fox sleeping in winter. Naruto started feeling from top to bottom of the black mane that he couldn't see. And a soft sensation was felt in the palm of his left hand. Naruto, who was curious, started touching the object with his index finger. Pinching and pulling it slowly, and stroking it slowly. And finally he finished doing it all. Naruto raised his left hand and began to look at it. Strange, that sensation feels very familiar. But what was the object I touched earlier? And Naruto's muttering stopped when the sound of a moan, which sounded a little erotic, was right beside him. Enk. Ohayu Oni-chan. The reading voice of a beautiful girl was heard in the morning. Ohayu Yuri. Naruto replied softly. 1, 2, 3. Uuuuehhhh. Yuri, what are you doing here? Naruto's voice boomed like lightning striking from the sky. Taking care of you. Yuri's innocent answer and gaze turned to Naruto. Oh, let me change the question. Why are you sleeping in my bed? Naruto shouted again. I need warmth. Yuri answered teasingly. Need warmth. Naruto sighed. Ha, listen Yuri, we are already brothers, even though I can't see it, I can't feel it forever. Unlucky. Why is my mind becoming arrow like this? Cursed you pervert thoughts. Naruto thought added. He. Oh yes Oni-chan. You said you have a date today? Asked Yuri who had gotten out of Naruto's bed. I actually have a date today. Wait, how did you know? The girl you met yesterday is my friend who is also in class 1, just in a different class. Yuri's answer was a lie. Oh, I see. What time is it? What, at 9:45? Damn, he'll be here in 15 minutes. What should I do? Naruto, who pretended to be able to see, seemed to panic. Oni-chan, it's still 9 in the morning. Why are you panicking like that? Said Yuri with a bored face. Really? I can't even see it. Said Naruto with a look without sin. Did you forget that your eyes are closed? Damn, Baka Oni-chan. If Naruto could see, maybe what he saw now was Yuri's very cute pouting face. And Naruto might pinch those chubby cheeks. Can you take me to Yuri's bathroom? Okay. Should I rub your back too? Yuri teased. Okay. Don't tease your Oni-chan too much. I might bite you, you know. Naruto got up from his bed, not forgetting to be helped by Yuri. The two of them walked together through the hospital hallway, which only a few people passed by, and saint of the people they both passed were old people with an extraordinarily wise appearance, with wheelchairs always at their feet. It was a VIP room, a room that only contained people with thick wallets. Unlike Naruto, who is actually just an employee of a cafe which can be said to be quite large, but that's only part-time, because he still has to go to school. Oh, thanks to Rias, for helping him get to this point. Now here he is, in front of a bathroom door, which is of course exclusive, still with the patient's clothes on his body. Released his left hand from Yuri's grasp, and stepped into the meditation room. CKLEK. The door closed slowly, leaving Naruto standing alone in the middle of the classic-style bathroom. Slowly removing the bandage around his head, after a long time his eyes finally slowly opened. Iris Violet was visible there, blinking several times to focus her retina with the surrounding light. These eyes can no longer be sapphire, ever. Forgive all my mistakes, friends. Especially to Yuri, who has sincerely cared for me and looked after me all this time. I'm sorry if I've been lying all this time, I'm sorry everything. Naruto gripped the bandage tightly in his right hand, and determination returned to Naruto's violet eyes. A determination to protect, even if it was at the cost of his own life. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. How are you all, beloved readers? Is it healthy or the opposite? Well, we are back to struggling with the world starting to turn again. Filling our days with old habits that we have long abandoned. Work and school. I will give a little explanation about yesterday's chapters which were a little confusing for you, readers. Azrael is the name of the angel that Kokabiel mentioned in the last chapter, during his fight with Naruto. Azrael, or can be called Israel for Muslims like us, he is the angel of death. Void. Is it strange for you to hear the word void? If you still don't know, I took the word void from the anime Guilty Crown. RK Sisith. This is something for me personally, when the character Ragna in Lost Saga is running out of blood. In this mode, Naruto can absorb extreme energy from his enemy if he manages to make a small or large scratch or wound. It can also be categorized. In this mode Naruto can produce a magma element. This mode also has effects that can be said to be severe, for example, like Naruto losing the light in his eyes. If readers think, why does it have such a big impact if it can only be used once? If that's what you think, that's a big mistake. I have explained to Naruto here that he comes from a different dimension. And this third dimension faction is not the first time he has used this power. And the first time he used this power was when Haku died in the previous dimension. How do I explain it? Can you understand it? Hopefully so. And as for Yuri, oh Yuri, you made this handsome author think 100 times just to create a conflict about you. But with Yuri's arrival here, it can add a colorful impression. Because Naruto has a weakness for Yuri and everything about Yuri. All. And the last one is Ophis. Actually, I don't understand this character, I swear. And I wonder, why do so many fics use this girl's character as if she is already familiar with Naruto? I'm confused myself too. Is there really any interest in using this girl's character? Or just for a harem couple? And I swear, I'm confused. If any reader knows about this, please fill in your comments via review. And what Naruto touched earlier wasn't your opai, you know, it was just Yuri's cheek. Yosh, That's all for now. Author's note, we'll meet again next week maybe. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 14. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OOC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Some. Mary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 14. Date with mysterious girl and meet Mao-sama. Naruto came out of the bathroom after being in there for a few minutes. With his patient's clothes slightly wet, he closed the bathroom door again slowly. Yuri was surprised by her sister's behavior. And then shock hit her. "Oh Oni-chan, your eyes," said Yuri while pointing her finger at Naruto's innocent face without a single bandage. Violet's dark eyes gave a calming look. Naruto started walking towards Yuri with a sweet smile on his lips, he then sat beside her. Yuri's left. "Let's go home, I've recovered," he said quietly while looking at Yuri with a calm gaze. Yuri's eyes were still wider than usual. It's a miracle to be able to see eyes that have been sentenced to permanent blindness, yeah. A miracle. Why? The mainstream question came out of Yuri's mouth. Who was still experiencing the pressure of shock? Naruto placed his right hand on the top of Yuri's head and stroked it gently. "I'm sorry for lying to all of you all this time, and thank you for caring about me. Especially you, Yuri." Naruto just showed this N-like expression. But why have your eyes changed color, Oni-chan?" Yuri's voice sounded a little sad. Naruto just smiled bitterly and said, There will be consequences if I want to give my eyes back, but don't worry, I can still see clearly." Naruto tried to be happy. "Yuri, can you choose nice clothes for me? Don't forget that I have a date today, right?" Naruto reminded him, "And I also have to investigate about that girl named Ophis." Naruto thought, "Oh, yeah, it's 9:30 now, he'll be here in 30 minutes. Yuri looked at the small watch on his left wrist. Naruto immediately stood up from his chair, held Yuri's left hand and walked towards the room where Naruto was previously. Yuri, who was treated like that, blushed a little at first. And then she smiled. Finally the two of them arrived at Naruto's room where he was being treated. And quickly, Naruto immediately rummaged through the contents of the suitcase that Yuri had brought him. "After getting the right clothes for my second date in this world," Naruto turned to Yuri, who was looking at him with an innocent look. Yuri, could you turn around for a moment?" Awakened from his daydream, Yuri immediately turned around with a red face. Naruto, who saw that, just smiled. He immediately closed the curtains around him, and began to change clothes without making a sound. Sreekk. The only entrance to the room opened, revealing the figures of Issei and Asia, who were nearby. Yuri saw them with a happy look, and immediately walked over to the two of them to greet them. "Ohayo Issei-san, Asia-san." Yuri just smiled. "Ohayo Yuri-chan." Issei and Asia replied together. Issei too then turned his gaze towards the closed curtains, and he pointed a finger at him. "Yuri-chan, is that Naruto-san?" Issei asked. Yuri nodded. That's Oni-chan who is changing clothes. He has a date today." Yuri answered in a childish tone. The curtain slowly opened, surprising Issei and Asia. Not because of Naruto's appearance wearing a shirt, black, covered with a white sleeveless jacket, and also wearing black pencil pants, but because Naruto's eyes were clearly open and showing a different iris color than before. "Ohayo Issei, Asia." Naruto smiled after saying his greeting. Issei and Asia, who saw that, could only stare with their mouths open now. "Are you really Naruto-san?" A very illogical question was asked by Issei, who was still stunned by his shock, but even so, Asia just nodded in agreement. "I'm really Naruto, Issei. Why do you ask like that?" "And no, it's just. And Issei's words were just like a broken record. "Oh, it turns out you're already there, Ophis." Naruto smiled again. Issei, who saw that Naruto's gaze was no longer on him. only stared in surprise at Naruto. Ophis. Issei tilted his head. Then he turned to his right, where there was no one before, and he almost jumped in surprise when he saw the figure of a black-haired girl like Yuri already on his right. Ohayu Naruto-kun. Ophis also ran a little towards Naruto. Yuri's previously warm gaze became cold after Ophis' arrival into this room. Her ruby eyes continued to stare intently at the figure of Ophis, who was chatting with her Oni-chan. Feeling her Oni-chan start to walk towards her, Yuri returned her expression to the same as before. Anyo. Naruto-san, who is he? Issei asked while pointing at Ophis, who was now right in front of him. Her name is Ophis, she will be going on a date with me today. Naruto continued to show his charming smile. But in his heart he continued to chant curses to himself. And maybe also, he could now hear the sound of Kurama, who was now laughing loudly while rolling around. What? Issei and Asi said the same question at the same time. Pleased to meet you. Ophis bowed politely. And Issei. Yes. Please take care of my information at this hospital, and also help Yuri bring the equipment, understand? Naruto nodded slowly as a sign for Issei to obey. Issei, who saw that, looked at Naruto with a reassuring look. Well, Ophis, let's go. Naruto immediately walked away accompanied by Ophis, who was on his left side. After a few minutes passed, Issei, who remained in his original place, put on a thinking face. There's something strange about Naruto-san. Issei's voice sounded like a mumble, but it could be heard clearly by Asia's ears. Said Asia, who turned to Issei. Naruto-san gave me a sign to say yes. Issei kept looking at the floor while thinking. What happened, Issei-san? Asia asked with a worried look. I don't know about that, but maybe there's a reason Naruto-san did all that. And about that girl, I don't. I could feel the aura on her body, and I also felt that she was not an ordinary girl. Issei started to assume, without both of them realizing it. Yuri ran out of the room with a worried and angry look. The look in Ruby's eyes continued to flash sharply, indicating that the current situation was not trivial. Naruto-kun, I hope nothing happens to you. On the other hand, Naruto and Ophis walked slowly on the sidewalk. Naruto's two hands were put in his jacket pocket. On his left side, Ophis put her hands in front of her body, like someone from the upper class. The smile on Ophis' face didn't move at all, making the men who passed her just stare at her. Naruto, who felt uncomfortable with the silent atmosphere that occurred between him and Ophis, started to open a conversation. Where are we going now? Asked Naruto, who had turned his head towards Ophis. It's up to you, Naruto-kun. After saying that, then Ophis smiled with a N face like this. Naruto's face turned red seeing the sweet smile on Ophis' white face. How about we go to the park? Asked Naruto with his face blushing. But on the other hand, his mind rejected the severity of his situation. Unlucky. Why is this girl so cute? Come to your senses, Naruto. Be aware. Well, two natures that are so contradictory are in one body. After their destination had been decided, the two of them walked towards the park. And a surprise immediately came to Naruto's side. In front of him was now a well-built man with long crimson hair looking at him with a calm gaze. Why you? Hi Naruto-kun, long time no see, said the red-haired man. Surzek-san. Before Naruto finished saying the suffix sama, he was immediately given a sign by Surzek not to continue. What are you doing today, Naruto-kun? Are you on a date? Surzek said that with a calm smile, so as not to make the atmosphere gloomy. Naruto immediately scratched the back of his head nervously. That's right, Surzek-san, I'm on a date. Naruto said nervously, even though in his heart, he was again chanting loud curses which made Kurama laugh out loud. Maybe later Kurama will be given a reply by Naruto. Ophis pulled the left side of Naruto's jacket. Who is he? He asked with an innocent face like a child. Feeling a tug on Naruto's body, Naruto immediately turned around. Let me introduce myself. He is Surzek Uzumaki, my father's business friend before he died. Naruto lied. I'm sorry, Surzek-sama. Her mind sighed while crying anime style. Naruto-kun, how about we have lunch there first? Surzek said while pointing at a fairly large restaurant across the street, and Graphia. who had been hugging Sirich's left arm, just nodded happily. Okay, if you insist. What do you think, Ophis? Naruto turned to Ophis, who was looking at him with a sparkling face. What a coincidence, I'm also hungry now, Ophis said in her childish tone. Naruto thought sweetly, if you're hungry, why didn't you tell me earlier? Okay, let's go. Surzek walked ahead of Naruto. Naruto immediately stretched out his left hand towards Ophis. Seeing Naruto's hand extended to her, Ophis just looked at Naruto, who was smiling at her. Aware of Naruto's request, Ophis with a blushing face slowly accepted the left hand with her right hand, and the two of them walked after Surzek. In the restaurant, at a fairly large square table sat Naruto, Surzek and the others. Naruto and Ophis sat next to each other. Across from them were Surzek and Graphia. Surzek raised his hand to call the restaurant waiter, and everyone ordered their own orders. Well, Ojo-san, what's your name? Surzek asked Ophis to open the conversation. Ah, sorry I haven't introduced myself before. My name is Ophis, Uzumaki-san. Ophis slightly lowered her head in that sitting position. Oh, yes, let me introduce myself, this is my wife. Her name is Graphia Uzumaki. Surzek said while looking at Graphia. Nice to meet you. With her polite tone, Graphia also bowed slightly. Sirich's gaze turned to Naruto. Naruto-kun, how are you? Naruto, who heard his name being called, immediately woke up from his lower world at Kurama's place, causing him to feel a little depressed. Panic. Ieta, I'm fine, Surzek-san, Naruto answered. After that short conversation, orders started coming in from the waiters. And they started eating slowly like royalty. Even Ophis, who acted like a child, according to Naruto, now ate slowly and gracefully. After the meal at the European-style restaurant was finished, the waiter quickly cleaned the table and served dessert in the form of cake and drinks, which definitely looked very delicious. But before eating the dish, Surzek quickly stood up and looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, can you come with me for a moment? He said. Naruto immediately understood the meaning of Sirich's words, even though Surzek didn't give a sign. Okay, Surzek-san. Naruto also stood up and walked after Surzek, who had walked first. Surzek and Naruto entered the mail disposal place. Surzek quickly closed the door to the room quickly, then glared at Naruto. Naruto, you have to explain this. His tone turned serious. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed, then opened his eyes in return. Sirich's sharp gaze with a gaze that was no less sharp. You know about that girl's aura, right? Naruto's way of speaking was different from before. The words, you, became, you. Surzek nodded in understanding. Even though he suppressed his aura of power almost to zero, but I still have little. Feel it. I know that that girl's strength also exceeds mine. I even feel a little scared when I imagine it. Strength. I went on a date with him today, aiming to reveal his identity. Last night when I was still blind, he came to me. He said that he liked me, and that's when I realized that he was targeting me. Even yesterday when he came to me, he still suppressed his strength by half. And I myself don't know the limits of that girl's power. Naruto explained. I hope you are careful in going through this, don't be influenced by it. Quote, good, Naruto answered firmly. And speaking of your eyes, how did you recover in just one night? Surzek returned to his calm mode. That's because the creature inside my body gave me a choice. He said, it's true that your eyes won't be blind, but it also takes a very long time to heal. Or you want to recover tonight with the consequence of changing your eyes completely into Kazagami. Even though those eyes can't be sealed in physical form, you can still get their power. Bridal. That's what he said. Without thinking any further, I immediately chose the second option. Naruto explained. Oh, so that's how it is, okay, let's go back. I hope my wife doesn't do anything careless. Naruto and Surzek came out of the room, walking side by side as if nothing had happened. And finally the two of them arrived at the table they had ordered earlier. Naruto sat right next to the girl who was today. His lover looked at the small white plate which no longer contained anything. Naruto turned to Ophis. Ophis, where is my cake? Naruto asked in a slightly low voice, afraid of offending her. I ate it. With an innocent gaze and her typical childish voice, Ophis answered. Naruto's face immediately showed shock and his mouth was half open. Then he patted his forehead hard and after that he let out a long sigh. "Ha, what dream did I have last night?" The words in a sighing voice sounded very frustrated. "Okay Naruto-kun, my wife and I want to take a walk in this city. So see you." Surzek and Graphia then got up from their chairs and walked out of the restaurant. Naruto turned his gaze back towards Ophis. "How about we go to the park now, because it's already afternoon?" "How about it?" asked Naruto, who was back in his mood. "Then let's go." Ophis immediately grabbed Naruto's left hand, and immediately pulled him as he ran. Ophis, don't run." Naruto panicked beyond belief. After leaving the expensive restaurant, they walked slowly on the sidewalk again. Only the difference was that now they were walking with their hands together. Naruto glanced at Ophis's smiling face with a slight blush on her cheeks. Maybe she's a good girl. His mind was never wrong when he said, maybe. Because that word is just an assumption without truth. After walking for several minutes, the two of them finally arrived at a park where I had been stabbed with a spear of light. The atmosphere in the park was quiet, not even one person could be seen. It was already approaching evening, so I couldn't go in. It can be denied that the park is already empty of visitors who have returned to their homes. Eating at a restaurant does take a long time. Waiting for almost an hour for the food to arrive, eating with the etiquette of European royalty which can be finished in almost half an hour. Just thinking about that made Naruto curse again in his heart. After walking around the park a little, Naruto and Ophis finally sat on a park bench made of wood. With the view of the dawn showing its reddish color, adding a romantic impression to a couple who were in love. But it was all inversely proportional to Naruto's situation. With Ophis still holding his left hand, the beat in Naruto's heart somehow felt faster. Even though he didn't have any real feelings for Ophis, his male instincts told him something else. Well, you could say that. Right now Naruto is experiencing a super intense inner shock. Naruto-kun. A feminine voice typical of a teenage girl sounded to Naruto's left. Naruto turned to the voice calling him, "Why yeah." And this time, Naruto was really nervous. Even his mind cannot deny reality. "About last night, Anyo, I asked him." Now, Ophis said that with a blushing face. Cold sweat began to slide quickly from Naruto's forehead. His gaze was then directed to the other side too. Avoided Ophis' gaze, and his smart brain was now spinning quickly to find an excuse. "Naruto-kun, can you kiss me?" Ophis asked with her eyes sparkling brightly, to the point where there were gold stars in them. Naruto immediately turned to Ophis in surprise. I can't move, what is this?" "Kurama." Naruto's mind screamed loudly. "I want you to be completely mine, Naruto-kun. The extraordinary power in your body makes me feel like I've forgotten this world. I really love you." With that Ophis leaned her face towards Naruto's. And for some reason he himself couldn't move from his shocked position. "Kurama, quickly hurt me. If it were easy, kid, it's just that my movements seem to be restrained too." Obviously Kurama seems to be experiencing the same thing as Naruto. Fuck. 5 centimeters, 4 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, and finally Ophis stopped moving her face forward, for some reason. "What's the matter with you coming here? My rival." Ophis' face now turned flat, in contrast to before. With a sharp gaze from the golden irises in both eyes, Yuri walked towards Ophis with a deadly aura. "Don't touch, Naruto-kun." Naruto's senses could hear the heavy tone of voice. Even though his body can't be moved now, his senses still function normally. Ophis started to stand up from her position. A flat look on her flat face fixed on the girl who was approaching her. "If we fight here, this city will just be a crater. You understand that, right?" he said in a slightly heavy tone. "That will happen, if you touch my Naruto." The golden iris stared at the onyx color which was only 1 meter away from him with a sharp gaze. Naruto could only glance at the incident from the corner of his eye. Yuri's aura was now in very dangerous mode. "Kurama, what can you do now?" "Stayed in. It's getting terrible here, hurry up." Naruto's thoughts sounded very panicked, making Kurama rush to quickly release the restraints that were holding him. With great effort, Kurama finally escaped from the restraints thanks to his tail. "Sorry, Gaki. This will hurt. By force, Kurama tries to control Naruto's body from the inside. And it will give pain to Naruto's head. And finally Naruto could move his body again. Naruto screamed with both hands holding his head. Yeah. That's the effect. Thank you Kurama. The two girls who were still arguing turned their faces towards Naruto with shocked faces. The reason is, maybe Naruto will be able to move from Ophis restraints until the owner of the restraints leaves there. Naruto-kun. Yuri immediately ran towards Naruto with a worried expression. Are you okay? Naruto, who was still in pain mode, only glanced at Yuri with his eyes narrowed because of the effect Kurama had given him. You will explain this to me later. Naruto started to stand up and turn to look at Ophis. And as for you, what do you really want from me? Naruto's face went into its cold mode. I told you that I like you, didn't I? That's what my heart really says. Ophis said with a flat face. Naruto's expression hardened. You hypocritical girl, why are you willing to lie to yourself? That's what I don't like most about someone's character, even if they're not even human. His tone now sounded cold. It's up to you. Ophis' gaze turned towards Yuri. My rival, we are not destined to fight here. And maybe only time will tell. His gaze returned to Naruto. Naruto-kun, however, I will still maintain my conscience, even though it might painful. Oh, Faiza's gaze was a little sad when she said that. Not wanting to stay there for long, she turned around and started walking and left with teleport magic. The last message Ophis gave made Naruto just widen his eyes. Ophis's gaze, tone of voice, and expression when she said that. Naruto knew that it was all honest, and what shocked Naruto was a single tear that escaped from its place when Ophis turned around earlier. Naruto knew that they were tears of sadness, pain, and other things related to loneliness. Naruto closed his eyes and made a hard expression. Not a hard expression of anger, but regret. Well, sorry for hurting other people's feelings. Moreover, other people's feelings directed at him, it's even worse. Feelings of guilt are feelings where you will continue to blame yourself, and that can only be cured with one word, sorry. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. In the end, this handsome author has updated too, right? Well, how else, because the reviews that flow like a river without waste are an encouragement for this handsome author #plaque. Look, the previous author also read your review, and there are various questions I want to ask. Actually, what is Ophis, expression like? Man, why people say that Ophis is a girl character who has a wall-to-wall expression? Is it true? What is Ophis, power like? And I swear, the author doesn't really know about this. Who is Great Red? And swear, again, the author really doesn't know. That's all I wanted to ask. I'm sorry if this chapter might be called bad. Well, because I still don't really understand the DxD anime, let alone the light novels. Forgive this stupid author. And about Yuri. Oh, Yuri, you've made this handsome author think for 3 days again to determine what's inside your body. His perverted thoughts recur. Yeah. That's what the author is aiming for now. Even with this ongoing story, the author is still considering Yuri's strength. Yosh. That's all. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 15. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day. Character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 15. The truth about Yuri. Two people of different genders were seen walking together on a quiet sidewalk. The young man who had yellow mane with violet irises glanced at the girl on his left and said, when you get home, you have to explain everything. About Ophis and about you. All this time you have kept your status a secret from me, and also explained about your dragon strength. Even I was shocked. If your dragon aura exceeds Sekiryute and Hakuryuko. The young man's tone sounded firm and authoritative. The black-haired girl just looked at the sidewalk with a sad look. Okay, he answered softly. Never mind, I'm not angry with you. But I just want to know about that girl named Ophis, and of course you know all about it, right? He even bothers to call you my rival, if it comes to that. Means you are recognized by him. Obviously the young man. She's actually a good girl. Yeah, I also knew that when he was about to leave, those tears. The young man's last words sounded softly. Are you starting to like him, Oni-chan? The girl shouted with a jealous red face. The young man just glanced at the girl. If I really like her, so what? I am jealous. The answer was soft, even as if he didn't make a sound. What? The young man turned his head. The girl immediately waved her hands in panic, and no, it's okay. After that short conversation, the two of them finally walked in silence. After a few minutes of walking, the two of them finally arrived at Akeno's apartment. CKLEK. Tadaima. Naruto-kun, I missed you. Greb. Akeno, let go. You're not shy. Yuri's here. Naruto tried to wriggle out of Akeno's arms. Meanwhile, Yuri, who was on Naruto's right side, just looked at him with a sullen look. Naruto, who was still struggling from Akeno's arms, glanced at Yuri with a firm gaze. Don't look at me like that, remember. You still have business with me after this. Akeno let go of her hug and looked questioningly at Naruto. What business is Naruto-kun? It's just a matter between brother and sister, and stop looking at me like I'm a pervert. Naruto said, there's something strange about you today, Naruto-kun. Although I'm not surprised that your eyes have healed, but it's not because of that. Did something happen? Akeno asked with a serious look. Yeah, indeed, today I had a bad day, and I want to solve this problem as soon as possible. Naruto looked at Akeno with a look that was difficult to interpret, making Akeno again have to put on a questioning face. Look, Ne-chan, today Ni-chan had a fight with the girl he was dating. Yuri replied with an innocent look on her face. Akeno looked at Yuri with a surprised look, then turned her gaze towards Naruto in annoyance and then both hands gripped the collar of Naruto's jacket. How dare you date a girl? Other than me. You wolf with a crocodile body. Akeno immediately shook Naruto's limp body. And with a body treated like that, Naruto could only say, I'll reply to you later, Yuri tilde. So what do you want to talk to Yuri about, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked at Akeno, who was sitting to his right. Can you go to your room, Akeno? This time Naruto's gaze turned very serious. Okay. Akeno left with a sad look. Naruto turned his gaze towards Yuri, who was in front of him. First of all, I want to know about the dragon inside your body. Naruto said, Dragon. And without Naruto knowing, Akeno was hiding behind a wall to eavesdrop on Naruto's conversation, and he was very surprised by what he had just heard. Yuri sighed as he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, it wasn't the color ruby that was visible, but a striking gold color. Yes, actually, I am the embodiment of a dragon. And I am the golden light dragon, the light. Yuri's voice sounded a little echoey, creating an aura of fear for those with a weak mentality. Naruto's gaze became increasingly sharp and hardened. That already answers one of my questions. What is your relationship with that girl named Ophis? The golden irises stared sharply at the violet color in Naruto's eyes. He is Ouroboros' dragon, the infinite. Long story short, Ophis and I actually live in a dimensional gap. We are very friends. Well, you could even say, we are friends. But our peaceful times didn't last long after the arrival of the Great Red. Then, who is this Great Red, you mean? Is he also a dragon like you and Ophis? Yuri nodded. Yes, that's right. When he came, the two of us fought it out with him. But our strength was weaker than his, we lost badly. We both went down to the world. This is to heal ourselves, and we can start living like humans. After several years we finally recovered completely. I started to get used to it and started to like the human lifestyle. But it was different from Ophis. Yuri's words were cut off by the sudden release of a magic circle. Appeared near them. Because I still have a grudge with Great Red. The voice startled Naruto. Ophis, he said slowly. Yuri glanced at Ophis, who was walking slowly towards him. Why did you bother coming here, Ophis? Ophis sat on the sofa next to Yuri's left. Am I wrong? If I want to share the story, and I also want to stop by the house of the person I like, is there something wrong with that? Ophis asked with a cheerful face. Yuri just looked at Ophis boredly. It's up to you. Ophis turned her gaze towards Naruto with a bright smile. Well, Naruto-kun, what do you want to ask again? Naruto's face turned sad. Are you still angry with me? His head lowered. I won't be angry with the person I like. Ophis answered. Naruto's face became serious again. What do you really like about me? And it seems like you only want my strength, right? Actually, I like everything about you, including your sincere face and heart. I know, behind your flat and cold face, you're actually just afraid of losing someone who already thinks about you, right? How do you know? And Naruto's answer shocked Yuri and Akeno, who were still hiding. Hey, are you underestimating the power of infinite? Ophis snorted proudly. Okay, I'll continue the story. Where did you end up? Yuri asked innocently. Naruto and Ophis just looked at Yuri's face boredly. Arrived at him. They answered simultaneously. Oh, okay. The person next to me has a different opinion from me. I told Ophis that it would be useless to attack the Great Red again, and the result would be the same as the previous fight, but the dragon's stubborn nature said that he would continue to hold a grudge against the Great Red, and vowed to attack him with the power he would gather. What a stubborn bastard. Yuri looked at Ophis with a bored look. That's true. That's why I created a group called Chaos Brigade. But from that group there are still many stupid people who sometimes act as they please. They are too arrogant about their strength. You arrogant people. Ophis also sighed. If you two are friends, why do you call Yuri rival? Is it because you have different opinions? Asked Naruto. Exactly. When the two of us were arguing, we decided to be friends and rivals at the same time. And when we fought, I would always lose to Yuri. Hey, don't put yourself down like that. We always draw when we fight. Sometimes I win and sometimes you win. I really want to fight with you again. Ophis challenged with a grin. Yuri also grinned. Me too. Ha. And they both ended up laughing together. Naruto, who had been ignored until now, just stared boredly at the two lowly-bodied teenage girls in front of him. Why are they even nostalgic themselves, you teenage girls? Naruto thought. Well, okay, since all my questions have been answered, then I will sleep well tonight. Naruto lay down and, starting to sleep on the sofa where he was, his eyes then glanced slightly towards the room Akeno was in. Akeno, how long are you going to eavesdrop from there? Go to sleep quickly, he said flatly. Akeno was shocked beyond words. Okay. With the sound of rustling from inside, Naruto knew that he was panicking. Naruto started to close his eyes. Yuri, you should sleep too. Aren't we going to school tomorrow? And Ophis, you go home, said Naruto, who had started to enter his dream world. Yuri stood up and walked towards Akeno's room, leaving Ophis, who was still faithfully sitting and looking at Naruto's face, who was trying to sleep. Ophis got up from the sofa and walked towards Naruto with a sweet smile on her lips. Naruto was already starting to drift off to sleep. Suddenly something disturbed his activities. His body felt a weight. Who was suffocating? Feeling uncomfortable, he opened his eyes. Hey, Ophis, can you get off of me? With a face that wasn't surprised at all, Naruto looked at Ophis, who was hugging his body from above, and didn't forget her sleeping face. Can I sleep with you tonight? With her eyes closed, Ophis spoke. You will definitely be in pain if you sleep like that. Get up. Let me get a futon for you. Naruto ordered. No, this position is better for me. Please, just this once. Naruto sighed. It's up to you. Naruto closed his eyes again, trying to sleep again. To the next day, the morning came. Everyone has woken up and started to prepare themselves to carry out their routine activities. But the situation is different from our main character, who is fast asleep on his blue sofa, and don't forget the black meat bag, who still faithfully wraps his wrists around our main character's body. Feeling that he had enough rest time, the yellow-haired young man who was our main character began to open his eyes, blinking his eyes several times to get rid of the sticky dirt from his eyes. And when his vision began to clear, the first thing the two violet irises saw was a peak of black mane that was like night. A little memory of last night's events made the young man. The yellow-haired man smiled faintly. He lifted his left hand and placed it at the top of the black mane, then stroked it quietly while saying, "Hey Ophis, wake up. It's morning." With his soft voice, the young man summoned the owner of the black mane from his dream world. And the answer the young man got was only a groan that sounded erotic, and a hug that he tightened even more. The young man looked up to see the ceiling in the room. And inside he let out a long sigh. What exactly did you destiny Kami-sama? To the point that I had to sleep with a dragon in the form of a girl with a lowly body that was so cute when she smiled. Well, a lowly body that really suited her posture. What am I thinking? Cursed you Ero Sanin. Well, indeed, the only person who ever taught Naruto about perverted things was Ero Sanin, or what is usually called Jiraiya, the legendary perverted hermit. Oh Oni-chan. Oni-chan. What are you doing? Naruto was awakened from his thoughts by the voice, Oni-chan. Oni-chan. That voice. Naruto's eyes widened. Naruto quickly lifted Ophis' body, who was still hugging him, and sat her down. Naruto then turned to Yuri, who was wearing a green apron and didn't forget to also have a greasy spatula in her right hand. Yuri, it's not what you think. Cold sweat began to pour out from his forehead. Ohayu Naruto-kun. A purring sound came from Ophis' mouth, who had just woken up while rubbing her left eye with her left hand, making Naruto's face pale as if he was being looked at by the eyes of the Angel of Death. Oh no. He forgot that the Angel of Death's eyes were his now. Thinking about it made Naruto's mind just laugh sadly, resigned. Oh, what a beautiful morning for me. With a resigned sigh, Naruto just accepted the reality in front of him. Naruto-kun tilde. Naruto just glanced at Yuri, who was starting to emit a terrifying aura around her body. In fact, the aura he felt now exceeded Rias's power of destruction aura when she was angry. Receive your breakfast. And scenes of violence that are beyond the limits should not be watched by children who are still underage. Because if that happens, the Indonesian government will block this website. That is all, and thank you. Time skip. In the academy, Naruto-san. Issei tapped a bump on the top of Naruto's head with a pencil. Enink. If you just want to tease me, it's better to go, Issei. Naruto said while trying to brush off Issei's pencil. Sorry about that. Actually, I wanted to ask about the incident at the hospital, Naruto-san. From his tone, Issei sounded serious. Forget about that, Issei. I just want to investigate the lowly girl's body, that's all. Naruto answered boredly. He didn't even lift his head from his seat. Yes, a lowly girl who's actually a dragon, thought Naruto with a long sigh. Oh yes, Naruto-san. Today there is a class inspection from parents. I'm so nervous. Just think about your boss's oppai, and you'll be normal in no time. Boku's oppai really have an extraordinary sensation. I can say that Boku's oppai are a mystery in this world. Well, Issei is back to being a normal Issei. The mystery of your knees. As Surzek-sama here, Naruto raised his head. Well, 2 days before, he came to the club building with Graphia-san. And yesterday he went for a walk around the city of Kuo, as well as looking for lodging for himself. Issei answered while remembering the previous incident. Oh, I see. Where is he now? Maybe he's touring this school now. Issei saw Naruto's serious expression. Naruto-san, what's wrong? Naruto got up from his chair. I have something to do for a moment. He walked out of the classroom. Naruto walked calmly with a serious expression that made the female students he passed blush fiercely. With purple eyes that seem cold and dark, it adds a plus aspect to his handsome face. Naruto continued walking and ignored the puja chants from the female students. And the place he was going to was right in his perspective, the room that said, office, and space. Teacher, is the place to be. Naruto immediately moved the door that was blocking him, after tearing. Naruto again had to look for a special room that said, Vice Principal. And after meeting, Naruto knocked on the door. A voice came from inside the room, and Naruto immediately turned the doorknob. CKLEK. And 3 male figures looked at him. 2 people with slightly long crimson hair and another person who has black hair on the back side of the colored front. Blonde, Even though Naruto was the center of attention like that, he still kept a serious face. Come in, Naruto Namikaze. The voice of one of the crimson-haired men interrupted Naruto. Naruto without hesitation immediately entered. And didn't forget to close the door again. Then he sat on a black sofa that was arranged long in the corner of the room. All the adult men were staring at him intensely. So, what do you need here, Naruto Namikaze? Naruto kept his serious face. Well, Grimori-sama, I came here to explain about Ophis. Ophis, Surzek said in surprise. Yes. Oh, Ophis the leader of the Chaos Brigade. The figure with half-blonde hair just opened his voice. How do you know? Who are you? Naruto, who still had a serious face, turned his gaze towards the man. Oh yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Azazel, leader of the Daidenshi. Nice to meet you, the owner of the God's Sword Yukianessa, and also the owner of the Angel of Death Azrael's Eyes. The man named Azazel showed a maniacal smile. Nice to meet you too. It's an honor to meet the leader of one of the factions. And I apologize about the past incident regarding your men. Even though Naruto apologized, his expression remained unchanged. No, I should be the one apologizing. I've caused you guys trouble, and when Hakuryuko came with Kokabiel's body, I was very surprised. How did you cut off its 10 wings? Azazel asked in an interested tone. I just lost control at that time, but even so I can still control it. Naruto answered calmly. Ha. If I remember Kokabiel's face that Hakuryuko brought at that time, his face was really embarrassing. Azazel recalled his memories. I actually want to explain about this, and Surzek-sama already knows about it, so I want to ask something that has crossed my mind right now. What's that? Asked Lord Grimori. Why is the Daidenshi leader in this place? About that, I am the representative of the devil faction with Leviathan who has not yet arrived. Wanting to form an alliance with the other two factions. Therefore I invited Azazel today to disguise his whereabouts from Rias and Sona who has territory here. You know, Rias' unstable nature sometimes comes out unexpectedly, right? Surzek put on his calm face again. Yes, I understand that. Then I want to say goodbye. Naruto got up from the sofa. But before leaving the room, Lord Grimori's voice stopped him. Wait a moment. Naruto turned around. What do you need, Grimori-sama? Lord Grimori got up from his chair. Let me accompany you to class, so you won't be accused of skipping class. He walked to Naruto's side. Well, Surzek, go to Rias's class first. I'll catch up with you later. Okay, to-sama. And with that, Naruto and Lord Grimori left the room. Hey, that Naruto kid has very interesting powers, doesn't he? I feel something of great power inside him, and maybe his power is equivalent to the power of a dragon. Azazel explained. Maybe something like that. We'll see. Surzek also answered with a smile. Time skip. After school ended, Naruto went to his workplace as usual and finished as usual too. And finally it was time for Naruto to go home. He opened the blue door in front of him and walked in. CKLEK. Tadaima. Quote. And when Naruto turned around, 2 large shadows jumped at him. Okari Oni-chan, Naruto-kun. GDUBRAKK. Hey, why are you two jumping at me? It's dangerous, you know. Naruto said towards Yuri and Ophis who were fighting over Naruto's body. Get out of my way. Naruto-kun is mine. He's not yours, he's my Oni-chan. And Naruto saw an opening. Without wasting any time, Naruto immediately got up from there with lightning speed and left the 2 girls who were arguing because of something unclear. Well, how else? Naruto is indeed indifferent when dealing with things that are not clear, such as the behavior of Ophis and Yuri who always fight. He wouldn't bother with such unimportant things. Peace will come soon, and war will no longer happen, perhaps. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. The author is here again with an update today. Well, he only did it in 2 days and 1 night. What else can you do? Because the author is getting a lot of inspiration these days, ha. Season 2 will be finished soon. Should this be continued into Season 3? The plot of the story really has to follow from the light novel. If it doesn't have to be continued, that's okay. The problem is I still don't really understand the story in the light novel. If readers support continuing, yes. I will do what I can. And if the results are bad, I will definitely force it to stop. Reading explanations from readers who know more about Ophis, I thought, what if I skewed her character a little from the original? From a flat face like a wall, I make it a little more cheerful when I'm near Naruto. Yes, if only with Naruto. And if you look at other fics that are paired with Harem, Ophis is in it. I have to think again, if Naruto. In the FIC, God. Like, and emotionally. SS then paired with Ophis who has the same character. So, how can such an emotionless relationship survive? That's what I thought. Makes sense, right? Well, reader, just imagine, if reader had a boyfriend or something. Would that relationship continue to last if both of them didn't show any emotion? I don't mean the emotion here by the word anger, but feeling. Readers will also know that. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend if there was a FIC like that. I just wanted to express what I was thinking recently. I apologize once again. And for Yuri, oh, Yuri, you are the light. Golden light dragon. Well, that's all, he. I want to ask again, is the dragon in Yuri's body also in the light novel? This author doesn't know, I swear. Okay, that's it for now. And maybe the next chapter will be released later. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 16. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 16. The backside of Chaos Brigade. At dinner. At the square-shaped dining table saw a young man wearing a long-sleeved blue shirt with a white apron in front of his body. Opposite the young man was two girls looking at each other with flashes of blue lightning in their line of sight. Hey, stop giving off a murderous aura at the dinner table. That's the same as disrespecting what you're about to eat. Naruto said calmly. Oni-chan, between me and Ophis, which do you choose? With a tense face, Yuri asked. If you're asking something unclear like that, you'd better eat your rice before it gets cold, Yuri. Naruto smiled at the two girls. This is like nostalgia, the first time Karen and Haku met. I'm so homesick. Naruto-kun, why do you keep smiling? With an innocent look, Ophis leaned her face forward until it almost touched Naruto's face. Naruto woke up from his fantasy world, and with a red face mixed with shock, he turned his head back slowly. Oh Ophis, keep your face away. Oh yeah Naruto-kun, tonight I'm going to the Chaos Brigade headquarters. Do you want to come? Asked Ophis, who started to put rice into her mouth. And like anime, Naruto immediately spits out the food in his mouth to the left. Cough. Asterisk glek asterisk what did you say? I asked. Do you want to come with me tonight to Chaos Brigade headquarters? Ophis picked up a piece of meat on the dining table with her chopsticks. Naruto put on a serious face. Okay, I'll come with you. But I have to stay close to you while I'm there. Ophis, face turned bright. Then, I will hug you as much as I can there. Kukuku, feel it Yuri. Ophis grinned triumphantly while glancing at Yuri, who was on his left side. Bad Oni-chan, why do you obey Ophis's invitation, but I don't? Yuri shouted in disapproval. Have you ever made an invitation to me? Never, right? Naruto calmly put the rice back in his chopsticks. Etta. Indeed. Yuri looked down embarrassed. Ha, you bastard. Your clumsy nature sometimes comes out at the wrong time. I feel sorry for you, my rival, Kukuku. Ophis deliberately continued to arouse Yuri. Shut up, you bastard. Never mind, can you guys not make a fuss during meal time? It makes me lose my appetite. And Ophis, when are we leaving? After dinner tonight we will leave, Naruto-kun. Ophis answered calmly. That answer again made Naruto spit out the food in his mouth to the left. But what you say? I said, we will leave after dinner is over. Ophis put the rice into her tiny mouth calmly. Naruto's expression changed. Sweetdrop, an incident like this seems to have happened before. What is déjà vu? Naruto's mind started to mutter. After the battle that took place at the dining table, Naruto immediately rushed to wear a black jacket with a large hood that immediately covered his entire head. And he immediately met Ophis, who was waiting for him in the living room of Akeno's apartment, and for some reason Akeno herself wasn't home yet. Okay Ophis, I'm ready, Naruto said in a deep serious voice. Then after Naruto stood beside Ophis, Ophis began to create a teleportation magic circle. Naruto paused. After the light from the magic circle disappeared, I started to blink my eyes to look around. This place was dark. From the face covered by the hood of my jacket, I saw the figure of Ophis standing straight in front of me. Oh damn, now Ophis and I are standing right in front of all the occupants of the room. I try to see everyone who is here, but their form is just a black silhouette. Damn it. Valley Group, come with me. I could hear an absolute command from Ophis, mouth who was in front of me. The aura I felt from Ophis changed completely from when she was in Akeno's apartment. He was indeed worthy of being a leader, truly an authoritative dragon. He tugged my jacket a little, a sign to immediately follow him. I walked behind Ophis, and behind me were people from Valley's group. CKLEK. Ophis opened a door. He entered. I and the people behind me also entered. In this room only, there is a lamp hanging in the middle of the room. I assume that this room is more like an interrogation room. Here I am, back standing behind Ophis, who was looking at all the members of Valley's group. I used again on seeing everyone from Valley's group, and I accidentally exchanged glances with a young man with dark gray hair who seemed to have been staring intensely at me all this time. From that I could see that it only consisted of 5 people, 3. A boy and 2 girls. Everyone from that group was staring at me intensely. Damn. I feel that I am just their prey. I brought you here to show you something, Naruto-kun. Take off your hood. My eyes widened in surprise at Ophis' statement. What? He thinks I'm like a transfer student who has to introduce myself to my new class. No kidding. These people from the Valley group. I can feel that they are not just creatures called humans. I took a moment to steady my mind. I believe that Ophis will take responsibility for her actions. She wouldn't sacrifice me this easily. Right, possible. With all the mental strength I had to muster, I immediately pulled the hood of my jacket over my head. I saw the reactions of the people in Valley's group. There was only one person who was surprised by my presence, and that was the young man who exchanged glances with me earlier. I could see he immediately got into a fighting stance, and his face began to harden. Namikaze. The hiss of the young man who looked at me with a hardened face filled the room, which was only lit by one white lamp. Everyone from his group looked at the young man. O was standing guard towards me with questioning glances. Do you know this person, Valley? The young man with the calmest and coolest face asked the young man who was in an alert position towards me. The young man called Valley took out a pair of mechanical white wings. Ah. She's Hakuryuko. Naruto Namikaze, wielder of the sword of God Yukianessa. A voice full of emphasis came out in response. His colleagues immediately turned to me with surprised faces. With my instincts ready to accept any situation, I immediately took Yukianessa out of the magic circle I created on my left side. I didn't come here to fight, I said with all seriousness. I don't care, because you are a threat to us. I saw Valley wanting to immediately rush towards me, but was quickly held back by Ophis. Shut up, Valley. I brought him here to accompany me. If you insist on fighting him, you have to fight me first. Ophis. Aura turned scary, even I shuddered a little when I felt it. So this, a lowly girl's power when angry, is truly terrifying. With that, everyone in Valley's group calmed down again, including Valley too. So you brought him here, he's handsome too. And Tilda, without hesitation, one of the girls in Valley's group approached me while looking very closely at my face. So far I can still maintain my calm and even face. Don't forget, I also saved Yukianessa back to dimension that I created. I also ignored cat-eared girl who was still watching my face very closely. Grr. I slightly widened my eyes at the behavior of this cat-eared girl. He innocently stroked his cheek against mine. Enink, your scent is really intoxicating. It's really nice for me to smell, sniff. The cat-eared girl on my left groaned while saying her sentence in an erotic voice. Damn. Ophis, help me. Kuroka. Stop your marking Naruto-kun. He's mine. Oh, thank you Ophis, you saved me. The girl moved away from me. Tilda, can I have it? The cat-eared girl smiled. No, just find a partner of your own kind. Ophis spoke a little cruelly this time. Then, can I make him my master Tilda? I'm interested in the large chakra in his body, unlimited chakra perhaps. The cat girl looked at me with a questioning look and a smile. I tried to calm down and understand the situation. This cat-eared girl knows about Kurama inside my body, meaning she has mastered senjutsu and chakra flow. I turned to him. Are you a senjutsu user? I asked. Tilda. You're really great. Who are you actually? I looked at him with my flat gaze. I'm just a mutation. Then, can I see the strength of the chakra in your body? Tilda. I saw the girl continue to smile at me, then I looked at Ophis for approval, and she just nodded with a flat face. Okay, I agree. But what? Tilda. But it would be more exciting with a bet. What's the bet? Tilda. I immediately turned on the fire of my youthful enthusiasm. Yosh. The loser will treat everyone in this room ramen, okay? I can feel the sweet drop aura from everyone in this room. Except for me and the cat-eared girl in front of me. Okay, I agree, Tilda. Now here I am, in a dimension created by Ophis. The place is completely black, there are no buildings here, I can say that this is empty space. On my right side not far from me were Ophis and the other members of the Valley team. I saw them just standing there with calm faces. In fact Ophis only smiled slightly when I looked at her. I turned my gaze back to the front. I could see the cat-eared girl smiling at me. Can you give me a minute? Okay, Tilda. I took a deep breath, then I closed my eyes to concentrate on where Kurama was. I put my hands together like a meditator, and seconds later I was in front of Kurama. Hi, friend. I greeted the giant fox figure in front of me. I already know what you mean by coming here Gaki. You want to borrow my chakra, right? It turned out that Kurama had been watching me completely. Will this hurt, Kurama? I asked curiously. Haha, of course it will hurt Gaki. Forcibly channeling chakra to a body that no longer has chakra flow, that will be your most painful experience in this world. Alright, let's start the transfer. I could see red chakra starting to move towards me. And then the chakra started to gather and surround my body. AARRRRGGGHH. I had returned to reality, and intense pressure pain immediately attacked my head. I immediately fell to my knees with both hands holding my head. I could feel something flowing from inside my body moving quickly. I tried to open my left eye a little, to see what was happening. Beads of gel-like liquid began to cover my entire body. It's hot. My skin feels like it's being forcibly peeled off. But the next second I didn't feel the pain anymore. The heat on my skin had disappeared completely. I got up again. After that I looked at my butt. Wow, I have a tail, it's the best. I'm now in the demon fox tail for my lost control of back then. Okay, I'm ready, I shouted at the cat-eared girl in front of me. The girl smiled meaningfully at me, and without being given a command, the girl ran to attack me. Once near me, he prepared a raw fist from his right hand. Buakk. Even though I was able to block it with my right hand, I could still feel the pressure of its force. The power of senjutsu, hey, it's the best. The power of natural chakra, senjutsu. It's okay for an amateur like you Haim, it's still not enough to beat me in this mode. I'm still not serious Tilda. I grinned, hey, be serious. Otherwise, this will be torture for you. I slightly squeezed his fist which I was still holding. Ida, the girl in front of me winced in pain. Sorry, actually I don't want to hurt a sweet girl like you. But, since ramen is the bet, I'll make sure I win. Then quickly, I immediately kicked the girl's stomach with my left foot. The girl slid quickly to the place where she had come from. He started to stand up again and wiped the blood on the corner of his right lip. I didn't want to waste any more of my time. My goal is to eat ramen, special jumbo size ramen. Time skip Naruto POV end. After a fight where the winner could be determined, Now 7 teenagers are involved in the incident. They were eating each of their ramen calmly. Eating by sitting in a long row of chairs creates a calm atmosphere. But that didn't last long. Kuroka held the corner of her left lip which had a slight scratch. Naruto, who was on his left side, immediately turned his head with a worried face. Are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry. Ni and Tilda, really? Kuroka nodded. I'm sorry if I hurt you. But it's your own fault. Naruto slurped ramen noodles into his mouth. But why do you understand so much about the power of senjutsu? Before answering, Naruto quickly finished his ramen. That's because, in my previous life I had mastered the power of senjutsu. And when compared to your level now, it's very different. Then, can you teach me and accompany me on a date next week? Kuroka was great at hiding her intentions. From his words, what's wrong Ophis? After turning towards Ophis who was on his left side, Naruto could feel a strange aura radiating around Ophis' body. Naruto couldn't decipher what the aura was. You bastard. A wolf with a crocodile body. Ophis. Words only sounded like a silent whisper. And then he ignored it. His gaze, HMPH. Seeing Ophis' behavior like that, Naruto could only sigh in resignation. On the other hand, the 3 teenagers are currently experiencing problems. Arthur Onisama. The 3 of them look very familiar, don't they? Yes, that's right. I'm so jealous, seeing the 3 of them having fun and talking like that. If you're jealous, just approach them. And talk to them too. Actually I want to be but I'm shy. Ha 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 ha. You Tsunere. Onisama is evil. On the other side again. Hey Valley, why do you keep looking at Naruto like that? I am jealous. Valley said with a flat face. Hey, did I hear correctly? The last descendant of Lucifer, jealous of a mutation. Are you sick Valley? You are strong. Shut up Baiko. I'm not jealous of him for strength, maybe a little. But definitely not because of that now. Then, what are you jealous of? I'm jealous when he's close to Kuroka. Valley with a flat face answered lightly. And the young man who was the other person could only be stunned with his eyes wide and his mouth agape beyond limits. After a few seconds, the young man finally returned to the real world. Maybe my ears heard wrong. The young man spoke ill picking his right ear with his right little finger. We'll discuss this later, about my feelings for Kuroka. Valley's words again stunned the young man he was speaking to. Is this the flip side of someone who was crazy about strength? How ironic. Back to Naruto. Ophis, we have to go home now. Okay, if that's your wish. Team Valley, I'll give you free time tonight. With that, Naruto and Ophis walked away from the ramen shop. After apparently finding a quiet place, Ophis again created a teleport magic circle under her feet. And the next second, he and Naruto were immediately swallowed by teleport magic. Akeno Apartments. After the teleport magic circle disappeared, Naruto and Ophis are now standing upright in Akeno's living room. At the same time, 2 beautiful creatures with acute levels of yandere traits are looking at Naruto and Ophis with very sweet smiles. Too sweet in fact. Oh, Akeno, what's wrong? With an innocent face Naruto asked. Naruto-kun tilde, Akeno called in a tone full of emphasis. While still wearing a sweet smile. I have a bad feeling. Naruto turned his gaze towards Yuri who was on Akeno's left side, a face with a sly grin plastered on Yuri's beautiful face. Glek. I will be finished tonight. Naruto's mind sighed in frustration. Naruto-kun tilde, where have you been with Ophis? He has a grim reaper smile. This is really the best. Naruto's mind started to sweat coldly. I'm from the Chaos Brigade headquarters. Answered Naruto who was trying to calm down. Really? Then, what is that stain stuck to your mouth? Maybe ramen soup stains. Oops. Naruto, who had let slip, immediately covered his mouth. I must have awakened the Cerberus inside him, damn it. Ramen soup tilde, then what does ramen soup have to do with the Chaos Brigade headquarters? Naruto-kun. Has the Chaos Brigade changed professions now, from terrorists to ramen sellers? Akeno still smiled sweetly, but behind her was the black aura of a grim reaper. Nervousness began to attack Naruto. Edu. I can explain. No need to explain anymore. I know you're on a date with Ophis, right? You wolf. Crocodile body. With a thunderous scream, and electric magic in his hands, Akeno immediately attacked Naruto, and the sound of thunder was heard. The print is blaring. Time skip. The next day in the Occult Research Club room. CKLEK. Everyone in the room turned their eyes towards the open door. There he was, a young man with blonde hair with sharp gleaming violet eyes, wearing a typical Kuo Gakuin uniform. While walking in, the Ong man's violet eyes were directed towards the figure of a crimson-haired girl who was sitting quietly in the corner of the room. What's wrong, Rias? The young man then sat on the right side of the lowly girl with white hair. I sent you here to take you to the place where the meeting of the higher-ups is being held. Yuto, I will also take you there. I heard that Oni-sama is interested in your Holy Sword demon. So you show him later. Okay. I understand. No, Rias. Yeah, what's wrong, Naruto? Previously, I knew that one of the church messengers who was involved in the fight with Kokabiel asked you to reincarnate him to become your family. Then who else is in that cardboard box that Issei is kicking? Asked Naruto while pointing at Issei, who was behind him with his thumb. Oh, that's Gasper. He was my first bishop before Asia. Okay, let's not waste any more time, we have to hurry. Go. With that, Rias created a magic circle with Akeno, who was standing beside her. Naruto and Kiba immediately stood up and walked towards the two girls. Everyone, please look after Gasper while I'm gone. Rias. Message before disappearing was swallowed by the magic circle. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. How about this chapter? Is it too mainstream? Or very different? Ha ha ha, it all depends on the reader to decide. If anyone asks, why can Naruto use Kurama's chakra? And I will answer, why not? Even though Naruto can use Kurama's chakra, it still has an effect, right? That's the consequence. This chapter is just a bonus chapter, before arriving at the finish chapter in tomorrow's chapter. Well, the next chapter is the last chapter in Season 2. And I'll ask you one more question, will it continue to Season 3? That's up to you readers. And I would never make a pairing with love at first sight, it seems colorless. My friend. And also to make the romance more exciting, and I decided that the pairing would be, who would it be? EMMM. Ha 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 ha, how delicious is it? And for Kuroka above, it was just, interested. Not because of love, there's a reason above, right? Yosh. That's all. If there are typos or anything like that, I apologize for that. Alright, see you in the next chapter. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 17, Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OOC, OC. New dimension. Typo, SKS system. Speed a day character Naruto from fanfic, son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The Mo, NSTER, sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 17. A new life of three factions. A red magic circle appeared on a fairly large floor. From that magic circle, 4 very familiar figures appeared, and one of them was our main character Naruto Namikaze. Naruto slowly opened his eyes after receiving the effects of the teleport magic. He looked around the place. In front of him there was a fairly large round table on which 3 different figures were sitting. On the left side of the table there were 2 figures that Naruto also knew, the student council president and his deputy. The 4 teenagers walked towards the 2 figures who were standing waiting. Rias greeted the 2 girls who had become her best friends in a friendly manner. Sona, Tsubaki. Rias, Akeno. Hi Sona-san, Tsubaki-san. Now Kiba took turns greeting the 2 girls. Oh, there's Kiba and Naruto too, Tsubaki answered. Naruto, even though his name was mentioned, didn't say anything at all. He continued to stare flatly at all the figures sitting around the round table. The first figure Naruto already knew, Lucifer-sama, the second was a girl dressed in black with a twintail hairstyle. And the third was a figure. A dashing man who wears gold armor on his body, and on top of his head there is a gold ring. Without realizing it, Naruto, who was focused on watching all the sitting figures, became the center of attention. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Why are you watching us like that?" Surzek asked while looking at Naruto with a calm face. Naruto was immediately shocked by the question given by the Mao. I'm sorry if I'm being presumptuous, Surzek-sama, it's just that I was thinking, there are members who still haven't come. You're right, only Azazel hasn't arrived yet. Where is he really? Surzek glanced at the two figures sitting the same as him. But those who were asked only shrugged their respective shoulders, making Surzek sigh slightly. "Should I look for it?" asked Naruto. No, you don't need to look for it. Since this meeting hasn't officially started yet, can I see Yukianessa and Kiba-kun's Holy Sword Demon? If that is your wish. Okay, I understand. Kiba quickly created a sword in his hand, and Naruto immediately opened the magic circle to take Yukianessa. Once finished, Naruto and Kiba immediately placed the two swords on a round table surrounded by three important figures who were sitting quietly. Surzek, whose curiosity is greater, immediately wanted to grab Yukianessa. "This sword is very light." Surzek's aide while lifting Yukianessa in his right hand. "Oh, it's like this, Your Majesty. I deliberately sealed its power when I took it out earlier," Naruto said nervously. "Then can you remove the seal?" Irich asked while handing Yukianessa towards Naruto. "Okay, if you want it." Naruto took Yukianessa into his right hand, concentrating for a moment. Then looked back at Surzek. "Please stand up, Surzek-sama. Sorry if I was presumptuous in ordering you," Naruto said. That's not a problem." Surzek stood up and faced Naruto. Naruto stretched out Yukianessa towards Surzek like a knight. Surzek grabbed Yukianessa with both hands. With slightly widened eyes, Surzek looked at Yukianessa, who was in his arms, with disbelief. "This sword has increased in mass, it's impossible for a thin sword like this." Naruto stood up from his respectful position. "If you don't mind, please hand over the sword to Kiba." Surzek nodded at Naruto's order. Surzek walked towards Kiba while still carrying Yukianessa in both hands. Kiba, who had the honor of a knight, immediately bowed respectfully. "Kiba, please don't bow. It will be a problem for you," Naruto ordered. Kiba just nodded at Naruto's words. Then he stood up and grabbed Yukianessa from Sirich's outstretched hand. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Kiba, who had been a knight for a long time, was staggered when he lifted Yukianessa. And now he was posing like someone lifting a barbell weighing 100 tons, his face starting to harden as he held Yukianessa from falling to the floor of the room. Naruto was only made to smile by Kiba's behavior. He started walking and took Yukianessa in his right hand. "What's wrong, Kiba?" With a mocking smile, Naruto grabbed Yukianessa from Kiba's grasp. Kiba stood up straight again from his posing event. Then wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Your sword is very heavy, Naruto-san." With a forced smile, Kiba said. "Hey, I'm still halfway through the seal, and you already said it's hard." Naruto calmly threw Yukianessa in his right hand. "What, with that kind of weight, you still opened half the seal?" Kiba was surprised. "That's right, if we're in a real battle, I don't hesitate to unlock all the power of this sword. In fact, it's still lighter than when I activated the dark scythe. Maybe, when I transform it into the form of a giant scythe, its weight will increase approximately 2.0 times that of Yukianessa without the seal," Naruto explained, accompanied by his thinking pose. Kiba was again shocked by Naruto's explanation, while the others just remained silent and didn't understand. "Wow, everyone has gathered here, right?" A deep and slightly hoarse voice came from behind. Everyone immediately turned towards the direction the voice came from. And what they saw was a man with a slightly long beard who was wearing a dark green haori on his body. "You were late, Azazel-sama," Naruto said with a flat face as he looked at Azazel. Azazel immediately sat down on the chair that had been provided. "I'm sorry, I just teased the devil children." Rias immediately widened her eyes. "What did you do to my slaves?" shouted Rias. "Nothing, I just came to introduce myself to them. And I didn't expect that you have such unique slaves," Rias Grimori. Azazel showed a smile. Rias hissed while glaring at Azazel. Never mind Rias, stop your childish behavior. Naruto tried to stop Rias. You don't understand Naru. Rias immediately fell silent when she saw a flash of anger coming out of Naruto's violet eyes. Even the anger in Naruto's eyes was greater than his own. Okay, let's start the meeting regarding the planned schedule for forming our alliance. Azazel started to interrupt. So you mean, this meeting is only aimed at planning a schedule for the actual meeting? Now Sona started to raise her voice. That's right, we from each group have agreed to create an alliance. And the next meeting was held, for that purpose. Else, another purpose? Akeno asked. Yeah, another goal. You'll know what we mean at the next meeting, because the next meeting won't be held in secret like this. Naruto immediately had a serious expression. Does this have anything to do with that organization? Azazel-sama, as I would expect from you, Naruto. You are indeed a smart boy. Praised Azazel. Is tomorrow's meeting just aimed at luring them out, the people who hate the current generation of Yondai Mao leadership? You're such a genius, Gaki. It turns out, he can't make the wrong choice when looking for a partner. Azazel started smiling strangely. Ah, never mind Azazel-sama. Now is not the time to joke around. Naruto turned his gaze to another direction. All the teenagers in the room could only be busy thinking about what Azazel and Naruto were talking about, while the other three sitting figures could only put on calm smiles. Evening. Yuri, Ophis, stop playing games. Help Akeno cook. Now it's the women's cooking schedule, right? Naruto, who was half screaming, called Yuri and Ophis. But Naruto only got silence. Starting to get frustrated, Naruto immediately got up from his lying position on the sofa and started walking to the living room. Hey, how many times do I have to say? Stop playing the game and help Akeno cook. Naruto just looked bored at Yuri and Ophis, who were having fun dueling in the portable world. I can't cook, Naruto-kun. Ophis, who was still loyal, replied without looking at Naruto. Me too, Ni-chan. Yuri said too. Naruto started to show annoyance, starting from his expression becoming strange, his head turning into a square, and a red intersection appearing in the left corner of his forehead. Clep. Naruto quickly turned off the gaming device. Well, since it's dead, you two better help Akeno, said Naruto. Who stood proudly in front of Yuri and Ophis. Feeling an unpleasant aura, Naruto tried to glance slightly at Yuri and Ophis. A cold sweat slid down Naruto's left cheek. Feeling the aura of an angry dragon made Naruto immediately shudder. Oh, look around. Yuri's eyes turned gold. He was angry. Naruto's mind screamed. Ha, okay, you can continue. Naruto bowed his head in resignation. With that, Naruto started walking towards the kitchen unsteadily, taking an apron hanging on the wall, then walked towards Akeno, who was cutting vegetables. Oh, why are you here, Naruto-kun? Akeno asked while looking at Naruto, who was walking sluggishly. As usual, they glared at me accompanied by their dragon aura. Naruto took the rice and started washing it. Kukuku, it's normal, Naruto-kun. They are still children, so they also have to experience what it is called play. Akeno just smiled in response to Naruto's words. Akeno, they both have lived for more than hundreds of years. And one more note, they are both dragons. Naruto spoke in a low voice. Even so, Naruto-kun, they are still children. And they even have cute faces. Akeno raised her voice. I agree about cute faces. And when they grow up they will definitely be able to compete with your beauty. Naruto also raised his voice. Oh thank you for praising me, Naruto-kun. Akeno showed Naruto a sincere smile. Naruto was immediately stunned to see Akeno's sweet smile. He immediately turned his gaze to another direction to hide the blush on his cheeks. Oni-chan, is dinner ready? Yuri's voice echoed. If you want to finish quickly, help your brother. Naruto answered with a little shout. I don't want to, said Yuri. Ha, you bastard. Naruto sighed, and Akeno only laughed at his behavior. Decision day. CKLEK. The white door with 2 leaves opened, revealing the figures of several teenagers entering the room. Valley. The brown-haired young man who was among the teenagers who entered was shocked. The young man's expression immediately hardened. Calm down, Issei. We are now at an important place. Don't let your emotions get the best of you. Naruto said. The young man who was called Issei took a deep breath to calm his mind. And everything went back to working. As usual, Naruto looked slightly at Valley, and a shake of his head was received in response to Naruto's gaze. Understand. Naruto understood what Valley meant. With that, Naruto nodded in response. Okay, since everyone is here, let's start the alliance formation meeting of the three factions. Azazel loudly started the opening of the meeting that was currently taking place. Hey, Rias, why didn't you bring Koneko and Gasper here? Asked Naruto in a whispered voice. About that, I told them to guard the club premises. What's going on, Naruto? Actually, since yesterday I wanted to ask this, what exactly is Gasper's strength? Gasper has the sacred gear Forbidden Blur View, which functions to stop time. Rias explained. Naruto's eyes immediately widened. What did you say? Stopping time. Without realizing it, Naruto immediately became the center of attention of everyone in the room. Naruto ignored this, then turned High's gaze towards Valley, who responded with a slight nod. You're stupid, Rias. Why would you leave a child who has a dangerous sacred gear like that without supervision? I told Koneko to keep an eye on him, and why are you calling me stupid? Tap. Naruto put his palms together. A few seconds later, drops of red gel began to come out of Naruto's body and covered him. Everyone in the room was shocked beyond words. And there was only one person who was grinning happily, namely Valley. Naruto glanced at Rias boredly. You are so careless, Rias, as usual. After saying that, Naruto immediately ran. Smashed the only door out of the room until it was ripped off its hinges. Everyone was just stunned in their respective places, and Issei's voice immediately broke the silence. What was that? It's the power of chakra. Valley answered with an arrogant grin. Chakra power. Yes. Simply put, basic strength from within the body. Unfortunately, we as demons don't have that strength, perhaps. The one who most often has this strength is Nekomata. Valley grinned again with arrogance. Nekomata. Issei turned to Rias. Rias sighed while holding her forehead. I'll explain later, Issei. Okay, let's start this meeting again, said Azazel. With Naruto. Naruto continued running down the deserted hallway. With the power of Kurama's chakra, he runs pretty fast, but when compared to Void, it's still not fast enough. Naruto Pav. I have to hurry to that building now. Damn, why was Rias so stupid to leave that child alone? That child's power could stop time, just like Valley said. One of the old Mao factions has a technique to force sacred gear users into balance mode. Breakers. And I will leak the meeting that will be held by the leaders of the three factions, to lure members of the old Mao group to come out. And at that time, I will finish him off. Unlucky. Your plan is going very smoothly, Valley, I see. One of the members of the old Mao's group will use Gasper to enter balance breaker mode. And forcefully stop time in this place. Even that little boy's sacred gear is greater than the power of my eyes, which can only stop time in the human world. Sacred gears are indeed mysterious. Finally I reached the sports field. I had to run to the right. DEG. The sky that had been sealed changed color, meaning the child's balance breaker had been activated. I have to increase my speed again, Kurama. Put me into three-tail mode. I understand, Gaki. What magic circle is that in the sky? I've never seen a magic circle that big. Hooded people appeared from the magic circle. Never mind. I have to quickly bring the child here now. A big battle will happen today. I have to conserve my energy as much as possible. If not, maybe I will die here. Scene. The old building can already be seen. The power of three-tail is indeed greater than one tail. That's very clear. There's a person in front of the entrance. That person is wearing a hood too. Hey, who are you? The person turned around and faced me. He grinned. What did he mean by that grin? You're challenging me. Show your face, or I'll cut off your head. Do my threats sound serious? The person started to pull the hood over his head. Apparently my threat worked, but the grin on his lips was suspicious. I had to be careful. Yo, how are you, kid? Boy, am I called a kid? Hey, your face isn't even older than me. And why are you calling me brat? Introduce me. My name is Shalba Beelzebub. His lips curved into a smile. Disgusting. Are you the one who did all this, Shalba? Your question is absolutely right. I was the one who activated the vampire boy's balance breaker. It was an easy job. I'm guessing. You must be from the old Mao faction, is that right? Oh, you know quite a lot, brat. You should be sentenced to death for that. But since my job is finished, I'll go. He started to create a magic circle, which was definitely a teleportation magic. There were people with strength like him in the old Mao faction. A very dangerous faction, but Ophis said that the hero faction is more dangerous than the old Mao faction. I assume all members of all factions in the Chaos Brigade are dangerous. Ah, I wasted too much time here, I have to hurry. To air. The explosion came from the meeting room, I hope nothing happened there. Naruto Pav End. Gubrak. Wow, there's a tea party here, right? But why wasn't I invited? Is it because I'm a man? All the hooded figures turned in surprise towards the voice behind them. And there Naruto was, in front of the entrance with 3. Mode still faithfully accompanying him. Naruto-senpai. Koneko rolled her eyes. Naruto turned to where his kohai was. Wow, as adults you were really too much. To position my sweet kohai upside down, that's really crossing the line. Naruto said with a calm face. And the next second, his expression turned flat. You must die. Naruto immediately extended his left chakra hand towards one of the heads of the hooded figures in front of him. A groan of pain was immediately heard from the mouth of the hooded man whose head was held by Naruto's chakra hand. Wasting no time, Naruto retracted his chakra hand to its original size. At the same time, his right hand was ready to stab the hooded man's stomach. Crash! Thick red blood immediately splashed onto the floor of the room. 3 large holes were created in the hooded man's stomach, causing his body to limp to death. Fuck you. One of the 5 remaining hooded members shouted in disapproval because his partner had died. With a straight face, Naruto only prepared enough energy for the short fight that would occur between him and the hooded people in front of him. Not wanting to waste time, Naruto quickly ran towards the 5 people who were his enemies. He quickly grabbed 2 heads in his 2 chakra hands. The other 3 people spun around and intended to attack Naruto from behind. UGHH. A sharp object each pierced the stomachs of the 3 people who wanted to attack from behind, and that object was Naruto's chakra tail. The bodies of the 3 people who had been stabbed immediately lay on the floor covered in blood. Naruto turned his gaze back towards the enemy whose head he was currently holding. Crash! With one press, both of the enemies' heads burst instantly. His typical summer uniform was stained dark red and accompanied by a very strong smell. But doing such things was something he was used to in his old life. Killing is an easy thing for Naruto. When his gaze landed on the 2 tiny figures that were clinging together like lizards, his violet eyes began to soften again. A reassuring smile was directed at them. Let's get out of here, your leader is waiting for you there. Naruto said, exhaling a heavy breath from his mouth. Naruto raised the fist in his right hand. To air. The wall that functioned to seal the movements of Naruto's 2 kohai was destroyed instantly, making the 2 tiny teenagers fall to the ground. Blood-filled floor. Okay, we have to get out of here quickly, and help everyone on the battlefield that's going on over there. Naruto turned around and intended to leave the 2 kohai. Really? What actually happened? Asked Koneko, who was following Naruto from behind him. There was a small coup while the meeting was in progress, and the one who carried out the coup was the Chaos Brigade group. Naruto answered as he continued walking towards the school field. Chaos Brigade. Yes. The place where your sister is now, Kuroka. Kaneko's eyes immediately widened to their full size when she heard a name that was already familiar to her. Seconds later her facial expression returned to its usual blank state. After walking leisurely for a few minutes, Naruto finally arrived at his school field. He saw a kekai made by Surzek and Michael to protect the girl who was motionless and petrified. Naruto and his 2 kohai walked towards Surzek. Am I late, Surzek-sama? Sked Naruto, who had entered Siricha's kekai. Surzek just glanced at Naruto. No, you're not late at all. Gasper-kun, just leave it to Graphia, there's something Graphia wants to give him. His tone now sounded serious. Okay, I understand. I will also help Rias group to eliminate unclear people like them. Naruto too walked out of the kekai Surzek made. It's up to you, I just hope you take out your giant scythe. I'm interested to see it. Surzek smiled slyly. Naruto glanced at Surzek. If that is your wish, your highness. Void active. An eccentric shaped shoe was placed on Naruto's foot. And the 1-minute countdown began. 59 seconds. Naruto took Yukianessa from the dimension he created, pulled the sword from its sheath and began to chant a spell. Dark Scythe active. By reciting that, Yukianessa in Naruto's hands immediately changed shape into a sickle that radiated a terrifying aura from its sharp edge, which was made of reddish ore-like blood. 57 seconds. Ho, so that's the Dark Scythe. The scythe that cut off all 10 of Kokabiel's wings with one blow? Asked Azazel, who was dancing in the sky to avoid his enemy's magic attacks. 56 seconds. Okay, I'm leaving. With that, Naruto started jumping up and down in the sky and headed towards Valley, who was waiting for him. After arriving in front of Valley, Naruto just stared at him flatly. Are you waiting for me, Valley? Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to see the power of your weapon, and can't you release the chakra in your body? That's a bit disgusting to look at, you know. Let this chakra armor stick to my body, this chakra is very useful, you know. No need to say any more. Let's finish off this old Mao's army. They make me sick. What actually happened between your group, the hero faction, and the old Mao faction? About that, you can ask Ophis directly later. And can we stop talking like this? You've wasted a lot of your shoes, time. 50 seconds. Yeah, you're right, but 50 seconds is enough to crush them all at once. Then why don't we compete? Whoever kills the most of them wins. How about it? Oh, I just agree. And the bet is, the loser will return to treat ramen to everyone in your group, me, and Ophis later. I agree. 48 seconds. Okay, come on, let's start. With that, Naruto and Valley began to finish off the hooded people with ferocity. They both chose two different sides. Naruto on the left side and Valley on the right side. 5 seconds had passed. Naruto and Valley stepped back for a moment from the violent event they were carrying out. Their backs met and they glanced at each other from the corners of their eyes. How much have you got, Valley? I got 375, how about you? I'm 377, our difference is only 2 points. This is really fun. Even though you're 2 points ahead of me, I can still catch up, so don't be careless. Are you kidding me? If the bet is ramen, I can't let your guard down one bit. Naruto smiled. 41 seconds. You ramen maniac, it would be embarrassing to find out that the owner of the Sword of God is someone who is really crazy about ramen. Noisy. I'd still rather be crazy about ramen than you crazy about a woman's ass. Hearing Naruto's story, Valley almost fell from the place where he was flying. Damn, who told you? Did Baiko leak it? Asked Valley. I wasn't told by anyone. I saw you often looking at Kuroka's butt. Am I wrong? Yeah, you're not wrong at all. Kuroka's ass is the best. Valley's tone returned to being flat. You bastard. You're the same as Issei. You two are two perverted dragons. I feel sorry for Didrag and Albion. And maybe after hearing your story, Albion will cry loudly. Later. 39 seconds. We'll talk about Kuroka's ass later, but that girl's ass is the best. Valley again made an attacking stance. You bastard. Yuketsu Ryuko, ass dragon emperor. Naruto also prepared to attack again. The two of them returned to eradicate the troops from the old Mao faction who kept coming out of the magic circle in the sky. 10 seconds had passed, and surprisingly the giant teleportation magic in the sky disappeared. Finally, the troops from the old Mao faction were gone. Naruto went down to where Surzek and the others were. You fought very fiercely up there, Naruto-kun. The power of your weapons was extraordinary. Praise Surzek. Naruto had deactivated all of his sacred gears, and all that was left was Yukianessa, who had a normal shape in his left hand. That is normal, Surzek-sama. It is my duty to create peace in this world. Naruto said. And the next fight is Issei vs Valley, which is the same as in canon. And this is the end of the story of Season 2. The end are to be continued. A.N. Yosh. Finally, this handsome author has updated too. How do you say it? Ah, yes, what do readers think about this chapter? Is it boring, or what? Well, that depends on my beloved readers. After seeing your reviews, many people said, just continue with Season 3 feet. Well, that's normal. Indeed, I will try to make it as good and surprising as possible in Season 3. Regarding the humor, in this chapter I think the humor is a bit dry. Well, understand, I wrote this chapter when I was suffering from a serious flu. So my imagination about jokes is a little less, ha ha ha. Akeno was moved to Issei's house on orders from Moou Lucifer, and those living in Akeno's apartment were Naruto, Yuri, Ophis, and several other unknown people. Regarding the pairing, don't worry. Akeno is still Naruto's main pairing. I will try to keep the pairing going, because I myself have planned this pairing for a long time. And maybe some readers would like to suggest a pairing for Naruto. Go ahead, because it's the best. Yosh. Because the word has exceeded 4000 words, I will end it here. See you in Season 3, which will probably be released a long time ago. Sayonara. Asriel log out. Chapter 18. A.N. Yosh. Meet me again, this handsome author #plaque, in order to welcome Second Life Season 3 #E. First of all, IW. Old like to say 1,000 thanks to all the readers, those who review or just read, because without you I couldn't stand alone. You have Thor's feet, oh yeah, he he he. Second, I apologize if during my time as an author I often made mistakes, because we, creatures created by God, certainly cannot be gods, and of course we can make mistakes. I say me now aidsn't way, it's not eat anymore, #he he he. And for the third, with the opening of the third season, I once again want to make an opening that will shock all readers. Author is being silly. The song is from 2 Formula, Taiyo no Tsuki no Cross. And I hope that readers will download this song, so they can understand it better. Force. Well then, let's get started. Little preview. You can see the image highlighting Naruto's face, who is smiling happily. And his expression is depicted like this: .. Akeno was forced by Surzek-sama to stay at Issei's house, and now finally I can sleep in Akeno's room. But Naruto's eyes opened, and Naruto's 2 violet eyes showed a bored look. But why am I the one who sleeping on the floor of Akeno's room? And also, why you? The 2 of them even sleeping in Akeno's bed. Oni-chan, do you want me to call Akeno Ne-chan? With his eyes closed, Yuri threatened with a sly grin on his lips. And I will tell him that Naruto-kun tortured us by making us sleep on that cold and unfeeling floor. Ophis added with a sly grin too. Naruto immediately held his head with both hands, with an expression indicating frustration. He shouted, "No .. In opening. #When the first instrument is played. Image looks close to the figure of Naruto, who is lying in a grass field while enjoying the wind blowing through his 2 sideburns. A.N. Naruto's clothes are the same as when he was dating Ophis. #When the instrument first stops for a moment, then changes tone. The image zooms in on Naruto's face, and then his eyes open quickly. Then out comes the words, Second Life, in silver, decorated. With a Sharingan eye at the point on the letter I. Dokoka de Boku no Yonda Sugata Mianai Koa. Image shifts to Naruto, who is looking at the rain with a sad look. He is sitting on the rubble of a destroyed building. Nuri o Yogata Deja Vu Kimi to Kasana. Image shifts to Issei, who is walking with a serious look. Behind him there is Azazel, who is smiling, and behind Azazel there is a silhouette like a dragon's head. Mawaradashita Hikari to Cage. Image shifts again towards Rias and all her peerage. Except Issei, with a crimson-red background. Yumi no Basho e Hashiritaso. Image shifts towards Sona and all her peerage. With blue background. Hajimari no. The image then changes to black. Then from the darkness the Sharingan's right eye and Rinnegan's left eye open simultaneously with a fast movement. Azu o Kanadit. At the same time as those 2 eyes opened, a big explosion was created. And a battle broke out in a coliseum. Explosions occurred everywhere. And all of Rias and Sona's peerage each clashed with hooded people. Itazura na. Toki o Ozor. Image shifts towards Naruto, who is slashing his enemy, and next to him is Issei, who is hitting his enemy with his gauntlet. Unmei no Maikibiku K's ni Noriba. Naruto and Issei ran side by side, but Naruto was immediately blocked by an enemy and Issei kept running. Kimi to Nakatai Hodo. As Issei continues to run, the background suddenly turns white. And seen in front of Issei, Asia with a smile. stretches out his hand towards Issei. Mabushi Sora ga Maeru. Issei stretches out his hand towards Asia, and when he almost holds it, Asia's body suddenly disappears. And the background turns completely white. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto and Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya and Akbar Yasin FB. DWI Yagami pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 18. Vacation in the underworld. Slurp slurp. In a ramen shop where the atmosphere was a little busy. Strange sounds were heard, like an alien language. Hey Valley, I told you, when it comes to ramen I won't. Lost. A young man with blonde hair, handsome and sweet, said to his friend. Tisk, that might just be your luck Naruto. Our results are only 2 points compared, and don't give me that arrogant look. Said a young man with gray hair and black clothes. I won because I was always accompanied by 2 goddesses of luck, and they are both on my left side now. The young man called Naruto turned his head to the left, and there were 2 figures of girls with lowly bodies who were unbelievably cute eating their ramen with flat faces. Is it true that you are the goddess of luck, Ophis? Baiko asked with a curious face. Ophis was still eating her ramen calmly. Don't listen to Naruto-kun's words. He's just bragging. And lastly, the goddess of luck is in Northern Europe, not here. Ophis answered without turning around. On the other hand, they freely talk to Naruto-kun. I want to talk to him too, Baka. In the corner on the right side of the line of teenagers, Kuroka started to show her jealousy. And he loudly grumbled to himself. A young man with a calm look who was on Kuroka's left only responded to Kuroka with a smile. That's awesome, you're not being a cat lady now. Arthur smiled. Kuroka was immediately shocked when she heard Arthur's reply, I. Her face turned red. Hee, your Tsunere nature is the same as Lefei-chan. Isn't that right, Lefei? Arthur turned his gaze to his left, which was directed at the girl who had just finished eating her ramen. With a red face, Lefei shouted, Oni-sama tilde, and that night was spent with the laughter of the teenagers. The next day at the CKLEK old building. Why was I called here? The blonde young man who had just opened the door asked the red-haired girl who was still sitting with a charming smile on her lips. On summer vacation in a few days, I invite you to go to the underworld. The girl answered, with red hair whose lips still formed a smile. The blonde young man walked towards the available chair and sat on the right side of the white-haired, lowly-haired girl who was still faithfully eating her snack slowly. What's the matter with you that you asked me to go there? This summer vacation, in the underworld there is a meeting between all the young demon leaders. So that's why I invited you there. Maybe you are interested in the beautiful girl there, Hukuku. The girl laughed with a mysterious aura around her. After hearing the red-haired girl's words, the 2 girls in the room immediately showed a deadly aura around their bodies. Them. The first is the girl with white hair who is on the left side of the young man, and the second is the girl with ponytail hair. Naruto-kun, senpai is mine. The 2 girls exclaimed, and after they said the same thing at the same time, they both immediately glared at each other with flashes of blue electricity as their line of sight. Hey, never mind Koneko, Akeno. No need to give off a killing aura here, it's rude. The blonde young man tried to intervene in a subtle way. Shut up. The 2 girls, who were arguing immediately sprayed the young man in the face, and the young man himself, who knows when, was sitting in the corner of the room with a depressed aura around him. Hamina. The blonde young man mumbled incoherently. Skip time Naruto CKLEK apartment. Tadaima. Why isn't anyone answering? Surprised by the quiet atmosphere of his apartment, Naruto immediately walked into the living room to find out. And when he arrived in the living room, in front of him was now filled with people of different genders who were familiar to Naruto's eyes. Strange people who filled his daily life. They were Valley's group. Naruto just stared flatly at Valley's group who were having a small party in the living room of his apartment. Divert. His gaze momentarily looked at Yuri, who was walking from the kitchen carrying various kinds of snacks. Behind Yuri was Ophis, who was carrying cold drinks to serve. Yuri, who had entered the living room, was aware of Naruto's presence. O was still standing in the hallway that led to the living room. "Okari, Oni-chan." Yuri smiled briefly before continuing to put the snacks she brought on the table in the living room, and Ophis didn't forget to follow. Naruto took a deep breath and then exhaled very heavily while closing his eyes. After that, he took another deep breath and raised his head to the ceiling of the living room. "Why is my life like this, and as in anime?" Naruto's voice went straight into outer space and was heard by two green creatures on a UFO. "Did you hear anything?" asked one of the green creatures to the creature next to him. The creature next to him just shrugged. "No. Maybe you heard wrong." The small party held by Valley's group ended, and they all gathered in the living room of Naruto's apartment. Now Naruto, who was accompanied by Yuri and Ophis on his left and right, looked seriously at Valley's group. "Yuri, Ophis, tomorrow I will go to the underworld with Rias and Azazel-sama's group. Please take good care of this apartment." "Okay." Naruto was only given a nod from the two of them. Naruto turned his gaze towards Valley's group. "And for you, I allow you to stay in this apartment. And as long as I'm going, please take care of this place and my little sister, okay?" Valley's group nodded firmly. "And there is one more thing I want to tell you all." Naruto, who was wearing a serious face, made everyone in the room tense. "Is there? Which one of you can cook besides Yuri?" And Valley's group immediately fell backwards because of the question Naruto gave. "I thought the news about the hero group or something, huh? Just shocked me," complained Valley with a sweet drop face. KHA. Of all of us, the only one who can cook is Luffy-chan. We really suck, ha ha ha. Baiko laughed proudly. "Why are you even proud of that?" thought everyone in the room except Baiko. "Then please help Yuri cook, okay, Luffy-chan?" Naruto asked with a smile. Seeing Naruto's smile and hearing the suffix "chan" made Luffy immediately blush. "Oh okay, I'll try," he answered determinedly with a little nervousness. "Okay, since all the problems I was thinking about are finished, we should sleep because it's already late. The women sleep in Akeno's room, and the men sleep here with me." Naruto stood up with an innocent smile. "Why do men have to sleep in the living room?" Baiko protested. "First reason. Do you want me to beat you up?" asked Naruto while preparing a bomb in his right hand. "That's not an excuse." It turns out Baiko still doesn't accept it. "The second reason, among all the men here, there are men who are perverts. And I'm afraid that you guys will do something to Yuri." My sweet. Yuri could only blush as a result of the call made by Naruto. Valley really tends to touch Kuroka's butt when she sleeps. You complete monkey. Departure day. Well, from here I leave the safety and comfort of this apartment to all of you. And remember, if you do anything to my sweet Yuri, then I will not hesitate to chop up the men who live in my apartment. The last sentence contains an aura of death for anyone who feels it. But why only men? Asked Baiko, who as already dripping with cold sweat from his forehead. Okay, see you later. Naruto left via teleport magic with a smile, ignoring the questions asked by Baiko, who was now just grinning. At old building, a blue magic circle appeared on the floor of the classic style room, and from there appeared the figure of a blonde young man with violet irises who was wearing black pencil trousers, a black t-shirt covered by a white sleeveless jacket whose collar covered half of the young man's neck. The young man with blonde hair, known as Naruto, looked around the room. "So you guys have been together? Since when?" "Since 10 minutes ago. We have been waiting for your arrival, you know." The one who answered Naruto's question was a crimson-haired girl with calming hazel irises. "Then let's go now." "Nah." Naruto walked out of the room and let Rias scold him from behind him. After walking away from the old building, Naruto and Rias Grimori's group are now walking towards the subway station, which is not far from their school location. Naruto is walking leading the Grimori group. Behind him was Issei, who was asking Rias with a series of questions like an assault rifle, he kept asking Rias without giving the slightest pause. After arriving at the station they were going to, Naruto, the Grimoire group, and Azazel entered an elevator for whatever purpose that was available there. Rias immediately swipe a card with the Grimoire symbol on the floor, waited a few moments. Finally the elevator door returned to a station that was very different from before. The sky where Naruto was standing was a mixture of black, blue and red. There are also 2 crescent moons that emit light like lamps, illuminating the world that Naruto is standing on. Not wanting to take too long to once again admire the beauty of that world, Naruto, the Grimoire group, and Azazel immediately rushed into the Grimoire carriage. After everyone had entered the train, the sound of the train whistle sounded, indicating that the train was immediately moving from its place. Naruto once again had to admire the beauty of the interior of this train, a classic-style train with antique carvings on the side of the train, making Naruto remove his thoughts from this world a little. Now Naruto sat in the back row of seats in the carriage. He just sat alone while looking at the beauty of the outside world from behind the window, feeling that the air around him was a little hot. Naruto slightly moved the window on his right side to let the wind outside enter into Naruto's window gap. Naruto leaned his head against the side of the window to feel the breeze to cool his slightly sweaty face. The breeze continued to blow gently, caressing Naruto's face. Slowly Naruto's eyes became glazed because he was tired of waiting for the train to reach its destination. And 2 minutes later, he fell asleep into his dreamland. Naruto paused in the dream. I opened my eyes slowly because a glimmer of bright glare was starting to bother my eyes. I rubbed my eyes, which had a little dirt that was preventing them from opening. Once it was clearer, I blinked several times while looking around me. I'm in the forest. Why? As far as I remember, I was in a carriage owned by the Grimoire. But why am I now in this forest? So be it. I'd better go through this forest. I started to stand up from where I was lying, trying to find the right direction according to my instincts. And I chose to go to the southwest. This forest is really fertile. Some of the fruits that I usually consume can grow freely here. Ah, there are apples. I'd better take one to fill my stomach. I jumped a little to pick up a red apple which was lower than the other apples. After successfully picking up the apple, I cleaned it a little with my black t-shirt and then ate it. Walking back along the path I chose while slowly eating the apple I took earlier. After walking for a few minutes, I saw a light at the end of the forest I was exploring. It was the exit at the end of this forest. I'll be right away. Ran towards the light, but the sensation of heat became more pronounced as I started to approach the light. Sreekk. I stopped running and braked with my feet when I was at the end of this forest. I widened my eyes in disbelief. In front of me, before my eyes, a hell on earth was being created. The fire was burning fiercely in a village that seemed small, meaning the heat I felt earlier was from here. I frowned in surprise. The fire that burned the entire small village was not red, but black. What is Amaterasu? I'm not sure. I'd better check the village, maybe there are still survivors there. I immediately jumped from the edge of the forest where I was standing, ran as hard as I could while hoping that someone would survive there. While running, I kept looking left and right. Unlucky. Smoke from burning buildings in this village, blocking my view. I stopped for a moment in the middle of the sea of fire to neutralize my breath, which had reached its limit. There are absolutely no signs of life in this village, but who did all this? Goarrgggghhh. A loud roar penetrated my ears and it came from above. I immediately looked up to see what creature was roaring earlier. A giant black body was right above my head. It has a tail and flies in the sky. It is a dragon. The black dragon's head turned towards me. It seemed like he knew about my existence, even though I didn't make any sound. How could he know? Oh, look around. He started to turn his body towards me, and he raised his right front leg. Unlucky. He created a shockwave with his new claws that slammed towards me. Aku. Will. Dead. Naruto Pav End Real World. Naruto's eyes immediately opened wide and around his face there was a lot of sweat coming out. Ha, ha, looks like that nightmare, but why does it feel so real? Naruto muttered to himself. The train will soon arrive at its destination. Please prepare your luggage and don't forget to close the train windows. Quote. An announcement. came from a speaker installed in the corner of the train. Naruto immediately closed the window he had opened earlier, and immediately took a small suitcase he had prepared from his apartment. The train finally stopped at a station. This time it was Rias who led the way towards the meeting place for the young demon leaders, but before she continued her journey there, she turned first towards her group, Naruto and Azazel. First, I will take you to the hotel that has been provided. And parties who are not involved in the gathering of young demon leaders can go for a walk in the city. This or doing other activities. Everyone just nodded in understanding at Rias' order, and after that they all continued their journey towards the hotel. Time skip. Ha! In the end this is my fate, just walk. Ing around a city that shows nothing interesting at all. Naruto complained as he walked on the sidewalk. Why Naruto alone? The Grimoire group was currently having a meeting of young devil leaders, and of course, automatically they all took part in the meeting. Azazel, don't ask where he went, he definitely went somewhere to fap as he pleased. Tap, tap, tap. Naruto turned his gaze back to the front to see the situation. Sreekkkk. Naruto this time had to widen his eyes in surprise when he saw who was now standing in front of him. Naruto, with a sullen face, could only point to the figure in front of him. The figure in front of him did the same thing. Naruto, Sasuke, and an unexpected incident occurred. To be continued. Yosh. Mina, finally I'm Ba. CK with a FIC that is already famous everywhere, very pretentious, how about it? The first chapter of Season 3. Has the quality decreased or is it just normal? Well, blame it on my laptop when I was hospitalized for several days. That's what made my typing quality decrease because I didn't use it. What about the surprise I brought out at the last moment? Isn't that surprising enough? Ha ha ha, that's up to the reader to decide. In the next chapters there will be several items that all readers must know, so I suggest adding to my Facebook page, Asriel Longinius, so that it is easier to find out what items will appear in the next chapter. Since it's still in the early chapters, that's enough for now. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 19. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O. Pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo, SKS, System. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 19. Ifriet the King of Spirits. The two young men, who were still loyal with their gloomy faces, just stared at each other with surprised looks. After the screams they had created, people who were passing by looked at them with astonished eyes. You're right Sasuke, right? Asked Naruto who was still pointing at Sasuke with his right index finger. I should be the one asking that. Answer the person in front of Naruto whose name is Sasuke. It's really Sasuke, right? Naruto asked once again to make sure. I should be the one to say that. Can you not repeat what you said? Of course you can. Naruto sighed slowly, then looked at Sasuke with a serious look. We have to talk about this. Naruto said in a deep voice that seemed serious. I should be the one to admit. Say that sentence one more time, or your head will fall off your neck. Naruto's threat was no joke. Sasuke immediately fell silent with a flat face. They immediately went to a cafe to discuss something that seemed important. After they walked not far from the sidewalk where they met, they finally found a fairly large cafe. The two of them entered and immediately sat down in the places provided. Naruto raised his hand to call the waiter. Then ordered food and drinks for the two of them. Don't worry, this time I'll treat you. Naruto said, thank you. Sasuke replied briefly. Naruto's gaze became serious again. So, how did you come back to life? I'll tell you briefly. Before continuing, Sasuke's words were interrupted by a maid who brought both of their orders. This is your order, sir. Thanks. Naruto smiled at the maid. Continue your story. Naruto looked at Sasuke again seriously. Actually. Flashback on. A young man was sleeping with a giant thorn that penetrated his stomach and his back. The thorn was about 43 centimeters in diameter. Black with a deadly aura around it. The young man's eyes slowly opened. 2 different beads could be seen in his eyes. His eyes glanced to the right and left, observing the situation around him. Sensing that there was no sign of life at all, the young man got up from his lying down. As soon as he pulled out the large thorn in his stomach, the hole in his stomach began to slowly close. After waiting a few minutes, finally his stomach was intact again. The young man held his head with his left hand, using Raiden chakra to slow down the heart rate for a few days. That was the craziest thing I've ever done. The young man's mind was still faithfully holding his head. He immediately got up from his slump. After managing to stand up, the young man returned to observing the area around him. No. There are no signs of any life here, not even Kagaya. His mind said again. He started walking along the barren place. You can see giant roots with cocoons hanging around them, indicating that the divine jutsu Tsukuyomi no Mi is still active. Feeling that walking in that area was a waste, the young man took a break while thinking about his next plan. Kagaya isn't here, but this jutsu is still active. What really happened? The young man thought again and asked. The young man looked up to see the sky, which was gloomy, black and gray. I have to go back to the past to prevent this from happening. Maybe in this shinobi country there is a forbidden scroll to go to the past. I have to try to find him, whatever it takes. The young man stood up from his place, activated the purplish aura around his body, and once it was perfect, a giant body made of purplish aura was formed. Its giant wings flapped, and with one try, the giant flew away from that place. Time skip. 2 days later, the young man who had left on a flying giant finally returned to the barren land before. He was now standing straight, and in front of him there was now a black scroll that spread wide across the barren land. Even though I've only studied this scroll for less than 12 hours, but there's no more time, I have to try it. Making a series of quick hand seals, the young man stared intently at the scroll in front of him. However, the manufacture of the hand seal was stopped in the middle, when the young man, holding his head, unlucky. The pain in my brain is still felt to this day. The effect of slowing my heart rate is still taking effect. With his face grimacing in pain, the young man continued making his hand seal, which had been delayed. And without him realizing it, he missed one of the components of the hand seal due to the headache he was having earlier. After finishing making the hand seal, the young man jerked his right hand towards the black scroll that was open in front of him. Waited for a few minutes for the reaction, and a black hole appeared in front of him. With a smile of satisfaction, the young man walked and entered the black hole. Flashback off. And that's the story. After I entered the black hole, I was immediately thrown into a forest far from this city. And then, I wandered and arrived in this city. Sasuke said with a straight gaze that was only reserved for Naruto. I have one question in your story that still confuses me. What's that? Where? Kaguya. Naruto emphasized when he said, Kagaya. I'm still thinking about that too. Now I will ask you. In the shinobi world your body is nowhere, and why are you in this place? The last moment I was dying, Kagaya showed me her greatest power. She combined the greatest power of the Rinnegan and Kazagami. Even for the size of the power of the chakra ball she created, it was only the size of a ping-pong ball. But the power I could feel was really powerful, and before the ball was aimed at me, 8 Biju in my body sacrificed their lives to send my soul to this dimension. Now only Kurama remains in my body. Naruto answered. So that's how it is. I did feel Kurama's chakra when I ran over to you earlier. From within 2 kilometers, I only felt a small speck of Kurama's chakra. But I'm sure, it's Kurama. I understand. How about you come with me to the hotel where I'm staying? I went to this place because my friends were inviting me to an important event. And I can introduce them to you. Ah. That's a really good thing for me to receive. All this time I've only been making money by killing wild demons. Well, you know, like light missions. Sasuke this time was very excited. They immediately left the cafe. After leaving, Naruto's gaze turned back to Sasuke. Why are your Rinnegan eyes closed? Aren't they very useful? Asked Naruto. Sasuke started walking with Naruto towards the hotel. Hey, I just feel a little strange if I show these eyes in public. It reduces the intensity of my good looks. Sasuke answered flatly. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was already immune to Sasuke's narcissism, just remained silent and glanced at him with a flat face. You haven't changed at all. Up to you, Sasuke said still with a straight face. After walking for a while, Naruto met Ise and Asia who were walking together. Yo. Ise, Asia, call Naruto. Ise and Asia, who were having fun talking, turned to the source of the sound. Oh, Naruto-san. Where have you been? Naruto and Sasuke walked towards the two of them. Ah, I just met my old friend. He is now beside me, let me introduce him. He is Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto pointed at Sasuke. Sasuke bowed slightly. Nice to meet you. Oh, yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Issei Hyodo and the girl next to me is Asia Argento. Asia bowed. Nice to meet you. If you're here, surely you've finished the meeting? Asked Naruto. That's right Naruto-san, the meeting of young demon leaders only discussed the champion rating game which will be held at the end of this summer holiday. Issei answered. Oh, I see. Naruto glanced at his old partner. Hey, why are you looking at Asia with that look? Hearing Naruto's reprimand, Sasuke immediately returned from his fantasy world. Ah, no. I was just daydreaming, and stop looking at me with such accusing eyes. Sasuke said when he saw Naruto's gaze, which meant that he was suspicious. Naruto took a deep breath. Ha, find the right woman for you, Sasuke. Asia already belongs to Issei. Naruto said. Sasuke turned to Naruto with a straight face. What do you mean? Naruto sighed again. We'll discuss this later after arriving at the hotel. Naruto again directed his gaze towards Issei and Asia, Arias and the others at the hotel. Yes, Okhou is now in her room with the others. I think they are discussing the upcoming rating game. Issei answered. Okay then, thanks for the information Issei. Let's go Sasuke. HN. Naruto and Sasuke left there. And their destination was the Grimoire Hotel. At hotel knock knock knock. Who? It's me, Naruto. Oh, come in. CKLEK. The door opened, and there was Naruto's figure standing tall. What's wrong Naruto? Rias asked. Nothing. I just wanted to come here to talk to Kiba. Kiba pointed at himself. How can I help you, Naruto-san? Ah. Actually it's nothing Kiba, it's just that I heard about the training session you guys will start tomorrow. So I wanted to hand over Yukianessa to help you with your training. Naruto took Yukianessa out of the dimension he created, and then threw her at Kiba. I want you to practice swinging that sword. When you have practiced with your teacher, just channel your demonic energy into that sword. And automatically, the sword will get heavier over time. Naruto explained. Oh, thank you Naruto-san. Kiba smiled. How do you know about the training session we are going to do Naruto-kun? Akeno asked. That, when I was on my way here, I met Azazel-sama in the lobby. And he told me about that. Naruto answered. Oh I see, so I have to part with Naruto-kun for undergo this exercise. I will miss you Naruto-kun tilde. Akeno tried to hug Naruto, but this was immediately prevented by Koneko who was standing in front of Naruto with her right arm stretched forward. Stop. Naruto-senpai is mine, said Koneko who then hugged Naruto from the front. Naruto, who started to hear Akeno and Koneko arguing, could only remain silent with a sweet drop expression. Where are we going, Sasuke? Naruto asked Sasuke who started walking out of the hotel. Before I arrived in this city, there was a special place that I discovered before I got here. Sasuke answered without looking at Naruto. Special place? Yes, that's a special place. Maybe I'm the only one who has ever left footprints in that place. The two of them had just left the hotel door. Indeed, what kind of place is that? You better hold my shoulder, we'll be leaving soon. Oh, so Shunsen Sasuke nodded, not wanting to waste time because he was already curious about the place Sasuke told him about. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's left shoulder. And the next second, they disappeared. With a slight flash of lightning after that. Unknown place, Sword Garden. A flash of blue lightning appeared, revealing two young figures with their respective handsome and sweet faces. "So this is Sasuke's place?" asked Naruto, who was still looking around. I named this place Sword Garden," Sasuke answered with a flat face. "A very appropriate name for this place," Naruto said. It was called Sword Garden by Sasuke because the place was just the ruins of buildings, each of which had a sword of some kind stuck in it. And the ruins don't number one or two, but thousands. Sasuke started walking to a white building, which was overgrown with wild plants around it. Behind it is. Naruto is still loyal to admiring the beauty of this peaceful place. "You found a good place to rest, Sasuke," Naruto said, while Sasuke completely ignored Naruto's words. The two of them walked down the hall of the large building. And finally the two of them stopped at a fork in the hallway. In front of them was a large brown door that had a mysterious aura. "I've explored this place once, and I still remember this road very well. On our right and left, there will be a small brown door that holds a sword stuck in a stone. I've entered both doors, and only the sword on the left door responded to me. You try the right one, Naruto," Sasuke explained at length. Naruto nodded and started walking to the right at the T-junction. After several minutes of walking, Naruto finally arrived in front of a small brown door. He immediately opened the door and went in. A few meters in front of him stuck a black long sword with a bluish aura around it. The sword radiated a bluish aura when Naruto entered the room. When Naruto arrived in front of the sword, unexpectedly the sword immediately separated from the stone, where it was stuck, and immediately landed in Naruto's right hand. Naruto smiled at the sword in his hand, which was still emitting a blue aura. "So you immediately chose me, huh? Thank you. I will name you Blue Knight because of your color and the color of your aura." After saying that, Naruto immediately put the sword on his back. And strangely, on his back there was a black sword scabbard, with a red jewel on the tip of the scabbard that approaches the sword. Naruto immediately walked away from the room. Now he walked back towards the T-junction where he and Sasuke separated. After walking for several minutes, Naruto finally arrived at the fork in the hallway. At the end of the T-junction, Sasuke was seen leaning against the large brown door with his arms crossed. Sasuke closed his eyes, then opened his eyes and glanced to the left to see Naruto, who was grinning. "So, are you done?" Sasuke asked. Naruto arrived beside Sasuke. "Well, that's how it is, and you still like to keep your sword behind your waist," said Naruto while tilting his body slightly to see the two crossed sword hilts behind Sasuke's back. I'm used to putting my sword like this." And lastly, Sasuke turned around and looked at the large door he had used as a support earlier. "You know, I once forced myself to open this door with my bare hands and Susanoo, but I couldn't open this door. As someone from the Namikaze clan, you can still read universal script, right?" Sasuke glanced back at Naruto. "I'll try." Naruto placed his right hand on the large door, his eyes closed in concentration. 3 seconds later, he entered one-tail mode. Several minutes had passed, and surprisingly Naruto opened his eyes quickly. A light began to spread from Naruto's hands to all sides of the large door, then the door with 2 large leaves opened automatically. A blast of aura with extraordinary power slightly pushed the bodies of Naruto and Sasuke, who were protecting their vision with their arms. About 5 seconds passed, and finally the aura like a hurricane disappeared. Naruto and Sasuke stood straight again in front of the large room in front of them, turned to each other for a moment and looked at as they both started to walk into the large room. Dark, that's what they feel right now. What lit up the room was only the aura emanating from their respective swords, walking slowly and continuing to glance around the dark room. And finally the two of them stopped. In front of them now there was a silvery white sword with a flow of magma stretching throughout the body of the sword as the pattern of the sword. Around the sword there was a white aura like a holy aura. Naruto and Sasuke tried to approach the sword, but something stopped their steps. Startled, it was the reaction they created for now. The sword in front of them had an eye that didn't exist before. Red eyes with vertical pupils are located in the middle of the hilt and body of the sword. Those eyes turned to the figures of Naruto and Sasuke, who were standing still in shock. "So, you two have successfully entered this room," A resounding sound like a giant was created from the sword in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, who had recovered from their shock, immediately got into a stance. A large red flame came out of the sword. The flames gathered and rotated near the sword, then the rotating Florida Mies created a figure that physically almost resembled a human, only that the creature had fiery hair that blazed upwards. The fire creature's eyes were completely white, they had no pupils or eyeballs. Those innocent white eyes looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who were still in their stance. I congratulate you for successfully entering this room, but your journey will end here. The fire creature drew the white sword with its left hand. Naruto, who took a stance, glanced at Sasuke, who was on his left side. Sasuke, I borrow your Excalibur, Naruto said. Sasuke then returned Naruto's glance. Are you crazy? If you borrow my Excalibur, what should I use? I still can't control this new sword, you know. Sasuke replied fiercely. Never mind, just think of it as when I borrowed your Excalibur as a payment for the food and drink at the cafe earlier. So you didn't give up the food and drink at the cafe earlier, you said you were the one treating me, right? That was at the cafe, now it's different. Okay, I'll lend you my Excalibur. But you owe me tomato juice. Agreed. Once this is over, drink as much tomato juice as you like until your stomach explodes, if you can. Reluctantly, Sasuke pulled out the Excalibur sword whose hilt was on the right side of his waist. Then he handed the Excalibur sword to Naruto, who was on his right side. Don't forget your promise, Sasuke warned. Naruto accepted the sword with his left hand. Don't worry, I won't go back on my promise. If only I hadn't lent Yukianessa, I definitely wouldn't owe anything to you, Naruto complained. And Sasuke just replied, HN. Is your discussion finished? Okay, before we start this game, I will first introduce myself. My name is Ifrit, the king of all spirits and the resident of the sword in my hand, Platinum Hell. Whoever of you can defeat me, then I will serve the rest of my life in this sword, explained Ifrit. Master, Ifrit is our leader. He won't be easy to beat, and it's only a draw if you use me. Naruto's blue knight sword spoke. Naruto was surprised by the sword on his back. So, all the swords in this sword garden have their own spirits. And your leader is this creature in front of me? Asked Naruto. That's right, Master of Faldir. All the swords in this place have their own souls, and we will respond if we have chosen a suitable master for us. What this time responded to Naruto's question was Sasuke's new sword. It's so hard for me to give you a name, but you already have your own name. Sasuke complained. Excuse me, master. My name is Arion, the sword you previously named Fire Black Demon. Sasuke's new sword responded. Can Sasuke and I use you too? Looks like this spirit will be very difficult to overcome, said Naruto, and Naruto still remained in one-tail mode. Technically, you still can't fully master my power, master. But in sudden circumstances like this, I will make it easier for you to use my power, master, said Faldir. That's enough, and thank you. Naruto began to draw Faldir from the sword sheath on his back, the same way Sasuke drew Arion from its sheath. And the battle against the king of the spirits will begin. To be continued. Yosh. How are you, beloved reader? As usual, I will ask about this chapter. Is it ugly, or is it good? Well, that's for the reader to decide. In this chapter, Naruto and Sasuke finally managed to get their new weapon #E. And in the form of a sword, you can see it in the Cell Upload album on my FB. There I have made the name of the sword, so readers just have to search for it. In the review I saw yesterday, there was a reader who asked, why is it that when the pairing is Naruto x Akeno, how come there are so few scenes? And in this author note I will answer, well, reader-san, I created this FIC with 60% adventure, 20% romance, 15% humor comedy, and 1% each for other genres. So I didn't make this FIC as a romance drama, and indeed sometimes there are times when the romance genre is higher. And assume that when something like that happens, that chapter is an OVA. Okay, that's the only review that I think is interesting, and regarding Sasuke's existence, that's still, well, just consider it a compliment, ha ha ha. On FB I have often leaked a little bit about the upcoming chapters, whether it's the faces of the OC characters or something else. However, I won't spoil the story. Okay, that's all for now. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 20. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto and Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O. Pairing. Naruto x Akeno x. Warning. OC, New Dimension, Typo. SKS System. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, Son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. Ate the monster, Sacrif. Ices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 20. History, Dream, and Destiny. Okay, let's get started. With two swords in both hands, Naruto ran towards Ifrit, who was grinning happily, swinging the blue knight in his right hand in a cross direction. Towards Ifrit, who had entered his attack distance, but Ifrit easily blocked Naruto's attack with his sword. With one blow of Ifrit's sword, Naruto flew backwards, but before landing on the floor of the room, Naruto slashed Excalibur in his left hand horizontally. Moonlord. A golden shockwave shot towards Ifrit, but Ifrit easily avoided the shockwave by jumping into the air. Naruto's shockwave attack was successfully avoided, but the objects behind Ifrit erupted into light particles. Ifrit landed perfectly and looked behind him. Oh, what a great attack, that's very dangerous, he said cheerfully. Naruto managed to land smoothly on the floor of the room. He returned to his original position, on Sasuke's right side. Sasuke glanced briefly at Naruto. What do you think? Naruto grinned. Hey, he's strong. Very strong. Sasuke, who saw Naruto's expression, smiled in response. It's been a long time since you showed an expression of your fighting spirit like that. It makes me happy to see that, said Sasuke, who refocused his gaze forward. Faldir, how is your strength? I have the power of blue flame, master. The temperature of the fire I created exceeds 1000 degrees Celsius, and the only person who can withstand the power of my fire now is Ifrit. He has the power of the holy fire from hell, the white flame, which consumes other flames, explained Faldir. Then, what is Arion's power? He has the power to control basic elements and sub-elements, answered Faldir. I understand, Sasuke. You will be the key to this fight. Naruto turned to Sasuke, and Sasuke nodded in understanding. Naruto turned his gaze back towards Ifrit, who was still silent in his original place. Okay, let's try your strength. Faldir. A blue aura began to appear on the black sword in Naruto's right hand, and slowly the blue aura formed a blue flame around the body of the sword. Seeing the blue flames blazing on Naruto's sword, the condescending expression was immediately replaced by a serious expression on Ifrit's face. The silver sword in his hand ignited a white flame on the body of the sword, and his posture now changed to that of a fighter. Sasuke, you just stay here and get ready. I will attack, according to your orders, Tycho. Naruto then attacked Ifrit again, but his running speed was different from before. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was directly in front of Ifrit. Positioning his fire sword vertically, Naruto again tried to cut Ifrit. But Ifrit, who was ready for any attack, managed to block Naruto's sword slash. Star burst stream. When clashing swords with Ifrit, Naruto muttered these words very quietly. And after that, the 5 gold diamonds on Sasuke's Excalibur sword shone brightly. Still Naruto clashed the sword in his right hand, throwing the sword forward, causing Ifrit to be slightly dragged backwards. The sword in Naruto's right hand was slashed from left to right, successfully blocked by Ifrit's sword, the sword in his left hand. Naruto was stabbed but managed to avoid it by tilting his head, stretched out both hands and earned 180 degrees, successfully avoided by ducking, put both swords together in one hand and rotated 360 degrees, successfully blocked, separated the two swords and slashed both swords like an. Naruto, who saw Ifrit jump into the air, also jumped towards Ifrit. Naruto, who was floating slightly higher than Ifrit, threw the sword in his left hand towards Ifrit, but managed to avoid it by GHTLY turning the right side of his body. Still not finished with his attacks, Naruto again slashed the sword in his right hand and pushed it down. Ifrit, who managed to block Naruto's slash, chose he risk of sliding towards the floor of the room, making Naruto's lips curl into a thin grin. Ifrit landed perfectly on the dirty floor of the room, but suddenly his feet froze. Feeling panicked, Iet looked back to see Sasuke, who had sent a horizontal shockwave towards Ifrit. Not wanting to risk receiving this deadly attack, Ifrit slashed his sword filled with holy fire towards the floor to free his feet from the ice. He immediately jumped back facing Sasuke, and that was a fatal mistake. You care. Ifrit tried to glance behind his body, and there Naruto was ready to thrust a sword covered in blue flames at Ifrit. And Ifrit just smiled. Crash! Naruto's blue flame sword successfully penetrated Ifrit's chest from behind. Naruto managed to land smoothly on the floor of the room, and nearby lay Ifrit's body, which was still embedded in Naruto's sword. Naruto ignored this and walked towards Sasuke. You did it, Sasuke. Take the sword I threw at you, and freeze Ifrit's legs to uncha shockwave and let Ifrit jump back into the air. We are indeed partners. Naruto smiled. Hey, where's your fighting spirit? I prefer your serious nature to your silly one. In that fight, you were the one who attacked more than me. To the point where you used that move, it's really troublesome. Sasuke answered with a flat face. Come on, if I don't use a special move from your Excalibur, there's no way I can push him. That spirit is strong and has good reflexes, he can even dodge and withstand that special attack. If I don't use that special attack, then I'll be the one in trouble. Naruto said, not wanting to lose. It's up to you. Proc. Naruto and Sasuke turned their attention to the origin of the voice with wide eyes. I really underestimated you guys, said Riot, who returned to his feet with the sword still pierced through his chest. Okay, according to my promise, I will serve the person who defeated me in this sword, and that is you. Boy, blonde. Ifrit pointed at Naruto. I thought you were dead when you got stabbed by that sword, said Naruto, who was still shocked. Did you forget that I'm a spirit? Actually, I'm not real, you know. Tick 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 ting. Oh, said Naruto and Sasuke at the same time. Okay, since you passed my test, I allow you to use me, master. And after that, Ifrit's body was again sucked into the silver sword lying not far from Naruto's blue knight. Naruto walked over and took the two swords, throwing it slightly in the opposite direction and sheathing both swords to his back. And a strange thing happened again, a silver sword sheath appeared. Naruto's back. Here Naruto carries his sword like Kirito. Okay Sasuke, let's go. Sponsor on. Full of charm, the charm of Mastin good tilde. Mastin good tilde. Sponsor off. After undergoing a short fight, now Naruto and Sasuke were sitting under a tree in a large clearing on the outskirts of a forest. Even though there aren't any, the sun was in that place, but the wind could still blow normally, hitting their two handsome faces. Naruto, who was sitting on Sasuke's right, just closed his eyes while enjoying the gusts of wind that hit his entire body. To his right, lay two swords of different colors that he had just gotten. Master, may we get out of our swords? Faldir, who had been silent, now broke the silence. Naruto turned to where the voice came from. That's fine, as long as it's not troubles me, Naruto answered, closing his eyes again. After getting approval from Naruto, the two swords on Naruto's right side began to ignite blue flames and red flames. And after the flames had disappeared, two young men were seen who had handsome faces. The first is the form of a young man with sea blue hair, lime-colored irises with a vertical black pupil, and wearing a white kimono with a few blue lines that form the pattern of the kimono. The second young man looked a little wild, with red hair that was all standing up, red pupils without pupils, wearing a brownish jacket with black fur as the collar, a white t-shirt as the underside, and blue jeans. Naruto opened his eyes boredly and turned towards the two young men who were actually spirits. Still with bored eyes, Naruto blinked several times, and the next second, Naruto's eyes widened instantly. Naruto immediately sat up straight and pointed at the two figures. Who are you? The G-man with navy blue hair turned to Naruto with an innocent and even look. Did you forget us, master? Master, Master. Naruto's eyes widened even more. So you are Faldier and Ifrit. The two young men pointed at by Naruto nodded. But, how is that possible? Well, Master, the form of fire that you met at that time was the form of my wild spirit. And if we spirits have found a master, we can return to our form when we were still alive in that era. First, said the red-haired young man leaning against the tree. Oh, I understand, so enjoy the air here. After saying that sentence, Naruto turned to Sasuke. And the wide-eyed incident happened again. It seemed Sasuke was experiencing the same period. How could it not be? To Sasuke's left now there was a cute girl with slightly long blonde hair, crimson-colored eyes, clothes that seemed slightly open, and a loli-like body that looked very attractive. The girl was sitting on Sasuke's left side, and she was looking at Sasuke with innocent and dead eyes. What's wrong, Master? The girl asked Sasuke, who was grinning with his mouth wide open. The same situation happened on Naruto's side. For a few seconds Sasuke still showed an expression that he rarely used. But a tap on his right shoulder brought him back to reality. Who are you? Sasuke asked in a low voice while pointing at the girl who was now looking at him with innocent and even eyes. I am Ariane, Master, answered the girl who was actually the spirit inhabiting Sasuke's new sword. A tap on Naruto's right shoulder made Naruto wake up from his fantasy world. Naruto looked behind him to see Faldier, who was looking at him flatly. What's wrong? Faldier. He is Ariane, Master. One of my fellow wizards when we fought against the Black Dragon. Faldier explained. Hearing a name he had never heard before, Naruto immediately changed his expression to become sharp and serious. Black Dragon. Yes, Master. Black Dragon. A black dragon that once destroyed our peaceful country. Did that dragon destroy your village with black fire? Faldier nodded. There's no mistaking it, the dragon that once entered my dreams. But was the village destroyed by dragon the village where Faldier lived? Naruto's mind began to assume. Can I tell you a little about our past, Master? Naruto, who was still looking at Faldier with a serious gaze, only made a small nod in response. In our past, I was a warrior, a soldier chosen by the king, and Ariane was a sorcerer. When my village was attacked by goblins, mutants, and shamans, many of my villagers died at their hands. The shamans, users of dark magic, were subordinates of the Black Dragon. Hundreds of them started attacking small villages like my homeland, Prairie Town. The only survivor was me. After my village was destroyed, I went to a kingdom which also happened to be in crisis because of attacks from the Black Dragon was increasingly expanding. The kingdom was forced to do so. An announcement had anyone who wants to take part in fighting the Black Dragon can register themselves at the castle. With this very rare opportunity, I didn't think twice about registering. You could say that at that time I was still filled with feelings of revenge. I also trained hard to fulfill my feelings of revenge. And after practicing for several months and I felt capable of taking my revenge. That's we. And the news came that the Black Dragon troops were heading to the small kingdom I live in. The name of the kingdom is Calderock. And when the attack occurred, our kingdom's troops were too few compared to the Black Dragon troops. And once again I lost. I shouldn't have run away from that kingdom at that time, but so be it, that has passed. I managed to escape from the Black Dragon army again. And the only kingdom left in that country was the great kingdom of Saint Haven. Within that great kingdom, thousands of troops were being formed to attack the Black Dragon Kingdom. And what was even more special, the thousands of troops that were formed were not only from the warrior group, but there are also sorcerers, archers and priests. Archer's squad consists of elves, because they have sharper senses than humans. And that's when I first met Ariane, who was a member of the sorcerers. The woman I loved and my best friend was probably beyond help. Since then my feelings of revenge began to erode, replaced by my love for a woman from the archer group. We warriors each had to include one different person from the other three parties, and we were ordered to be the leaders of each group. For months we trained to adapt to the three different parties. After we were ready to launch an attack on Black's headquarters. Dragon, the thousands of troops that have been gathered are leaving. And let me guess. You all died in that war, right? Asked Naruto. That's right, Master. There was one thing I was thinking about when I was telling you about my past, Master. What's that? Naruto's gaze still showed seriousness. How do you know that the black dragon has the power of black fire? Before Naruto answered, he first let out the breath he had been holding earlier. Ha, so that's his name, Black Dragon. I once dreamed about that black dragon, he looked very dangerous. What did Master say? Dream? Faldier asked with slightly widened eyes in surprise. Yeah, right, I once dreamed of meeting that dragon. What was it? Faldier's gaze returned to flatness. Ifrit, we will fight against the black dragon once again. Ifrit was leaning back and closing his eyes, then glanced at Faldier who was on his left side. Oh, that's good, so we should get stronger after this. Right. Ifrit closed his eyes again and started smiling. What do you mean by fighting the black dragon once again? Asked Naruto a little surprised. After turning his gaze towards Ifrit, Faldier, who heard Naruto's question, looked at Naruto again with a flat gaze. A person who dreams of a black dragon in it can be sure that that person will be the one who will fight against the next generation of black dragon. Because the black dragon will continue to reincarnate someone. And why? Oh, you can be sure that soon you will get that soul. Quote, that soul, what do you mean? Asked Naruto, not understanding. You will find out soon, I will avenge your death, Elfie. When he said those words, Aldier looked far into the sunless sky with a sad look. Naruto turned to his left to question Sasuke's opinion about the black dragon. Well, Sasuke, Naruto's gaze again had to change Sweetdrop. How could it not be? When he turned to Sasuke, his partner still maintained his sullen face, and was now decorated with a faint red blush on both cheeks. He still pays attention to spirits. From his sword earlier, didn't he hear Faldier's story? Naruto thought, wondering. Anyo, Arion. Sasuke called nervously. What's wrong, master? Can I see Mimi hug you? You are my master, if that is your wish, then I will obey. Arion answered with a flat and innocent face. Awa, thank you, and Sasuke without hesitation immediately hugged Arion, who still had an innocent face. Feeling that he was being watched, Sasuke looked back. What? He asked with a straight face. The one who was asked now could only show a sullen face and a wide open mouth. Naruto knew that Sasuke sometimes didn't like to be gentle with women. But the thing he saw earlier was the best. Clearing his throat slightly, Naruto returned to his original expression. Sasuke, didn't you listen to Faldier's story earlier? Asked Naruto with a bored face. Sasuke, who was still enjoying stroking Arion's head, asked Naruto. What is the story? Naruto immediately lowered his head with a long sigh. It's a waste of time talking to you, Tem. Then Naruto lay down under the tree, and turned his body away. Turned his back on Sasuke. If Akeno were here, I could pamper her. Naruto immediately imagined his head on Akeno's lap and being stroked. After imagining this, who knows what spirit possessed Naruto? He suddenly stood up from his lying position, and looked up at the sky. Damnal. To be continued. A.N. Yosh. Meet again with me, this handsome author, in the new updated chapter. I'm here to tell you that, starting next week, Second Life will update once a week. And most likely, the update will be Saturday, Sunday. Why isn't Lightning updating anymore? Because making a story from a different point of view is difficult, you know. Indeed, this FIC falls into the semi-canon category, but still. Here I only make a point of view from Naruto's adventures. And everything that concerns Rias and her servants, it still flows like the lane. On Facebook, those of you who are friends with me, already know that, right? If I include lots of OC characters from every place, and that also requires God-level imagination. Make a difference between my work and the work of others. Well, it's not that I'm angry. I just want to express the emotions that are roiling in my heart and intestines. And for readers who have made friends on my FB, please. Don't terrorize me with the question, when is the update? That makes me a little stupid. If I don't respond later, I'll be thought to be arrogant, but if I respond, why do I keep asking questions? Respect this author by not annoying him. Yosh, just stop here. And once again, don't think I'm angry, it's just that I want to vent the emotions that have accumulated in my heart and intestines. Okay, sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 21. A.N. This chapter may not have any action. It only contains romance, drama, and other things besides action. And I want to suggest the song from Azriel, Al-Mila, as the BGM in this chapter. Let's start the story. Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto in Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Kurigaya O. Pairing. Naruto x Akeno x Harem. Harem is my neighbor. Genre. Adventure, action, romance, comedy although dry. Fantasy. And a little drama maybe. Warning. OC, new dimension, typo, SKS, system. Speed a day, character Naruto from fanfic, son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Kurigaya present. Chapter 21. Crying in your heart. 20 days have passed, and NLY a few days until summer vacation ends. In those 20 days, Naruto and Sasuke underwent their training with their respective swords. Even though the training was relatively short, they both succeeded. Master half of the power of their new sword. Their training was stopped for a moment, when Naruto received a call from Rias to go to the Grimoire residence. Because Koneko was lying there sick, Naruto was now on his way there, not forgetting Sasuke behind him. Their new swords were hidden in their favorite place, Naruto in his artificial dimension and Sasuke in a storage scroll. They left for the Grimoire residence just by running, by running. You know what I mean, right? Before leaving there, Naruto was offered to go via teleport magic, but Naruto refused and said, "No need, I prefer RTS while enjoying the scenery in this world. It does feel very strange." It had been about an hour since they had been running from the forest where Naruto was training. For a shinobi and former shinobi, running for 1 hour is a small thing. In that 1 hour duration, they had managed to cover many kilometers to reach the distance to the Grimoire residence. And a small palace could be seen not far from where they were running. Naruto, who was leading the way, spoke to Sasuke. "We're almost there, Sasuke." "Yes, I understand," Sasuke answered. They continued running for several minutes, and finally they arrived. In front of a gate similar to a defensive wall, there were 2 guards on duty there. Naruto had stopped running. He and Sasuke were now walking slowly towards the gate where there were 2 guards with flat faces. "What are you doing here?" asked one of the guards, who was suspicious of Naruto and Sasuke's dirty appearance. "Well, it can't be helped." Naruto, who received news that Rias had told him to go to her residence to visit Koneko, immediately went there without taking a shower first, and what was worse, he had just finished his training. Dust stuck to their bodies, clothes that looked like they were tattered, and scars from cuts and burns were still clearly visible on the bodies of the 2 teenage boys. In his final training session before Naruto and Sasuke went to the Grimoire residence, the 2 of them had agreed to spar to test the strength they had trained for the past 20 days, and if someone looked disgusted at the 2 of them in terms of cleanliness, they would not retaliate. Because according to Naruto and Sasuke it was true. "We came here on Rias Grimoire-sama's orders," Naruto answered, who was still walking towards the 2 guards. "Where are your invitations? And for what purpose were you invited?" asked the other guard. "We were invited directly by Rias Grimoire-sama, and our goal was to visit Rias Grimoire-sama's friend." "Is that still unclear? Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter." The 2 guards began to take a stance. "We came here peacefully, and if you still don't believe it, then we will use the second method, killing you guys." Naruto, still with a straight face, began to create a small black magic circle on his right. Sasuke, who saw Naruto's behavior, only smiled faintly. He's actually angry. Before they could carry out an attack, a voice immediately interrupted the 2 parties. "What is this?" The 2 guards turned around nervously. "G Grimoire-sama." The person who was called Grimoire-sama turned his gaze towards Naruto and Sasuke. "Oh, Naruto-kun. You've been waiting for Rias for a long time. Come in first, then clean yourselves." "Thank you, Grimoire-sama." Naruto also bowed to pay respects. After that Sasuke entered the small Grimoire castle. Naruto was still walking slowly behind Lord Grimoire. Little looked at the ins and outs of the small castle carefully, in contrast to Sasuke who still kept his straight face. It's nice to walk. Naruto was forced to stop because Lord Gremory who was in front of him stopped. This incident was caused by a woman with brown hair and wearing a golden-yellow party dress. Naruto, whose view was slightly blocked by Lord Gremory's back, couldn't see what Lord Gremory was doing. Stopped walking, he asked. Gremory-sama, why did you stop? Lord Gremory turned towards Naruto and Sasuke. Oh nothing Naruto-kun, oh yes. Let me introduce a member of my family who you have never met. Lord Gremory showed the woman wearing the dress. Seeing the beauty of Kami-sama's creation, Naruto and Sasuke immediately froze where they stood. Very beautiful. Think about them both. Let me introduce myself, my name is Venelana Gremory. The woman lowered her head slightly and lifted the skirt of her dress very gracefully like a true nobleman. Nice to meet you, Venelana Ojou-sama. My name is Naruto Namikaze, and next to me is Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto and Sasuke both bowed. Hearing Naruto's call, Venelana Gremory just giggled like a teenage girl. Meanwhile, Lord Gremory just looked bored at Naruto and Sasuke. Lord Gremory knew that everyone who had just met Venelana would consider Venelana as her child. Naruto-kun, called Lord Gremory who still had a bored face. Naruto who felt called turned around. Venelana is my wife. Still with a bored face, Lord Gremory continued his sentence. Naruto immediately widened his eyes to the maximum, then he turned to Venelana who was still giggling. With movements that the eye could not see, Naruto immediately knelt down and spoke. I'm sorry Gremory Ona-sama, Mrs. Gremory. Fufufu, it's okay. I'm also very happy if a handsome young man like you calls me, Miss. I feel young again, Kukuku. Velina said, Naruto-kun, you and your human friend who somehow managed to get to the underworld should meet Rias first on the top floor. You might as well clean yourselves up there. Lord Gremory ordered. Naruto, who heard Lord Gremory's order, stood up and bowed to leave in front of them, not forgetting to follow Sasuke with a straight face. 15 minutes passed. Naruto and Sasuke now looked handsome and dashing in their tuxedo suits. As they walked towards Rias's room which was shown to them by a Gremory maid, in front of Rias's room now stood Azazel who had his arms crossed and was leaning against the wall next to the door of the room. Azazel, who had been waiting for Naruto's arrival, opened his eyes and glanced to his left to see Naruto and Sasuke walking towards him. You're taking too long Naruto, said Azazel when Naruto was beside him. I like training and sports, Azazel-sama. Besides, there's nothing to worry about now, right? Asked Naruto with a flat face. Indeed. Before I tell you what happened now, who is this human beside you? Asked Azazel who saw Sasuke who still had a straight face. Don't put on a suspicious face like that, Azazel-sama. His name is Sasuke Uchiha. He is someone who survived the great war that occurred in my world. Naruto explained. Azazel returned his gaze towards Naruto. Big war. What do you mean? Azazel's gaze sharpened. I forgot that you and all of Rias group except Akeno still haven't heard my story. I'll tell you later. And about Koneko, please explain what happened. In the training they underwent, I told Akeno and Koneko to accept their true status. Akeno only suffered from mental decline, but Koneko still strongly rejected her true existence as a Nekomata, and that caused her to become ill and her mental decline was not as drastic as Akeno felt, explained Azazel. That's just about Koneko. Then Akeno, what training did you give her? Asked Naruto once again. I told Akeno to practice using the power of holy lightning that her father Barakiel inherited from her. The power of holy lightning is very useful in eliminating opponents during the raiding game that they will have at the end of this summer. I seem to have heard that name, but when did that happen? Naruto muttered. When you fought against Kokabiel, he told you everything. And Issei told me about that. Oh, at that time I was buried by the rubble of the school building, so I didn't know. Naruto scratched the back of his head which didn't itch. Never mind, you better go in there. They're all waiting for you, especially Koneko. Azazel left there, leaving Naruto and Sasuke staring at him flatly. Naruto immediately had to do his job. He immediately opened the large white door nearby, not forgetting that Sasuke was still faithfully behind him. Everyone in the room immediately turned their eyes towards the open door, revealing Naruto, who was now smiling at them. Naruto entered without permission like a thief, still not forgetting to follow Sasuke. Kiba, who still didn't know who Sasuke was, immediately prepared his fighting stance and created his holy sword demon in his right hand. Who are you? Kiba's gaze sharpened. Naruto, who felt the atmosphere in the room starting to change, immediately explained. Wow, calm down Kiba. Let me introduce myself. His name is Sasuke Uchiha. My old friend who survived the Great War in our world, explained Naruto. Kiba removed the sword in his right hand. Big war. After dinner, I will explain everything to you. Naruto turned his gaze towards Koneko, who was still looking down with a tired face. How are you? Koneko-chan, asked Naruto with a smile, but Koneko still ignored this. There was silence for a moment, and Naruto broke the silence again. Can you all come out for a moment? I want to talk privately with Koneko. And Sasuke, please guard the front door. Don't let anyone peek in. And don't give me that suspicious look. I won't do anything perverted like Issei, Naruto said with a serious face. With that, all of Rias peerage except Koneko left, and not forgetting Sasuke too. And after closing the door, Sasuke immediately stood straight in front of the door like a security guard. Sei could be seen nervously raising his right hand slightly. Anyo. Sasuke-san. Sasuke turned to Issei. HN, what's wrong? Look, why do you obey Naruto-san's orders so much? Issei asked. Among you there is someone named Akeno. Akeno quickly raised her hand. You must have heard Naruto's story about the big war in our world, right? Sasuke asked with a flat face. Heck, the kid has always been flat, I think. Akeno nodded in response to Sasuke's question. That's right. In the first war, Naruto and I were a pair of partners at the front. During that war, it was mostly him interrupting every strategy to me. In every strategy he makes, only he and he will always be the one. Take all the risks in the strategy he makes. His leadership spirit to protect his friends is very great, and he never takes the risk of ordering his friends to take any risks. But it's also different when he's pressured by lots of people. He's very stubborn. Sasuke smiled as he remembered his past. So, that's why Sasuke-san always obeys his orders? Issei asked again. That's how it is. If it's a serious order I'll always obey. But if it's a ridiculous order, I won't obey, even if he begs. Sasuke said firmly. On Naruto's side, Naruto is now still standing straight in his original position when he entered the room. His face somehow turned flat and cold. He continued to stare at Koneko, who had been looking down with a listless face. Inhale slowly and exhale heavily. Naruto started walking to Koneko's bed still with a straight face. After sitting on Koneko's left side, Naruto still remained silent. Silence. There's no sound, no movement, only gasps could be heard. Naruto and Koneko continued to remain silent in their respective positions. Until a slight movement startled Koneko. She jumped slightly from where she was sitting when Naruto was lying right next to her left. Naruto turned to Koneko with a flat face. What? I'm tired, you know. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders when he said that. The shock is over. Koneko returned to her previous expression, looking down and listless. Don't believe in yourself. That's not something you should do. Do it. Naruto was silent, waiting for a response. But only a gasp was heard by Naruto. Kuroka. He's your older brother, isn't he? A lazy black cat whose job is always to tease other people, don't you think? He once told me about your past. He regretted making you the target of his anger. As an older brother, he is very sorry for his actions in the past. Why was he, as the person who took the position of bishop, able to kill his own master at that time? The reason was very simple. He wanted to protect you from his master at that time. Koneko widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect to hear such a nonsensical reason. You believe my story or not is your own choice. Because I myself heard this story from your brother. Kuroka. Naruto got up and sat on the bed. At first, I really don't believe this story. But, an older sister's expression came out of Kuroka's face when she said that. An expression that is very difficult for a terrorist to make, yeah. The expression of an older brother who wants to protect his beloved younger sibling. Naruto smiled gently at Koneko, who still had her head lowered. Naruto's right hand began to stroke Kaneko's white mane, and at that moment Koneko took out her Nekomata's ears and tail. Koneko turned to Naruto with tears flowing freely, then Koneko hugged Naruto from the side, her head rested on Naruto's chest. Let it out. Let out all the burdens that have been holding you back. Let out all your anger with your tears, and after it's all over, be strong. Naruto said that in his soft voice, not forgetting to keep stroking Kaneko's hair. And with that, Koneko continued to cry loudly. He let out all his emotions in tears. Naruto, who saw this, just smiled reassuringly and didn't forget to continue stroking Kaneko's head. Several minutes had passed, Naruto still remained silent in his position, being hugged by Koneko. The sound of snoring like a fox sleeping in winter was heard. Naruto slightly moved Koneko away from his body to see her calm condition. Naruto's guess was correct. The one who let out soft snores was Koneko, who was fast asleep with a smile on her lips. Then Naruto lifted Kaneko's body and laid her on the bed. After finishing, Naruto immediately left the room. After leaving and not forgetting to close the bedroom door again, Naruto turned his body towards all of Ria's peerage. And what he got were suspicious looks from all of them. What? Asked Naruto with a flat face and a very monotone voice. Koneko-chan screamed earlier. Naruto-san. What did you do to her? Issei asked. Oh, that was Kaneko's first moment. You know, right? The first moment. What? So Naruto-san already? Issei immediately widened his eyes. Yes, that's right. I've made Koneko. Before Naruto could continue his sentence, he was greeted by the surprise of everyone in front of him except Sasuke. Ria's group took a breath of surprise. Issei, whose shock exceeded everyone else there, pointed at Naruto. So Naruto-san has done that thing with Koneko-chan, Issei said with a blank look due to shock and a trembling voice. After a few seconds, Naruto finally understood the meaning of Issei's words. In panic, Naruto immediately waved his hands in front of his face while shaking his head. No, you guys misunderstood that. I didn't do that with Koneko-chan, really. I didn't. Then why did Koneko-chan scream Naruto-kun? Akeno asked, with a dark aura behind her and a sadistic smile on her lips. I just. Hey, can you guys not add too much comedy, humor genre in this fanfic? It makes me miss the part. You know, said Sasuke, who had been silent with a flat face. Everyone was immediately shocked by Sasuke's words. And like anime, a blue lightning strikes in the background of Rias and Naruto's group. The world is almost ending. Sasuke-san is joking. Thought everyone except Sasuke. So what if I'm joking? Sasuke's mind also answered. Like anime, the faces of Naruto and everyone in Rias' group turned into squares. Their perfectly rounded eyes were completely white, and their mouths were square. Finally, the sound of thunder was heard. The print is blaring. Dinner time arrived. Now all members of the extended Gremory family had gathered at a very large dining table. Surzek was on his father's right side, and Venilana was on Lord Gremory's left side. The other Rias members also took part in the big banquet tonight, including Naruto, who was sitting across from Lord Gremory, and Sasuke, who was on Naruto's right side. Dinner has just arrived, and that dish made Naruto immediately sweet drop, isn't he? Here ramen with fish meat sprinkled on it. Naruto thought in protest. Naruto was forced to eat the dish in the form of steak in front of him, making Naruto again forced to eat in noble style. Tens of minutes passed, and dinner was over. With dinner finished, Naruto immediately stood up from his chair to attract attention. After attracting the attention of everyone at the dining table, Naruto started telling stories about his past, starting with the beautiful past to the dark past. And the story ends, when he is here now. There were many different expressions from people who listened to Naruto's story, whether it was a flat face, serious, sad, this is only Asia, and others. Naruto then turned his gaze towards Graphia, who was carrying a tray in her hand, and immediately he followed Graphia. Graphia-san, is this dinner for Koneko? Asked Naruto, who was already on Graphia's right side. That's right, Naruto-sama, Graphia answered flatly. If you don't mind, can I take him? If that is your wish. Graphia put the tray into Naruto's hands. Thank you. Naruto walked upstairs, more precisely towards Kaneko's room. After walking for several minutes, Naruto finally arrived in front of Koneko's bedroom door. Without knocking on the door first, Naruto immediately burst in like a thief. And a sight that all men could not miss was in front of Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at heavenly sight in front of him, and the tray he was carrying almost fell to the floor. Koneko, who was changing clothes, felt the presence of someone behind her. He immediately turned his head, and a feeling of surprise immediately came over him. Her eyes widened when she saw Naruto standing still while carrying a tray containing food at the exit of the room. Koneko immediately covered him. Her sensitive part with his left arm, and her face was now red. Naruto-senpai, please close the door. Shyly, Koneko said. Naruto woke up from his shock. He immediately closed the door and took a deep breath. Thank you Kami-sama tilde, he said as he climbed up. What does Naruto-senpai want to do here? Does senpai want to sleep with me tonight? Koneko asked with increasingly red cheeks. I just wanted to deliver your dinner, Koneko-chan. Well, that's all. Oh, I see. Senpai, can you turn around for a moment? I want to wear clothes. Said Koneko, who was still blushing. Hi. Naruto immediately turned around and looked at the only door in the room. Damn, Koneko-chan's body is so white. Naruto recalled the memory he had recorded earlier, and it immediately made him shake his head violently. No, I must be able to withstand the tumbles of my youth. Tou-san, I can definitely can tilde, and in Naruto's imagination, he saw his two sans face grinning while giving his right thumb towards Naruto. Naruto-senpai, I'm done. Said Koneko, who was now wearing pink pajamas which looked cute. Her tail and cat ears were no longer hidden, and that actually made her appearance even more cute. When Naruto turned around, Naruto again had to force his jaw not to open wide. Seeing Koneko looking at him with an innocent look, and not forgetting her tail and ears which seemed very tempting, Naruto had to endure, desperately not to bleed embarrassingly, a nosebleed. Taking a few breaths to steady himself mentally, Naruto started walking towards Koneko with a calming gaze. Hurry up and eat this, so you can recover quickly. Tell Naruto, the nerves and muscles in my hands feel stiff, senpai want to feed me. Koneko tilted her head slightly, that is, making Naruto to be able to hold his nose more so that it doesn't bleed embarrassingly. Sighing and looking back at Koneko, okay, since this is a request from my sweet Kahai, then I will obey him. Naruto said with a smile, she is cute. Very sweet tilde. With that, Naruto fed Koneko, who looked happy. Several minutes passed. Finally the bribery process was over. Naruto left Koneko's room, but before he left, Naruto didn't forget to tell Koneko to rest. Nighttime sleep time has begun. Naruto, who had just come out of Koneko's room, was a little surprised when he saw that the atmosphere in the palace he was currently in had become dark. When he saw the clock on the castle wall, his surprise was immediately answered. It's 10 a.m. now. It's only right that the lights be turned off. Naruto thought. Naruto walked from there and looked for the kitchen to wash the dishes he was now carrying. But Naruto didn't know where the kitchen was, because since he came here, he never asked where the kitchen was. Walking east to west, south to north like the song Guardian, he still couldn't find where the kitchen was in the castle. But luck came to Naruto. When Naruto was walking in an alley he met Graphia. Naruto quickly approached Graphia. Graphia-san, where is the kitchen? What do you need Naruto-san to look for in the kitchen? Graphia asked. Naruto lifted the tray filled with empty plates. I want to return this plate, Graphia-san. And wash it. Naruto answered while scratching the back of his head. I'd better do it, Naruto-san. Graphia took the tray that Naruto was carrying. Thank you. Graphia-san, can you tell me where Akeno's room is? Naruto's face turned serious. Graphia also looked at Naruto seriously. What do you want to do, Naruto? His tone turned cold. I want to solve Akeno's problem, Graphia-san. So please tell me. Naruto still maintained his serious face. Before answering, Graphia took a deep breath. You turn around from here, keep going, then when you find a T junction near a grave, you turn right, Then you go straight until there is a small shop on the side of the road, that's where it is. Graphia explained with a flat face. Naruto's eyebrows immediately twitched in annoyance. Damn. That's the way up. House of the author WHO wrote this FIC, Graphia-san. Try to follow the red thread in this story. Shout. Naruto's face turned red with annoyance, and steam rose from the top of his head. Seeing her opponent's face change like that, Graphia just giggled in amusement. Damn. Graphia-san really pranked me. Naruto grumbled as he walked towards Akene's room which Graphia had told him about. Naruto finally arrived at his destination. He was now standing at an ordinary door. Before Naruto knocked on the door in front of him, Naruto first looked at the clock on the wall nearby. The clock showed 10:12 a.m. Mentally strong, Naruto knocked on the door in front of him. Knock knock knock. Who? It's me, Naruto, said Naruto. A footstep was heard approaching the door. After the next second, the door opened, revealing Akeno. Wearing navy blue pajamas. May I come in? Asked Naruto, who was answered by Akeno nodding. Naruto walked in and sat on the edge of Akeno's bed. Meanwhile, Akeno closed the door to her room so that no one could see, then Akeno sat on Naruto's right side. What's the need for Naruto-kun to come here at this time of night? Maybe Naruto-kun wants to sleep with me. Akeno grinned slyly at Naruto, but Naruto completely ignored Akeno's words. He still bowed his head towards the floor of the room. Akeno. Naruto's voice sounded very cold and hoarse. I came here to solve your problem. Naruto turned to Akeno with a flat face. Play BGM. Azriel, Almila. Akeno was a little shocked by what Naruto said. My problem? What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Akeno asked with a slightly trembling voice. I have been told by Azazel-sama about your problem. You are the one who strongly rejects yourself. So please, tell me your problem. Naruto asked. I don't want to tell you. You'll hate it later, if you tell me the truth. Akeno looked down. Naruto's hands held Akeno's shoulders, then look into my eyes. With shock, Akeno's eyes accidentally met Naruto's eyes which were shining mysteriously. In the next second, Naruto had entered Akeno's past memories. And the next second, Naruto returned to the real world. So that's it. You hate yourself because you are actually half Daitency. And you hate your Daitency side, because it was inherited from your father who abandoned you. Naruto's words immediately made Akeno cry. Because when Naruto entered Akeno's past memories, it turned out that Akeno was also forced to remember. You hate me now, right? Said Akeno in a purring voice mixed with sobbing. I don't. No need to lie. You just wanted to comfort me. By saying, I will not hate you, right? ... You must now hate me because I am that Daitency, right? I don't. No need to be hypocrite, Naruto-kun. I know about you. I know about Greb. I don't hate you, really. I won't hate you because you're a Daitency. Sob. You don't need to blame yourself. It's not your fault or your father's fault. It was fate. Sob. Take out all your anger on your father tonight. I will always be by your side. I don't know what to do about that event, when I lost my mother before my eyes. My world feel crashed. I no longer have anything. Hope again. I want to blame that bastard because he left us when we were attacked. I hate it. I really hate it. That is the most fucked dad ever in this world. Until now, and this second I'm still very much hate it. I will never forgive him, ever. My mother, the person WHO birthed me into this world is no longer. The person WHO understand me most, the person I love most. Now, gone, forever. You know, parents will never make their children suffer, even though they are gone, they will remain. Loves us as his children. You can't do it forever. Hates your father, and your father must have had a reason why he left you when there was a coup. After hearing that, Akeno didn't let out her anger anymore. He was just silent with the tears he was still experiencing. I will not leave you. I will always be by your side, forever. Because I love you, Naruto said quietly. Akeno's eyes widened in shock. He wanted to hear again the words he said earlier. I didn't hear. I love you, Akeno. Akeno moved her body away from Naruto's arms, and looked at Naruto with wide eyes that were slightly wet from the rest of her tears. I will not leave you and I will always be by your side, because I love you, Akeno. Naruto's gaze did not indicate the slightest lie. Akeno was still petrified and processing all of Naruto's words, with Naruto, who had not received a response from Akeno, raised his right hand to hold Akeno's chin, and with slow movements Naruto moved his face closer to Akeno's. Akeno's eyes became even wider, as she felt the soft sensation on her lips. He didn't refuse or argue, he accepted it happily. Several minutes passed, and finally Naruto broke the kiss. That's a sign that I mean it. Love you. Naruto still had his confident gaze. If Naruto-kun can accept me, I can definitely accept him too. Naruto-kun, Akeno said shyly with a bright red blush on her cheeks. Naruto happily immediately hugged Akeno back. I love you, Akeno. Naruto whispered with a smile. Watashi mo daisuki, said Akeno. To be continued. Stop. Stop. The drama is enough for now, this is not my type at all. Ha ha ha, laughing face. How was this chapter? Does the humor make you laugh? Or is it even dry? And about the drama, well, this handsome author admits he loses when it comes to drama. Why? Because drama makes the author laugh out loud. Muahaha, ignore. One of Naruto's eye powers finally came out. Yeah. The power to see the past by attracting the owner of the memory to remember it. And you know that, right? Naruto's eyes are actually the eyes of Azrael, the angel of death. And as angels of death, you definitely know their main function, right? The next chapter will be the final chapter of Arc I of Season 3. Why does it feel so fast? The author really made it fast, cheeky smiley face. Some of the questions from the review in last chapter are answered in this chapter. If you don't believe it, see review chapter 20 and reread this chapter. If you're lucky, I'll answer your question in this chapter. It seems like the drama doesn't really matter, does it? Even the author himself can't cry even though he imagines it over and over again, even though the BGM is so perfect. In fact, this handsome author wants to sing the BGM, _. Okay, since there are already around 4,727 words, the author will just end it. If there are errors in words or character names, the author apologizes profusely. Sayonara. Kurigaya log out. Chapter 22, Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto and Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Azrael Longinus. Pairing. Naruto x Akeno x Harem. Harem is my neighbor. Genre. Adventure, action, romance, comedy although dry. Fantasy, and a little drama maybe. Warning. OC, new dimension, typo, SKS, system. Speed a day. Character Naruto from fanfic, son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Azrael presence. Chapter 22. New purpose in new life. Two teenagers of different genders can be seen, happily cuddling on a bed. Both their eyes were asleep, and their bodies. They still wear clothes. The young man's closed eyes trembled slightly because he felt his position was uncomfortable, and slowly the eyes of the young man who had been sleeping slowly opened. Rubbing his eyes with his right hand, the young man tried to completely return to the real world. After half his soul had gathered in his body, the young man began to flicker his gaze in all directions. The young man who was in a sitting position tried to stand up from his position. But a weight hampered his movements, and when he turned to look at what was weighing him down, he was immediately reminded of the events of the previous night. The young man did not force himself to get up from his position. The young man smiled at an object that was sleeping. While hugging his body, he smiled gently at it. His right hand was raised and placed on the top of the object's head. With slow movements the young man began to gently stroke the mane in his hand. Akeno, it's morning. Wake up. The young man said soft L. Why as he continued to rub the top of his head with his right hand. Enink. And all the young man got was a groan that sounded erotic, and his body squirmed uncomfortably. The young man just smiled. In response to the lazy nature of the girl who was hugging him. And a fun idea to wake the girl was created, With a sly grin, the young man brought his lips closer to the ear of the girl who was hugging him. "Hey, Akeno. Barakiel-san came here to visit you," whispered the young man. In an instant, the girl's eyes opened wide. Then the girl's body and head turned 360 degrees, and the young man. Pranking him can only laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, look around. That's Barakiel-san, he's at the door." The girl who was successfully tricked immediately put on a sullen face with puffed cheeks. "Naruto-kun. Evil," he said with a sulky gesture. The young man who was called Naruto finally stopped laughing and wiped a tear from his eye that had escaped. "Hee, sorry Akeno-chan. I like seeing your face when you're panicking like before. Your childish nature comes out when you're in a situation like that." Akeno looked away. "HMPH. If you keep like that, I'll never love you again." Naruto was immediately surprised. Why?" asked Naruto panicked. Seeing Naruto who was now panicking, Akeno immediately giggled in amusement. Seeing that his lover had succeeded in pranking him, Naruto also pouted. "Shit, it turns out I was being pranked," Naruto said in an annoyed tone. Akeno stopped giggling, then turned to Naruto with a smile. "I will never not love you Naruto-kun, that is my promise." Akeno hugged Naruto who was still in his sitting position. "Akeno-chan, Naruto-kun." The two of them brought their faces closer to each other slowly, and when their lips almost touched, the door to the room opened. "CKLEK. Akeno. Breakfast is. Sorry for interrupting, please continue with your program." Rias, with a red face, closed the door. In surprise she leaned behind the door that she had opened earlier, from Naruto's point of view. Akeno's eyes widened perfectly. She frantically turned to Naruto. "How is it, Naruto-kun?" Naruto immediately looked down and sighed. "What else can we do? We have to explain everything after this. And the days with a touch of cherry blossoms have just begun." What is the author talking about? Grimory's garden. So Naruto, where have you been with Akeno? Rias' gaze flashed sharply. After breakfast was finished, now all of Rias, Naruto and Sasuke's group were in the garden behind the Grimory castle. Now Naruto and Akeno were undergoing interrogation from Rias' group. While with Sasuke, he was hugging his knees in the corner of the castle wall with a gloomy aura. "Before I answer," Naruto turned to Sasuke. "Wow, Sasuke, come here. Why are you there shouted Naruto calling Sasuke. But Sasuke didn't respond at all. He just stayed there and muttered something like, "Why don't I have a girlfriend? Even though I'm handsome, why am I still single? Give this servant your life partner, oh Kami-sama." Well, that's what Sasuke muttered like. Seeing Sasuke who was still engrossed in moping, Naruto could only give his best friend a sweet look. Then Naruto's gaze returned to Rias. "Okay, let's start the question and answer session." Naruto's eyes turned bored. "Ahem. Okay, first of all, since when have you been in contact with Akeno?" asked Rias as the interrogator. "What do you mean by related?" Naruto asked back with a flat face. "Yes, your relationship with Akeno." "Oh, I see. If you mean, when did we start dating, it was last night." "It means last night, Naruto-san had me." Issei voiced his opinion. Koneko immediately hit Issei's head hard. "Don't make perverted thoughts, senpai," Koneko said with a flat face as usual. "Ahem. Second question. What have you two done since last night?" Rias asked with a blush appearing on her cheeks. "Am I obliged to answer tricky questions like that?" Naruto asked back. Rias' hands immediately grabbed her hips from the side. "Of course. If you've done something crazy enough with Akeno, then you have to take responsibility," Rias said firmly. "Oh, I see." Naruto then turned his gaze towards Akeno who was on his left. "Akeno, is that okay?" Akeno's face turned like a boiled crab. If Naruto isn't embarrassed, then so am I." Naruto's right hand swiftly grabbed Akeno's chin because Akeno looked down. Naruto started to bring his face closer to Akeno's face which was completely red. Rias' group was immediately shocked by Naruto's actions. Rias's entire group's faces immediately turned red, and steam started coming out of each of their ears. And note, Issei still fainted on the spot. "Should not," Asia shouted, because he was the only person who couldn't bear to see such a violent scene. Naruto immediately stopped what he was doing, Akeno, we'll continue later. Naruto grinned meaningfully, and it made Akeno's face even redder. Naruto looked back at Rias. Are there any other questions? I don't want to continue anymore. Rias immediately walked away from in front of Naruto. Naruto looked back at Sasuke. Wow, Sasuke. Come here. There are lots of beautiful girls here, you know, shouted Naruto. But Naruto's screams were still ignored by Sasuke. Hamina 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 Hamina. Sasuke started muttering gauge be patient sass. In the next chapter you'll get a partner. #author feels sorry. Time skip 2 weeks later. School has finally started again. Now Naruto was walking calmly towards school, accompanied by his younger sister Yuri on his left side. Before Naruto returned to the human world, Naruto was confused by the appearance of Kuroka, who met his sister in the underworld. When asking the reason why, Kuroka only answered lightly that she missed her sister. After hearing that reason, Naruto completely didn't care. But after finding out that Kuroka, who was actually a member of the terrorists, had started to move, the underworld officials immediately tightened security in the underworld. Thinking about it made Naruto's head experience pressure again that could make him dizzy. Didn't Kuroka know that her actions had made her own movements difficult? But that wasn't a problem for Naruto, because Naruto was not one of the terrorist members. Valley's group is indeed different from other groups in the Chaos Brigade. Naruto found out after Valley, who was the leader of his group, told him. The Valley group didn't move entirely for reasons of revenge, seeking face, or conquering the world. The Valley group only moved because of freedom, and a little crazy feeling of fighting, but those two factors weren't things that could make them dangerous, according to Naruto. As Naruto walked while thinking, he managed to remove his thoughts from the real world a little. And the voice that sounded sweet from the female figure immediately startled him. Oni-chan. Naruto immediately flinched at the sound of the call. Then he turned to his left side with a smile. "Ah, sorry. Oni-chan was daydreaming earlier." Naruto scratched the back of his head. Naruto-kun. Hearing his name being called, Naruto turned towards the voice that came from behind him. And that's when the figure of his lover was jogging while waving his right hand. Naruto was a little taken aback by his lover's sincere smile. But on the other hand, Yuri immediately stared intently at the figure of the girl who was pregnant. Approached his beloved brother. The girl who had been running towards Naruto had now arrived behind Naruto. Breathing slightly out of breath, Naruto looked surprised at his lover. "Why are you running, Akeno-chan, instead of walking more efficiently in the morning like this?" asked Naruto. On the other hand, Yuri raised an eyebrow in confusion. Since when did Oni-chan add the suffix chan to ne-chan? Yuri thought. I want to go to school with my girlfriend. Do you mind, Naruto-kun? Akeno asked with a look that seemed sad. Yuri was immediately shocked by Akeno's words. She spontaneously hugged Naruto's right arm. Don't hope that Akeno-ne-chan can have Naruto-ni-chan, he is still mine. Yuri looked at Akeno sharply. Akeno smiled fakely. Era, doesn't Yuri-chan know about popular news at school? TCH. I don't care anything about those at school, because now I still have Oni-chan. Yuri said as if she didn't care, but inside she was curious about what news Akeno meant. And a debate between two creatures who love the same creature ensues. Naruto felt that his morning was disturbed by the quarrel between the two girls who loved him, making him put on a bored face and then leave the two girls. And just a few meters away, Naruto felt something soft on his left hand. Something soft and small was holding the palm of his left hand. Naruto turned his head and found Koneko clinging to Naruto's left wrist. And at the same time as Naruto turned to Koneko, far behind him he heard the sound of hooves that sounded like the sound of a racing car. When Naruto turned around in boredom, he saw Akeno and Yuri running towards him with ferocious faces like wild demons. And what happened a few minutes ago happened again. Naruto remained calm and walked away from the three girls who were fighting because of him, but Naruto still didn't care. Naruto walked back towards his school with a bored face. Next, who else? Naruto asked himself. And, like a miracle, Naruto's words immediately came true. His left hand again felt something small and soft, and when he turned there was Ophis clinging to him. Naruto had to take a deep breath for this troublesome morning. Second Life. In a class atmosphere that feels calm and peaceful. Our main character is laying his head on his chair. He is trying to think again about the problem that will occur next. However, his sense of calm was shattered again by the arrival of 3 astral creatures, one of which was a devil. With different fierce looks, the 3 creatures immediately ran towards Naruto's seat. Brack. The bench where Issei was sitting in front of him was hit by someone, which made Naruto have to lift his head lazily and see what they were going to do next. "Naruto-san," shouted one of the figures with a typical Chinese bald head. Naruto looked at the figure with a lazy look. "What do you need? Are you noisy so early in the morning?" The one who answered Naruto's question was a figure wearing glasses. "Naruto-san, I heard that you are currently dating Akeno Onisama, is that correct?" The figure's glasses glowed mysteriously. "Who did you hear from?" "Naruto-san, we looked at the notice board. There was a flyer attached that said you and Akeno Onisama were dating. Is what was written true?" The figure's glasses still shine mysteriously. "Oh, I see. Then, wait a moment." After saying that, Naruto immediately went at full speed towards the notice board. And even the 3 straw figures who questioned him were just stunned, because in no more than the blink of an eye, Naruto had disappeared from his seat earlier. Where's Naruto-san?" asked the bald figure towards the glasses man. "I don't know. Maybe now he ran away to hide when we were careless." Answer the glasses. Even though Issei had known about Naruto and Akeno's relationship since 2 weeks ago, he only joined his 2 friends to liven up the atmosphere. Well, you could say looking for sensation. Only a few seconds passed when Naruto left his class and headed to the notice board, which was located tens of meters from his class. And when Naruto arrived, the atmosphere in front of the notice board was like a fuel queue. All the students huddled together like ants fighting over a grain of sugar, and that made Naruto sweet drop. All the students in the group looked behind them, and there was Naruto with a straight face. The students immediately made way for Naruto, and when Naruto was right in front of the paper with a pattern like love, he took it and then tore it to shreds. "So it's in small pieces. Sorry, your fun time is over." After saying that, Naruto walked away with a flat, innocent face. The lesson bell rang, and that's when Naruto will do his thing, sleeping in class. But the teacher who was teaching didn't come to class, making the class atmosphere noisy, and that made Naruto unable to rest in peace. Several tens of minutes finally passed. The classroom, which was previously like a cattle market, now turned silent when the classroom door opened. Finally the teacher who taught Naruto's class came, and that made the atmosphere quiet. "Okay students, before Sensei starts the lesson, Sensei will introduce the new students who have entered our class. Please come in, Uchiha-san." And at that moment, a figure with a face familiar to Naruto entered the classroom. But that didn't make Naruto lift his head from his chair even an inch, because actually he already knew. "Introduce me. My name is Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke lowered his head slightly, then stood up straight again. Silence, 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 and it's getting quieter. Kya, Kaya, Kyaaa. There's another handsome guy tilde. And all the Joneses in the class immediately fell with a very dark gloomy aura. Naruto. He ignored the excited screams of the female students in his class, without anyone knowing. Naruto secretly wore a headset on his ear, so he didn't hear the screams, and more importantly he could sleep peacefully. Several hours had passed, and now it was time to rest. Now Sasuke and Naruto were silent and staring at each other with sharp gazes. Sasuke, who only had his right eye left, made an intimidating look at Naruto. Several minutes passed, and the staring contest between Naruto and Sasuke had to be stopped because of a very rough sound of rubbing against the classroom door. And the one who opened that door was Oni-chan. Yuri called. Naruto averted his gaze from Sasuke. "Oh Yuri, what do you need?" asked Naruto with a flat face. Yuri walked unsteadily towards Naruto. "Oni-chan, why didn't you tell me about your relationship with Akeno-chan?" Yuri asked with an annoyed face. And she was now standing right in front of Naruto. "Hey Naruto, who is he? His face is so cute, I want to hug him," said Sasuke, who glanced at Yuri. "Blast. Itai. Why did you hit me, huh?" Sasuke shouted at Naruto. If you dare mess with my sweet little sister, I will chop you up without a trace. Naruto released a killing aura with high intensity, making Sasuke gulp. Naruto turned his gaze towards Yuri with a reassuring smile. Sorry, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that the time wasn't right, Yuri. Naruto stood up and stroked the top of Yuri's head. This made Yuri blush with a shy smile plastered on her lips. Sasuke, who saw Naruto's actions, became a little jealous. You siskin. He taunted in a low voice. Naruto, who managed to hear Sasuke's taunt, immediately glanced at him sharply. What did you say? Naruto's killing aura returned again, making Sasuke immediately fall silent with a straight face. Time skip. After coming home from school, Naruto was now walking around. Walking through the dense forest on the west side of Kuo City. Today he didn't work, because Mai's boss was having family matters, so the cafe where he worked was forced to close. And why can Naruto walk around in the middle of the forest? I don't know, because Naruto felt something pulling him into this forest. The condition of the forest that Naruto is currently treading in is indeed very fertile. Even though it has a slightly eerie aura, the view of the forest which is still very natural defeats the negative aura around it. While Naruto was still walking in, started to enter the middle of the forest, Naruto was surprised by a figure in strange clothes who was walking towards him with unsteady steps, with a reddish-white sword as support for his walking. Thud! The man suddenly fell on the ground of this forest. This immediately shocked Naruto to death, then Naruto immediately ran to the man and checked his condition. Naruto, who had turned the man's body around, felt the sensation of surprise again. Shoulder-length blonde hair, clothes torn here and there, and a face full of scratches. Naruto was surprised by the man who was currently in his father's lap. It occurred to Naruto, did this man fight with a bear? But that's impossible, because the city of Kuo very rarely has bears. Oh hawk! The man coughed up blood. Naruto widened his eyes in panic. Hey, what happened to you? Naruto shouted at the man who was in his lap. Cough. Since you had a dream of meeting him, it means you are the one who inherited this soul after me. Said the man with a blank look directed at Naruto. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Naruto shouted again. My name is Garant. Handing over this soul to you as the next heir. The man's words sounded like a ceremony. The sacrifice of giving up his own life. This only made Naruto even more confused and panicked. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Please, explain what you're saying to me. Naruto continued to scream, but the man in his lap didn't respond at all and the man instead smiled at Naruto. These are my last moments. Guard my trust and take this soul after I completely disappear. And also, please accept this sword, because this is the only weapon that can kill him. Oh hawk. Wow. What do you mean by that? Who do you mean by him? And what do you mean by this soul? Naruto continued to scream in panic. My time is up. Look. I was poisoned by him when I fought with him earlier. The man showed Naruto a large hole with a black aura in his left chest, and Naruto again had to widen his eyes in surprise. The man's body began to glow golden, and his body began to rise like flying dust. Seeing that, Naruto could only remain silent on the spot. At times like this, Naruto couldn't do anything anymore. And maybe when the guy said his time was up, he wasn't joking at all. When the man's body had disappeared, a flying ball with a golden aura appeared in front of Naruto. Seeing that, Naruto stretched out his right hand to just hold the ball even though it was still flying above Naruto's palm. Kurama, what should I do with this? You are the person who has been given the final mandate by the man named Garant, so it has been confirmed that Garant has not chosen the wrong person. And when he said, you will accept this soul as the next heir, then he is certain that you are the person who is destined to have this. Kurama answered. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. Looks like fate is dragging me back to a troublesome path. Naruto complained. Take a breath to steady yourself mentally. Naruto slowly put the golden ball into his chest, and golden light shone around Naruto's body. After a few minutes, Naruto finally opened his eyes again. And not far in front of him was a figure with white hair and a body covered by a red robe. The figure glared at Naruto. What have you done to my brother? To be continued. A.N. Yosh. One of the OC characters has had the truth revealed, that man is Garant. For those who like playing the online game Dragon Nest, they definitely know. And as I am a good author, I will ask readers' opinions. How is this chapter? The next chapter will have another surprise, and it will definitely entertain all readers. Muahahaha. Evil laugh. And for those asking about the Sasuke pairing, that will appear next chapter. So, fans of Chicken Butt, just wait for what's next. I don't know why the fandom is quiet now. Is it because the positive internet is destroying all the servers for openers? Fanfic. And is it because of that the fandom has become quiet? I don't know the cause for each person. I just suggest, for those who like to open fanfic via PC laptop, it's better to use a smartphone modem. And for those who like to open it via cell phone, smartphone, Android, I suggest downloading the Opera Mini application. Why? Because this application can still be used to open fanfic, and for the SIM card I suggest using Simpati or IM3. The two cards can still be connected to fanfic. SIM 3 won't be able to, and for users of 3, if they can open the fanfic blog it might be a blessing. Okay, because of the pen name on my account, I have changed it again. And this is the last time I changed my pen name, so, the nickname is up to the reader, whether it's Kiri-san or Gitsuki-san or Azriel-san or Thor-san. This is the strangest nickname I've ever encountered, or ******san, real name on censorship. Ha, many people probably already know the real name on FB Carrot. Okay, if there are errors in words or character names, I as the author apologize profusely. And if there is still something called typo, that's normal because this FIC is classified as AT semi-M rate. If I put this FIC in the M rate, then I have to correct it several times so that there is no such thing as a typo. Different ratings, different quality. And I won't just put a fic in the M rate, because fic with an M rate is a fic with a level of accuracy and also language that is very different from fic with AT rate. Even though I am an author who can still be called a newbie, I will try to really understand what the rules are in FIC. Remember, Rate M is not a place to look for popularity. If you really intend to include fics in Rate M, then you have to really understand the meaning of the language. Well, that's my story. I hereby apologize profusely if I said something wrong. Okay, sayonara. Azriel log out. Chapter 23, Second Life. Disclaimer. Naruto and Highschool DxD is not mine. Second Life is mine. Creator. Azriel Longinus. Pairing. Naruto x Akeno x Harem. Harem is my neighbor. Genre. Adventure, action, romance, comedy although dry. Fantasy, and a little drama maybe. Warning. OC, new dimension, typo, SKS, system. Speed a day. Character Naruto from fanfic, son of the Oracle. Summary. Moved to another dimension due to losing in a big war. 8. The monster sacrifices its life to send its host's soul back to life. Azriel presence. The red-robed girl in front of Naruto took out two swords with different shapes from a dimension. The girl's eyes, emitting a high level of anger towards Naruto. O was still frozen in his original place in the same position, and Naruto could have sworn he was confused. Sensing an attack, Naruto quickly stretched his hand to the side, and pulled out a sword hilt that appeared slightly from the dimensional hole he had made. You have killed my brother, I will not forgive. The red-robed girl ran to attack Naruto from the front, and according to Naruto the girl's speed was not bad. Naruto had to tilt his head as a reflex to avoid a stab that shot at his head. He then jumped back to keep his distance from the red-robed girl. Naruto saw that the girl's gaze still held the anger directed at him. What do you mean I killed your brother? I swear, I didn't kill anyone today, said Naruto, who was still holding his two swords warily. He can now only use the fire sword duo in both hands. And the question of why he doesn't use Yukiinessa is because Kiba still carries it. TCH. Nonsense. The girl again rushed forward to attack Naruto from the front, after. The girl was several meters in front of Naruto. He said softly, Moonblade dance. The girl immediately slashed her two swords quickly and brutally at Naruto, while Naruto himself could only block the attacks of the girl's two swords with his two swords. In terms of speed, Naruto could still clearly see where the sword of the girl he was opposing was going. All he needed now was a counterattack at the right time. I can't use these two sword skills in the forest. If I use them, the forest might burn down. Naruto cursed inwardly in annoyance. The red-robed girl's attack stopped. The girl looked down as she clashed with Naruto. Why? Sob. Naruto realized that the girl in front of him was crying. Why is this happening to me? The girl dropped her two swords limply, then fell to her knees. Sob. I am lonely again. Brother, why did you leave me? The girl covered her face and cried loudly. Naruto put his two swords back into the dimensional hole. Naruto himself now didn't know what to do with the girl in front of him. He took a deep breath then squatted down. Hey, why are you crying? Naruto asked in a soft voice. Shut up, I don't need your compassion. That girl. Instead he screamed and then cried again. Naruto had to sigh again. It's late now, don't you want to go home? Sob, I don't have a place to live now, replied the girl while sobbing. Naruto sighed again for the third time. Will you come with me? In my new apartment there are still several empty rooms, you can sleep there. Naruto stretched out his right hand towards the girl. Slowly girl took Naruto's right hand with her left hand. Naruto grabbed the girl's hand to stand up. Position, and the girl's two swords disappeared automatically. On the way home. What's your name? Naruto asked glancing at the girl on his left. You can call me Argenta, and you? Asked the girl named Argenta coldly. You can call me Naruto, and my full name is Naruto Namikaze. Naruto smiled at Argenta, and made Argenta keep a straight face. Naruto put on a serious look. Is it true that you are the younger brother of that young man named Garant? Argenta nodded. If you really are his younger brother, then I must be fully responsible for your life. That is not my defense. I never killed the young man named Garant. I will tell you more details later at my residence. After a few minutes of walking, the two of them finally arrived at the small apartment that Naruto had just bought with the money he had earned several months of hard work. Naruto entered and was followed by Argenta without having to press the bell at the front door. Tadaima, said Naruto as he took off his school shoes. A few seconds later, the sound of running feet came from inside the apartment. And when the voice became clearer, Naruto had to take another deep breath. Naruto-kun, Naruto ni-chan, crack. Hey, can you two not do dangerous scenes like jumping at me at the same time? Asked a moderate Naruto, overlapped by Yuri and Ophis. I miss you Oni-chan. During the summer holidays, you never sent me any messages and finally I became worried. After you came home, you ended up dead, all day in your bed, you ignored me, evil. Said Yuri who was sitting right on Naruto's stomach. Hey, I also feel tired after training in the underworld. Sleeping in the Grimoire residence doesn't make me restful either, you know. Naruto glanced at Ophis who just smiled while rubbing her white cheek against Naruto's right cheek. Look. Ophis didn't protest anything while I was gone, right? I'm still worried about you, Oni-chan. Doesn't Ni-chan feel sorry for his own little brother? How evil. Yuri with a sullen face looked away. Naruto got up and removed Yuri from his stomach, and after sitting down, Naruto kissed Yuri's cheek who was still looking away. Well, that's enough of an apology, right? Naruto, who had released a kiss on Yuri's cheek, then smiled while stroking the top of Yuri's head, whose face was blushing intensely. Naruto had to glance to his right, to see Ophis kissing his right cheek. Ophis broke the kiss, making Naruto immediately look at her in surprise. Why did you kiss me, Ophis? Ophis smiled sweetly at Naruto. You kissed my best friend Naruto-kun, so in return I kissed you. Is that not okay? In his question, Ophis tilted her head and looked at Naruto with her innocent eyes. Naruto sighed for the umpteenth time, then smiled at Ophis while stroking the top of her head. Up to you. A moment of silence. Ophis and Yuri then looked at each other and nodded their heads slowly as a sign. Naruto-kun, Ni-chan, is there something strange about you? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Strange. What do you mean? Yuri looked sharply at Naruto. Since when do you have that soul inside your body? Naruto sighed again. It's a long story, I'll tell it tomorrow after school. Naruto stood up then turned to face the exit of his apartment. Hey, Argenta. Come in, make yourself at home. After saying that, Naruto walked towards the dining room.